My darling daughter, I'm not going to hide this from you anymore. Many, many years ago, I did a very bad thing, and I paid for it. Oh, did I pay for it, as did everyone around me. We're all faced with choices moment by moment as we embark on our lives. There's no way to know what a day will bring: joy, abundance, fear, chaos, terror, death. When darkness falls, when you lay down your head, you are a different person than the moment your eyes opened hours before. Your day is driven by inexorable forces, seen and unseen, felt and unfelt. You choose: eat that food, take that drink, do that exercise, murder that person. It doesn't matter that I struggled with the choice, that I was sick in body and heart for months while I decided what to do, that I stopped sleeping, forgot to eat, cried all the time, left my young family to fend for themselves more than once. Terrible of me. There is no excusing what I've done. So why am I even telling you this? Absolution comes in many forms. If you're reading this, it's because my sins have caught up to me. Death, in all his great and disturbing glory, has found me at last. Am I being grieved for now? I don't know. Oh, there may be strangers who think they know me who are upset. The people I've made rich will certainly be sad. You might too. But there are too many people I've wronged, and when they find out the whole truth of what I've done, not the little bits and pieces I've put into my work throughout the years, the breadcrumb trail of half-truths and outright deceptions, but the real me, the person behind the public mask. We're all hiding something, big or little, tragic or unseemly. We keep our deep secrets, we hold our truths close to the vest. We don't share our true minds with anyone. Not really. No matter the words that come from your mouth or your fingertips on the keyboard, they are filtered. If they weren't, you would have no one. You would travel this life in a lonely world, one of your own making, an outcast, an exile. Maybe you have tried to be your true self here and there. How did that work for you? No, you're smart like me. You've hidden your truth so deep inside that no one will ever know. You will pass into the great beyond, a perfect enigma, a mystical creature of great worth and seething dishonesty, unknown by even those closest to you, those who love you unconditionally and would forgive you every thought, no matter how depraved. Almost every thought. Were I not to share this, no one would know, and I would sail away that perfect enigma. Now that's not exactly true either. Someone does know. There is one person still on this earth who has full knowledge of the truth of what I've done. And because you're reading this, because I am gone now, chances are they have decided it's time to get their revenge, to reveal the worst parts of my being to the world. I don't blame them. I've waited so long for this. It's a relief in many ways to shrive myself of this burden, to admit at last the whole truth. Carrying a lie so big has killed my soul, robbed me of any joy I might have had in this life. But this is my story, and it's only right that I tell it. No matter what they say, they will twist this with their own lens and you won't get the complete picture. You must hear this from me, from my heart and mind and no other. So listen. Feel free to judge me, to hate me. Shake your head and put this down and say no more. I will understand if you choose to walk away. I won't blame you at all. There are only a few motivations to do bad things. Love, money, power, madness, but that doesn't apply here. I am as sane as you. I can't claim a biological anomaly for my sins. I am culpable. I admit that freely. It was one of those, all of them really. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And when you've heard it all, I ask only one thing. Please don't hate me forever. I love you very much. Mother. Friday, Chapter 1. Riley, Denver. The last night of book tour. Columbia Jones takes the stage with a wave and a flourish, her silk cape swinging around her shoulders, settling in soft folds as she approaches the microphone, and the room goes wild. Not a lot of women on the cusp of 50 can get away with the style: black jeans, white poet's shirt, storm gray silk cape, chunky gold necklace, but on Columbia, it looks bespoke. Couture. Of course it isn't. Though designers clamor to dress her, she isn't the kind of woman who takes to strangers suggesting what she should do. Her jet-black hair is cut in a severe bob that swings sharply above her sculpted collarbones, and she's managed a red lip and winged eyeliner that puts her squarely in 1940s movie star status. All on her own. She is gorgeous. Riley Carrington has been struck by this realization several times over the past few weeks, especially when Columbia is playing the role of a lifetime author girl like she's some sort of superhero, with the clothes and the makeup and the confidence oozing out of her pores that makes Riley feel like she's 10 years old. Self-talk. Riley, she chose you, you above every other writer. Columbia stands with one brow cocked, waiting. The theater quiets. It has to. Columbia has a low, mellifluous voice that makes people lean forward to hear her better. They hang on every word. She is their god, their rock star, their favorite author of all time. Some have traveled hundreds of miles to see her tonight. Every night of the tour has been the same. Massive crowds of invested fans, readers who love Columbia's work so much they tattoo themselves with her phrases and create art about her characters. There are fandoms, and then there are fandoms. Columbia Jones owns this world. They've been on the road for a month, a traveling band of merrymakers and manic depressives, alcoholics and teetotalers. Publicists, editors, publishers, booksellers, media escorts, family, friends, and Riley Carrington. One lone reporter. The only reporter Columbia Jones has agreed to speak to for this tour. She's press-shy, much prefers to interact with her readers directly. She hasn't done any meaningful publicity in years, generally letting her daughter and publicist, Darian, handle things for her. But Ivory Lady is being made into a full-length feature film with two of Hollywood's most bankable stars in the lead, and the budget for it makes Lord of the Rings look like a lemonade stand. The option sold before the book was finished, and the film will be out in a couple of months. They got the jump, and there needs to be publicity. Columbia agreed with one caveat. She got to pick the reporter. Enter Riley Carrington. She knows what they say. Up-and-coming journalist, hungry, talented. A good match for a juggernaut author. Will do her duty to the circus and present them with exactly what they need. Riley's read the book and the script. Of course, she's read all Columbia's books. She had to for the feature, but this one was something special. It's magical. Just the historical setting alone, ancient Ireland, is enough of a hook, but the characters. It's like she channeled them from the past, gave them life and agency, and passed along their genes to an even brighter cast. The script is one of the most faithful adaptations Riley's ever seen. She loves the actors. It's going to be the kind of blockbuster one remembers for a generation. It's going to win all the awards and make Columbia an even more celebrated name, not to mention a mint. Columbia Jones is living a charmed life. That is for sure. How many artists become famous? A handful at best. That she has the personality of a saint and the fortitude of a bullfighter. Who could possibly be in the public eye constantly like this and make every person they come in contact with, from busboys to studio heads to housewives, feel like they are the most special person in the world? Yeah. It's been a rather amazing month. They're all exhausted. It's been relentless, event after event, sometimes two in one day, then jetting to the next city to do it all over. Privately, Riley thinks Columbia might be too good to be true and keeps waiting for her to slip up and show her that she's human, to snap at someone, to be snarky, to make a cutting remark. But no. The woman has been awesome on a Herculean scale. The crowd is roaring with laughter now. Riley has tuned out the patter. Columbia gives the same speech every night, and the audiences always react enthusiastically but based on the time. She's warming them up with the joke about the frog and the sock. Riley is observing, as she usually does, standing in the back with the SRO crowd. Columbia's daughter, Darian, sidles up to Riley. Darian is almost a carbon copy of her mother without the glamorous edge. The hair is lighter, a dark blonde instead of stark black, and the features softened, the smoother skin still plump with youth, not fillers. The work Columbia's had done is excellent, discreet, and nearly invisible unless one is up close. Darian's the genuine version of her enhanced mother, comfortably housed in white sneakers and vintage wide-leg jeans. She's in rare form tonight. No kidding, Darian says, smiling. A sallow-faced woman with lavender hair shoots daggers their way and shushes them. Darian gestures for Riley to follow and they step away. You'd think after a month of this she'd be exhausted like the rest of us, Riley says. But she's more revved up than ever. I gave her a triple shot in her latte. Darian covers her mouth and giggles, and Riley smiles in return. While similar to her mother physically, Darian is normally Columbia's opposite in temperament. The only time Riley has seen Columbia get even remotely off-kilter was when Darian, who, let's not fool ourselves, has a lot of pressure on her shoulders, but still lost her temper with the team after the Houston event. It was a packed day with 2 talks, and because the books were late arriving from the warehouse, the signing line stretched on for hours, and it was nearing midnight when she blew her top. That's very disappointing to me, Darian precious, Columbia said in her posh London accent, her plump lips pursed. I think you should go back to the hotel now. It was impressively dismissive. That's what drives Darian crazy. Riley thinks that her mother won't engage with her bad behavior, just scolds and retreats. It would drive Riley crazy. She's always down for a good row with her own mother. No, there's more to this story. Riley has only scratched the surface, and it's a surface that's being curated for her daily. Does she ever come down to earth and just land hard? Riley asks. She's asked this before, only to be met with smirks and knowing winks, but tonight Darian isn't in the mood to play coy. There are dark circles under her eyes and her shoulders slump. Her nails are chewed down to nubs. She's not able to hide her weariness anymore. Managing Columbia Jones is a full-time job, touring her is double the work. It's the last night of tour, she's like Cinderella. At midnight the carriage turns into a pumpkin. Darian looks out over the room. Trust me, you don't want to see it. Go home, Riley. You've got your story. She will sign off on the piece and you'll get the paycheck of the decade. I'm not doing this for the money, Riley replies automatically. They both know it's a lie. This fawning is a bizarre defense mechanism that's haunted Riley since she first agreed to the gig. When Columbia Jones herself calls your boss and says she wants you to do a profile and offers quadruple your normal rate, and you're in the kind of debt she is, you march smartly to the edge of the precipice while shouting, "Yes, ma'am. Anything you want, ma'am." Riley has become so complacent at these events that it takes her a moment to realize that Columbia has stopped talking and is staring into the crowd. A man has risen to his feet right in the middle of the room. There are 5,000 seats in this theater and each one is taken, everyone crowded in cheek by jowl, a happy, good-natured group. This man is in a loge box front and center, one of the pricier seats. Riley can see the back of his head, registers dark curly hair and that he's tall, but nothing else. Columbia is staring at him, hands clutching the microphone. The man leaves the box, disappearing into the bowels of the theater, and Columbia shakes her head like a deer shaking off a fly and resumes where she left off. She's into the meat of her talk now, how she developed the main character's backstory, how she mined her own upbringing on the outskirts of London Bromley, to be precise to bring her to life, and normally the audience is literally falling into the rows in front of them at this point, hoping against hope Columbia will reveal something, anything about her past. But something has changed. Her voice, normally smoky smooth, shakes a bit. Riley can hear the tremble and so can Darian. She frowns, staring at her mother as if willing her to get her shit together already. There's a show to put on. The audience senses this change too. They shift in their seats and look at their neighbors as if to say, "What's happening?" "Oh no," Darian says, and Riley's attention snaps back to the stage. Columbia has stopped talking entirely now and is swaying, face pale as the moon. "She's going to faint," Riley says, inanely, because before she can get all the words out, Columbia Jones goes down. Chapter 2. Darian, the theater manager, has the presence of mind to close the curtain, cutting off Columbia from the crowd. A small knot of people surrounds her mother, who lies prone on the stage. She isn't moving. Oh God, is she breathing? Is she dead? Is she gone? Darian fights back a wail and pushes through the people to her mother's side. The organizer, a small woman with a thick swinging gray bob and red glasses, is speaking into her phone. She clicks off and reaches out a hand for Darian to stop her from charging across the stage. "She's come to, but I called your people," she says, calm and steady. "One of the bodyguards who has medical training is with her." "Thank God, thank you, Ruby." Darian takes a shaky breath and makes her way to her mother, prone in the middle of the stage. She kneels by Columbia's side. Mason Bader, 6 feet of muscle and brains, is on duty tonight. He's solid in more ways than one. He's taking Columbia's pulse, a calm and steady presence that makes Darian take a deep breath and blow it out. If Mason isn't freaking out, things must be okay. She takes Columbia's free hand. It is clammy. "Mom, Mommy." "Darian," Columbia whispers, eyes closed. "I'm all right, precious, just feeling a bit swimmy." "Can we get her off the stage?" Darian snaps. Mason shakes his head. "The imps will be here in a moment. We're taking her to the hospital." "No," Columbia says, but weakly. "I'll be fine." "Sorry, ma'am, but we're going to override you on this one. You hit your head when you fell. You've got a nice bruise starting on your temple. Need to get you checked out." The imps arrive then, and Darian is gently pushed to the side while Mason and her mother are questioned about what happened. They set up and take her vitals, speaking to her quietly. After a moment, they slap on an oxygen mask and a blood pressure cuff, and she is loaded onto a modified black-and-red stretcher. They whisk her off stage, remarkably efficient. Darian is left standing there bereft, watching her mother's dark hair disappear. "I'll drive you to the hospital, dear," Ruby says. "She's going to be fine," Mason adds. "I'm going with her. I'll see you there, yeah." "Yeah, Mason, is she really going to be okay? You can tell me." "Don't worry, she's tough, your mom." He disappears, stage left. "God, she's found herself in a play." "Ready, dear?" Ruby asks. Darian nods. "Good. I'm just going to make a quick announcement and we're off." The woman steps through the curtains, and the whispers from the darkened theater increase. Darian hears her pick up the mic and tap it. Ruby's calm and presence of mind tell Darian this is not the first time an author event has gone south on her. Introverts and crowds don't always mix, though it's not usually the author who creates the fuss. "Ladies and gentlemen, our deepest apologies. Columbia is well but being taken in for observation." Gasps, groans, cries from the crowd. "I know, the altitude gets to all of us sometimes." She relays her thanks for your patience and asks that you limit your online speculation. For those who haven't already received their purchased book, signed copies are available from the booksellers in the lobby. On behalf of the store and Ms. Jones, we wish you a safe evening. The murmur of the crowd sounds like the buzzing of bees. Their queen is damaged. They must protect her at all costs. Ruby bustles back through the curtain and crooks a finger at Darian. "Let's go." For a small woman, she walks incredibly fast. Darian appreciates the urgency and her planting the suggestion to the audience that the incident was related to the thin, mile-high air. That will keep the worst of the rumors at bay for now. Her mother lying so still on the stage. "Did you see the man who stood up, Ruby? The one she saw, then fainted." "What?" "A man in the loge box stood up and stared at her, then left. She fainted right after." They burst out of the theater. The clear night air is brisk and the parking lot is full of people milling about. Riley Carrington is standing at the curb looking stylishly lost. Not Darian's problem, the woman is a grown-up. She can figure out her own next steps. "I didn't see anyone, dear, I'm sorry." "It's okay." They are quiet on the way to the hospital, lost in their own concerns, and Ruby drops her at the emergency room door. "Let me know she's all right, will you?" "Of course. Thank you for everything, Ruby. You've been a huge help. I'll talk to Mary. We'll see about a makeup date sometime soon, all right?" "That would be lovely, Darian, thank you. If Mary will let your mom come back, we'd love to have her. Mary Preston is the longtime head of the publishing house, a combo platter of editor, confidant, and literary guru who shepherds Columbia and her books through the system. Her hair is red as fire, which matches her vivacious personality. She is as vital to the success of Columbia's career as Darian, maybe more. She will want Columbia and Darian to get back to work, will be especially protective after all this time on the road, and they both know it. But the niceties must be observed. The booksellers are their lifeblood. Columbia's sales keep several of the major stores in business. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. The hospital lights are an overbright glare, and Darian follows the wall signage to the emergency room. She marches to the desk, where a harried-looking man in blue scrubs is typing on the computer. My mother was just brought in. She's Darian, over here. Mason waves at her from the other side of the glass, and with a quick "never mind, thank you," she hurries over. The military trained all panic out of him. He is calm, cool, steady. She feels his composure move through her, takes a deep, much-needed breath. They're taking her for a quick CT scan, just to rule out anything sneaky. Like what? You know, just making sure there isn't a bleed from hitting her head. Darian's heart flutters. You don't think she had a stroke or something? No, I don't think so. Precautionary only. Mason runs a gentle hand up her arm. He is muscles and crew cut in safety. She's still a little in awe of his measured, competent response. You're cold. She's fine. She's probably dehydrated. The altitude really does do a number on people. Why don't you grab some coffee, and by the time you're done with that cup she'll be out and they'll have a report. Right, okay, want some? No. His smile is slightly crooked, the right side of his lips quirking up higher than the other. Has she never noticed that before? I'm pretty jazzed. He lopes away, and Darian feels alone. So alone. She wanders the halls for a moment, finds a water fountain that doesn't work, doubles back to the emergency room. Surely the harried man at the desk can direct her to some coffee. The rest of the team have arrived now, the whole cadre from the publishing house. Mary Preston is gently berating the desk attendant, who looks both entranced and miserable. Darian joins them. There's nothing yet. Y'all can head to the hotel, and I'll call if something happens. Mary shakes her head. Not until I know she's okay. She takes Darian's hand. I know you're scared, honey. Don't worry. She's tough as nails, your mom. Mason said the same thing. How many sales did we lose? Darian Jones, you need to get your mind out of the gutter right now. Mary grew up in the South and has a soft accent that comes on strong when she's drunk or stressed or infuriated. We are not worried about that at all, you hear me? She presigned $3,000 for the store anyway, and after her dramatic exit, people will buy a book, signed or not, just to say they were there. We'll sell double, and if we run out of the presigned, we'll steal some of the tip-ins from the B&N special edition. Now are you okay? You look rattled. Is she? I'm okay, just, it was scary, you know. Hey, did you see the guy who stood up? I did, but only as he was leaving. Must have had an upset stomach or something. I can't imagine anyone willingly walking out on one of Columbia's talks. She's too charming to lose one. No, he stood up and stared her down. I was in the back with Riley, but off to the side. I saw him stand but didn't get a good look at him. Ruby didn't see him at all. Well, no harm, no foul, right? Oh, Mason's watching you. When are you ever going to kiss that man, Darian? He's been half in love with you for 2 years, you know. Mary, Darian slaps her on the arm, if she only knew. Stay focused. My mom might be like really sick. I can't be indulging in matters of the heart right now. Mary laughs, and Darian feels a little tension leave her shoulders. She's not the first author to take a header at an event. She's going to be just fine, hun. Watch. Now shoo. I'll corral everyone and get started on our return to New York. You just worry about Columbia. Come grab me when you know anything. I'll be right here. Darian moves toward the glass door again. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees a man her age watching them. He's wearing dark-rimmed glasses and has floppy brown hair. He looks like a writer. He smiles briefly and looks back down at his magazine. Must have overheard their conversation. Mary wasn't exactly being quiet. They need to be more careful. There's no privacy anywhere anymore. At least he didn't have his phone out, a rarity these days. She's asking for you, Mason says with that adorable crooked smile. They have her in a private room right down the hall. CT scan was clear, minor concussion. They'll monitor her for a while, get some fluids on board. Other than that, she's all good. Thank God. Are they going to let her go soon? I think so, soonish at least. Go see her. Thanks, Mason, she says, impulsively giving him a quick hug, not caring who sees. He blushes, the charming flush running right to his ears. She takes that with her down the hall. Mason is a nice guy. They've had a lot of fun this past month, and if Mary's comment is anything to go by, they have done a decent job of hiding it. Which suits her. Darian inherited Columbia's penchant for privacy. A dalliance with a bodyguard would make press and take away from her mom's glory. She knocks on her mother's door, then enters the room. Columbia looks pale, with shadows under her eyes, but much more with it than at the theater. She holds out a hand. Darian, precious, I'm sorry to scare you. I'm fine, just exhaustion, they say. Some fluids and I'll be right as rain. You scared me, Mama. Columbia smiles, visibly softening. Darian doesn't often call her by anything other than Mom or Columbia. Sometimes that woman when she's particularly irked. I know, but I'm fine. Who was the man? Before she can finish, Mason sticks his head in. Darian, Riley wants to talk to you. Now, Darian grumbles, but Columbia placates her. Stop, she's just trying to do the job we asked her to do. Be kind, precious. She'll remember that kindness, and you never know, the two of you could become great friends one day. I'll go talk to her in a minute. Mom, the man who stood up. Do you know who that is? Columbia's face grows guarded, and her eyes cut away from her daughter's face. What man? In the loge box. You fainted right after you saw him. Columbia shakes her head, utters a tiny meep, and frowns, putting her fingers to her forehead. Ouch, no, precious, I didn't see anyone. You did. You stopped talking and stared at him like you'd seen a ghost. Then you went down, Columbia tusks. No, I remember nothing like that. I was talking, then I was lightheaded, and then I woke up with you asking me if I was okay. That's all I remember. All right. Not to upset you, but maybe it's our stalker. Darian, I've told you 100 times not to use that term. He's simply a fan who connects too closely with the material. That is not stalking. And Mary's people ran a background and said he was harmless. Darling, stop. I have a terrible headache and I'd just like to rest. Can we please move on? Go speak to Riley, see what she needs. Darian dutifully turns to go. Her mother can be so naive sometimes. And Darian, yes, Mom. No more talking about the stalker. Understand. Chapter 3. Riley, the imps were already on site at the theater. They're on call for her events because, sometimes, readers in the signing lines are overcome before and after meeting Columbia. She was bundled off the stage and into a waiting ambulance like a head of state. Riley's always thought the medical entourage was ridiculous overkill, but tonight is grateful for them because Columbia was at the hospital 10 minutes after she went down. It's a little much for a feint, but this is Columbia Damn Jones, American treasure, and they are not going to risk losing the queen of the written word, as she was called by the Denver Post this very morning. The next hours go by in a rush, and Riley finds herself stalking the halls of Swedish Medical Center in search of food. Not such an easy task. She has food allergies, and everything out in the world not prepared by her own hand has the possibility of making her very, very sick. Sometimes even her own cooking is not safe. Traveling is especially fraught. She's been living on coffee, peanut M&Ms, and the occasional plate of grilled fish and asparagus. Her jeans have never looked better on her, though. Riley finds, thank God, a Starbucks that is closed but with an employee behind the counter still cleaning up. They have safe options. She flashes a 20. Please, I beg you. The barista smiles. I've broken everything down, sorry. She grabs a marshmallow rice treat and a bag of the pre-mixed Via that's still out on display. Almond milk, she asks hopefully, giving the full wattage grin she knows gets her things when she needs them. Please. It's going to be a long, long night. Epically long. I might not recover without a dose of caffeine. I could just eat the powder, but it's not the tastiest. With a friendly eye roll, he ducks down and yanks a box of oat milk from the refrigerator. Best I can do, he says, shaking it at her, and she places her goodies on the counter and clasps her hands in front of her chest. You are a saint, and I owe you forever. Careful, I might take you up on that. He produces a venti cup and proceeds to make her a huge iced coffee, which he drops onto the counter with a flourish. I'm off in 10, he asks hopefully, the transactional little shit. He's a lifetime younger than her, with fluffy lips, a quiff of hair falling in his eyes, and the smooth face of a child who's recently outgrown his teenage skin problems. He's adorable, he knows it, and he's leveraged those puppy dog eyes before. Riley is a seasoned, grown-ass woman and knows how to handle this. She drops the 20 on the counter, swipes the coffee and marshmallow treat, and waves her thanks as she walks away. Good job, Riley. Disaster avoided. She finds the crew in the waiting room close together, whispering. Nurses and doctors cast glances at them as they pass. The whole is buzzing, a celebrity in their midst. Fingers crossed no photos leak to online gossip rags. Columbia wouldn't like that. For a public figure, the woman is fiercely private. Security Mason stands to the side, tall and silent as an oak. Riley approaches him with a charming smile. He watches her coolly. He has eyes for Darian only. Not that he's ever been rude. Riley just gets the sense he doesn't like her. Hey, all's well. Well as can be. Darian's in there with her now. I really need to speak with her. Would you mind pulling her out? He waits a beat, then nods and disappears down the hall. A few moments later, he returns with Darian by his side. They are leaning toward one another. Riley wonders if they've already done the deed and are being subtle in public, or if they're still pining away for each other. He's very into her. You found coffee, Darian says accusingly, and Riley offers her cup immediately. It's oat milk. Yuck, Darian shakes her head. She's okay. Riley is genuinely concerned, and Darian must see that because she doesn't push her away. They are going to discharge her in a few, and we can go back to the hotel. The team is going to head home to New York, but will stay for a day or two until she's feeling better. They think it was just altitude sickness combined with no food. Nothing serious. Columbia never ever eats before an event. She's superstitious that way. She has a sensitive stomach. She and Riley bonded over their gastric betrayals on their first meeting. Riley doesn't think skipping meals a bad practice in general, considering her own limitations, and she's not surprised Columbia fainted. The woman's been going hard for a month, a different city every night, staying until the last book is signed, sometimes in the store until midnight, burning the candle at both ends. A warrior author. No wonder the fans in the bookstores, the libraries, the festivals love her. More than her words, more than her stories, they love her. Riley has interviewed plenty of them at the events, trying to put their starry-eyed adoration into words, and there is a common theme to the answers. They don't just feel seen by Columbia's work, they feel like she's their best friend. Like she's read their diaries, knows their true hearts, their true selves, and is basing her characters on their lives. She says things aloud they've only dreamed of. Riley has to admit, for a woman who is a household name, she is remarkably friendly and approachable and insightful to the strangers who flock to see her, and they worship her for it. Do you have any idea who the guy was who stood up and left? She looked surprised when she saw him, she asks. Darian shakes her head but looks interested. I don't, and no one else saw him. Mom says she didn't see him either, but something about him feels familiar. Maybe he was at the Poison Pen event in Scottsdale. There was a curly-headed man talking to Barbara Peters right before we left. Several of the big fans have been at multiple events. He might be a groupie. Maybe, Darian says, voice light. It was terribly rude of him to stand up like that. It threw her off. Anyway, you can go back to New York with the team, and no way, sister. I am Elmer's glue. Why don't I stay? This is the perfect opportunity for Columbia and me to wrap the rest of the interview. I have a lot of questions left, and if she's grounded and not flitting from city to city, I could knock them out in a day, I bet. Darian purses her lips. She looks just like her mother when she does, and Riley senses she's about to say no. She plunges on. She'd want me to stay. We're not finished, and there's more she wants to tell me. She told me so in Houston when she was getting ready to go on stage at the Murder by the Book event. We got interrupted, but she wanted to share something. Without all the buzz and people, we can get to the meat of the interview. She hasn't told me why she decided I was the person she wanted to write the story, and I get the sense there's a reason. I think it's important, though. She seemed. Upset isn't the right word. Distracted, maybe. Please, Darian, let me do my job. I think I can get this wrapped up with another day of interviews. Darian worries the skin around her thumb. I'll ask, okay? No promises. Thanks, appreciate it. Share, I'm desperate enough to brave the oat milk. She reaches out a hand and Riley gives her the coffee. It's half gone and she waves it away when Darian starts to hand it back. She doesn't need the caffeine anymore. She is naturally buzzed. Riley is going to get this story if it kills her. Will you ask now? If she says no, I'll need to hitch a ride back to NY with everyone else. Darian is the master of the little annoyed sigh. Fine, stay here. She disappears into Columbia's private room, of course. No pulled curtains or mass triage spaces for our queen, and Riley glances at her phone. 3 texts from Oliver, wanting to know what time her flight lands. She'd been scheduled to return to New York with the rest of the crew tonight. The jet flying home from Denver, landing in Teterboro. The car services ferrying everyone back to their regular lives. The ball is over, the fantasy dissipating, leaving a bunch of bedraggled housemaids without their glass slippers. If she plays this right, they'll go without her and she'll have Columbia all to herself. It's nearly midnight in Denver, 2 in the morning in New York. She decides to wait to text him back. She doesn't want to wake him. Sends an email instead, staying on in Denver a few more days. Private audience with the Queen. I'll call you in the morning and fill you in. Love, love, such a weird word. Does she love Oliver? Of course she does. They've been together for 2 years and he's been devoted to her. He's smart and kind and funny and cute, and she could do a lot worse. He's a lawyer, works the kind of egregious hours Riley does, likes to read and take walks and go to baseball games. Wants to move to the suburbs when they have kids, summer in the Hamptons, and take a trip to the Cotswolds every couple of years. A normal affluent guy, living a normal affluent life, in love with a woman he thinks is a normal girl. Riley is very good at keeping secrets. Darian appears in the door with a thumbs up. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the suite. It's time to wrap the story. We have a lot of work to do. Mom feels it's time to transition to something new. Ouch. Riley pastes on her puppy dog, so freaking grateful for this opportunity, grin and says, "Great, see you then." But Darian's already closed the door, dismissing her, disappearing into the private world that is off-stage Columbia. It's almost like a force field vectoring out from the woman's very being. Riley giggles a little at the thought of Columbia in a plastic bubble with laser rays emanating from its center, calls a car, and Theseuses her way out of the hospital labyrinth to the doors. She has 8 hours to figure out everything she needs to wrap her interview. To crack the enigma that is Columbia Jones at last. It's going to be a long night. Chapter 4. The Brown Palace Hotel is an elegant, old-school 5-star spot. Lots of dark wood and brass rails, oil paintings, an interior that feels like Grand Central. Unsurprisingly, Columbia has a 2-bedroom suite on the top floor. Riley was in there yesterday for a moment before the event, gearing up, as the team calls it. It's huge, paneled in dark wood, and there are fake elephant tusks, at least she hopes they're fake, arranged as an odd sculpture on either side of the door leading into the main bedroom. It's a lovely room, befitting their CJ. This hotel's bar is Riley's favorite of the whole tour. It screams old money. Gold rush money. It's like being thrust back in time. She swings through, pulsing with the caffeine, hoping against hope she can still get a scotch to take to her room, and finds the bartender alone, polishing a crystal lowball, sleeves turned back to show a mass of intricate tattoos. He sees her and lights up, as if he's been waiting for her. They talked for 5 minutes last night after everyone had rolled off to their respective rooms, and he'd made it pretty clear he'd like to talk some more. He is cute and willing, but she is taken. Riley doesn't know what sort of weird vibe she gives off to strangers. She is not a beauty. She is too tall, too round in the wrong places, too loud, too much everything. She wears large glasses, and her wardrobe is uniform by necessity, not choice. She looks strange in anything but black jeans and a black turtleneck. Her hair is thick, long, and naturally blonde, her best asset by far, hanging in shining waves down her back. She uses it as an accessory. Black clothes, blonde hair, maybe a pop of color with her sneakers. Definitely not a girly girl. She is not the kind of girl men want to protect, to cherish, to behave gallantly toward, to take home to mom, to marry. They are, though, always interested in a good old-fashioned flirt. And if she goes along and things get out of hand, all the better. Now in her late 20s, she's grown out of that childish stage, that desperate need for affirmation from strangers, mostly. She is picky about what her future looks like, and that's where Oliver comes in. They've been working well together, to her everlasting surprise. Riley thought this tour would be a good test of the depth of her feelings toward him. She was right. She's been too busy, too involved, to worry about flirting with anyone else. To be honest, she's having a love affair with the focus of her piece. Being on the road with Columbia has healed a lot of broken places in her. The author does that for people. She's been kind, she's been forthcoming, she's given advice and gentle support. Seeing someone beloved for their creativity makes Riley wildly jealous, naturally, but also hopeful. This might be her path one day. A woman in control of her destiny, of her business, of her creativity. The real deal. Columbia takes her work seriously, levels up her craft with each book, and seems to genuinely connect with her readers. Her books are well-researched, perennial bestsellers discussed by every book club, not only because they're thought-provoking and inspiring, but also because they're enjoyable reads. For many authors, that would be more than enough. But Columbia takes it a step further, makes the readers feel like they're part of her life. And for that, she is adored. Riley asked her once if being so giving of herself was hard, trying to put into words the panic she felt at the idea of being in the limelight in a curated world. She'd stumbled around and finally blurted, "Do you ever feel like they take too much from you, the fans?" "You don't have to give them everything," Columbia replied. "There are parts of me that I keep private, things in my life that are for me alone or for Darian or Mary. So long as you keep enough of your true self back, you'll be fine." Riley takes a seat at the bar. A thick, handsome eyebrow is raised in invitation. She responds in kind, a small smile lingering on her lips. "Dalmore 18, neat. In a glass I can take upstairs." A pause as he registers she's there for the whiskey, not him, then tosses her a rueful smile and pours. The stream of liquid pearls in the glass, the color of rain-wet soil, smelling of sherry and mushrooms and vanilla and honey and chocolate, making her mouth water. One other really nice thing about this gig, the per diem is off the charts. This whiskey is $38 a finger and worth every penny. "Charge it to the room," she says, and saunters off, holding the glass, knowing he's watching her go and enjoying the appreciation. There is real power in allowing herself to be admired and not acting on the impulses that admiration brings. She wishes she'd figured that out earlier in life. Upstairs. Her room is not a suite, but it's also on the top floor just down the hall from Columbia's, with a lovely view over the city. It is comfortable, and the bathroom is marble and spotless. She takes a hot shower, then settles in front of her laptop with wet hair, the whiskey waiting patiently. She gives it a taste, moans a little in delight, pours 10 peanut M&Ms from a wadded-up shareable bag onto the desk, eats 3, then checks her email. Nothing of note outside a nudge from her editor, Nate. Just the kind of friendly, passive-aggressive reminder that used to make her palms sweat before she realized who was in control of things. "Hey, kid, just checking on you. Tour's over tonight, right? Get home safe, let's have a drink next week and you can tell me all about it." Wink, wink. Yes, Riley used to date her boss. No, they are no longer intimate, not for lack of trying on his part. When Nate calls her kid, it makes her incandescently angry, and he knows it. It diminishes her as a reporter, as a writer, as a person, as a woman. He claims it's a term of endearment. It's an awkward situation, but a lucrative one. He pays her 10% more per word than the high-end going rate so she won't use the former affair against him with HR. Riley would never do that, by the way. She's not an asshole, and it was a very consensual relationship. But he likes to cover his bases. Back soon, she replies. Staying in Denver with CJ to nail down some last-minute clarifications. Draft to you by next Thursday latest. She doesn't respond to the request for drinks. That's sorted. She eats 3 more M&Ms, opens the file with her interview notes, pulls out the notebook she always carries on her person, and opens a new page to start transcribing the day's observations, ideas, and queries. If she's going to have one last go at Columbia tomorrow, she needs to tighten this mess into a real set of questions. There's just so much left to ask. The questions she's been scared to chase off Columbia with. But it's time. Riley has to go there. She has to ask about Columbia's past. There's a gap in time, she's discovered, between Columbia leaving England and getting published. And she wants to know why. And she really wants to know what Columbia was about to tell her in Houston. Riley is just settling in when she hears arguing in the hall. She glances at her watch. It's nearly 2 in the morning. Her stomach growls reflexively. The whiskey in her glass is almost gone. The candy has disappeared. She gets up and steps to the door, pressing an ear against it. The voices sound familiar. She cracks the door to see Darian and Columbia. They are having a fight in the hallway of the Brown Palace, furious whispers but loud enough for everyone to hear. "Stay out of it, mother." "I will not." "You ungrateful little brat. How dare you?" To say Riley is shocked to hear Columbia Jones snarling at her daughter like this is an understatement. Delicate, lovely, compassionate Columbia Jones is gone. This woman is a furious stranger. Riley should do something to interrupt them, to let them know she's listening, that they are being indiscreet. Instead, she thumbs open her phone and carefully starts the video in her camera app. Darian's face is contorted in anger. "I said I would deal with it, and I will. You have to trust me." He's been catfishing the socials for months, posing as all sorts of people. Now he's pretending to be a woman who's just gotten married and is pregnant. He's impersonating a person who you might be more inclined to interact with. That's stalking. Trust you, after what you've done, affect you. You have no idea how this will affect me. Everything I've built, all of it, is going to come crumbling down because you couldn't leave well enough alone. My God, Darian, you wrote to him. That's why he came to the event tonight. Oh, the strange man. Columbia does know him, and apparently so does Darian. Perhaps the Queen wasn't suffering from altitude sickness and low blood sugar after all. Mom, he's been all over your social media accounts. He's been posing as a fan. He is not who he claims to be. That's why I had Liam reach out to him. How was I supposed to know you actually know him? You didn't tell me. You don't get access to every little detail of my life, Darian. Not yet anyway. Darian finally gets the keycard to work, and the door unlocks with a clack. She enters, not waiting for her mother to follow. As Riley watches, Columbia reaches up to her scalp, grabs a handful of that shiny ebony hair and yanks. Riley's initial cringy ouch is replaced by shock as the perfect black bob disappears and a spill of lush blonde hair falls down Columbia's back. Then she's inside the suite. The door is closed, and the moment is over. Riley stands for a few moments in shock, then steps back inside her room and closes the door as quietly as she can. She turns off the video, gets her headphones and jams them in her ears, makes sure they connect to the phone and hits play. She got it. She got it all. Saturday, Chapter 5. Riley, after replaying the video several times, trying and failing, to wrap her head around what she's heard and seen, then reworking the remaining interview questions to fit into this newfound but confusing knowledge, Riley somehow manages to get a few hours of sleep. Her alarm goes off dutifully at 7, and unlike most mornings when she's tempted to hit snooze again and again, she practically leaps from the sheets and into her jeans and turtleneck. She piles her hair on top of her head and secures the resulting mess with an elastic, and doesn't even bother with a cup of coffee. There will be plenty in Columbia's suite. The good stuff delivered from the local coffee shop, not the crap from the hotel room's automatic dispenser. A lone banana that she grabbed from the airport yesterday morning sits, unloved and quite bruised, on the counter. She cracks it open from the bottom and manages to eat half, a moue of distaste on her face at its mushy texture. She drops the other half in the trash can. That will do for now. She grabs her leather bag, her recorder, her phone, double-checks the battery, adds an extra charger and cord, shoves them all inside the bag, and nearly skips down the hall to Columbia's suite. She's had this feeling once or twice before when she knows something more than her interview subject, and she's prepared 6 ways to Sunday too. Not surprise them exactly, but catch them off guard, shake them free from their pre-planned answers, get something more candid, which lets her get a richer story. Riley doesn't have any idea who the dark stranger is, but armed with the video of the argument and the shock of seeing Columbia's real hair, not the curated image the world has of her, and the knowledge that this man is from her past, she's sure she will be able to get to the truth. Leverage is everything. The door is propped open on the latch, not entirely unusual when they are expecting her, though she is a bit early. She knocks anyway, calling out a cheery "good morning." No answer. Riley listens for a moment, waiting to be beckoned in. She doesn't like to just appear in people's private spaces. It's very quiet inside. Maybe Columbia is still asleep, or in the shower, or doing her morning meditation. She debates for a moment. She can come back. She is very early, but no, she needs to get this interview going, and Columbia is known for waking with the sun, regardless of how late she was out the night before and working, getting her words down. Riley knocks a little harder, then pushes open the door. The stillness of the room is surprising, and she feels a spark of pride for Columbia, managing to find a moment of quietude. The woman is very good at managing her stress, knowing her needs, respecting her body's boundaries. She takes such good care of both her physical and mental well-being. Even on the road, in demand, under the duress of constant travel and nightly events with thousands of people clamoring for her attention, she stayed grounded, centered. She's been an excellent guide for Riley this past month. Riley's found herself putting up a few walls toward her own more difficult situations and feels better as a result. She should step out, shouldn't disturb her. There has been very little stillness on this tour. It is always in motion, bustling, moving, packing, screeching from one room to another, a rollicking, happy dance. But something stops her from leaving. There's quiet, and then there's too quiet. Columbia, Darian, nothing. Did they check out? Have they abandoned ship and gone back to New York after all? Maybe Darian forgot to say anything. Maybe she was too distracted after the fight. It's not like her. Darian is as driven and focused as her mother in many ways. But that argument was a whopper, but no. There are personal items strewn around the living room. They're still here. The door to the bedroom is closed, though. Something feels wrong. Riley knocks on the door. There is no answer. She turns the handle softly in case Columbia is meditating or even still asleep. Confusion. Her brain can't comprehend what it's seeing. Blood. She shakes her head, heartbeat crashing in her ears. Dead, Columbia is in bed, unmoving. Riley sees the unfamiliar spill of blonde hair. The bedding around her is soaked in red, sheets white as snow except where they wedge against her body. If she were a crime writer, this would be the ultimate crime scene. As it is, Columbia is lost in a sea of white, a small crimson boat floating in the liquid clouds of pale sheets. Riley searches the room quickly, but there is no one. She is alone. She creeps toward the bed. She must check if Columbia is breathing, though she already knows she's not. Death has its hallmarks: cloudy eyes staring at nothing, limp joints, laxity of the flesh, the graying of the skin. Blood either leaves the body through an exit wound, an orifice, or pools inside, waiting to be sucked out and replaced with a fluid that will mummify from within. A soul departs and the machine is left behind. And then there's the smell. As she draws closer, it hits her. Fresh blood, meaty and raw, lavender, sharp and astringent, the tang of urine. Columbia's mouth is twisted and open. Thick coagulates of blood have run from her lips and nose into this glorious, new, beautiful hair, soaking the pillow beneath. Why would she hide her hair from the world? What else was Columbia hiding? Riley presses her fingers to the writer's neck. Anyone would, and her skin is cold. Sorrow spills through her. She brushes a few strands of that alien hair away from Columbia's mouth, where they've gotten stuck against her cracking red lips. She tucks them behind the dead woman's perfect, small ear. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I am so sorry." "Mom!" The call makes Riley jump away from the bed, and she turns to see Darian standing in the bedroom door holding 2 cups of coffee, face blank then as she takes in the scene, contorting. Riley watches her transform. Her eyes go wild. She begins to scream. Blood-curdling screams full of panic and horror. The coffee falls to the floor, forgotten, and Darian knocks Riley aside in her haste to get to her mother's side. Riley hits the edge of the side table as she spins and goes down. Her hip will have a bruise. She lands hard on her wrist. That's going to make typing really uncomfortable today. "Riley, you're compartmentalizing again. Focus." It takes her a minute to realize Darian is screaming words at her. "One. What?" "Call 911. "She's dead," Riley says. But Darian is wailing now, sobbing and crying in a show of emotion she didn't know the woman had in her. Riley pulls out her phone and dials 911, as Darian's told her to do, as she should have done the second she stepped into this nightmare. Riley doesn't know why she didn't think of it, outside of the fact that she was admiring the pulchritude of Columbia's death, and knew she was beyond whatever mortal help paramedics and doctors could provide. The familiar words 911, "What is your emergency?" finally bring her back into her body. "I'm at the Brown Palace Hotel and we need an ambulance. A woman has died." The operator starts the litany of questions, which Riley can barely hear over Darian's cries. She answers as best she can. "No, she isn't breathing. She has no pulse. Her skin is cold to the touch. Yes, I'm sure she's dead. There's blood. Tell them she's a celebrity. Tell them they have to be discreet. No cameras." Darian is shouting between her wails, and Riley must admit, she's impressed that even in this moment of extreme duress, Darian is able to think of her mother's privacy. "Darian, I think we need," she turns on Riley, teeth bared, as if seeing her for the first time. You did this. You murdered my mother." Riley holds up both hands to stop the verbal onslaught as if Darian is throwing punches. "I didn't. I just found her a few minutes ago." "A few minutes. A few minutes. Why didn't you call for help right away? What sort of freak are you? In here playing with my dead mother's hair. Get out. Get out, get out, get out." She's shoving Riley back now, and Riley realizes Darian's hands are wet with her mother's blood, leaving smeary red palm prints across her white t-shirt. She hears another voice yelling, realizes it's the 911 operator who is trying to manage the scene. Ma'am, can you hear me? Are you okay? Oh God, this is all being taped." Riley hits the end button in a panic and runs from the suite to her room. Her hands are shaking. Her key card won't work. She slaps it against the round black lock over and over. The elevator dings and the door slides open to reveal a man in khakis and a blue shirt. Hotel employee, her mind helpfully provides. He is staring at her. His mouth is a perfect round O of surprise, and she glances down to see what he's reacting to. She is covered in blood. Columbia's blood. The hallway is besieged with mayhem. Darian is screaming, "Stop her, stop her. She murdered my mother," while the hotel employee stands, shocked, unmoving. Then it clicks for him and he rushes Riley like an enraged bull. Before she can take a breath and explain, she is tackled to the carpet. She lands hard, her face shoved into the short pile, where all the people who have walked past these rooms have dragged in the bacteria and microbes and latent dog shit from outside. She gags, but he doesn't let up. He has a knee in her back and is pulling her arms as if he's going to handcuff her, but what sort of hotel employee has handcuffs? When the sharp metal bites into her skin, she realizes the stupidity of that question. The ones who are undercover as employees but are really Columbia's private security, that's who. "What have you done?" he growls in her ear. "Why did you kill her?" Riley's mouth is full of carpet, so she can't answer. She tries to shake her head, but it won't move. He has a hand on her neck. She's starting to see spots. He's cutting off her air. She's bucking now to get him off, and he must realize he's killing her because he lets up, just enough for her to grind out, "Not me, found her." "Bullshit. You're a bloody mess." He's let her up enough that she can see into the living room. The door is propped open with a chair, and Darian, having warned this guy of Riley's supposed transgression, is now on the floor in a heap, sobbing. "So is she," Riley points out, being pretty damn reasonable considering. He lets up some more, then yanks her to her knees. Her arms feel like they're going to dislocate from their sockets. "Al, be careful, you idiot." "Why'd you kill her?" he demands again, not a question, an accusation. "I told you I didn't. I had no reason to hurt her. I came to do my last day of interviewing and found her like this." Whoever this security guy is, she hasn't met him before. He is coarsely handsome, with broad shoulders and dark hair, a 3-day stubble, and she spies the sharply inked edge of a tattoo on his forearm where the sleeve of his uniform has slid up. He has green eyes, a bright light green like dried sage. He looks tired, sad, disturbed. Another ding, the blasted elevator again, and this time the hall is filled with uniformed first responders and a man in a very expensive suit whom Riley does recognize from when they arrived, the hotel's manager. They scurry toward Columbia's room, and she is ignored, kneeling awkwardly 5 doors away, hands cuffed behind her back, until the manager, looking around shiftily to see who might be exiting their rooms to witness this wild scene, notices her. "Over here," he yells, and an imp detaches herself from the scrum in the suite and barrels Riley's way. There are a few minutes of confusion as she tries to explain that no, this isn't my blood, and no, I'm not hurt, and no, I didn't kill Columbia. She looks for the tired man who tackled her, handcuffed her, but he has disappeared, probably inside the suite in order to manage the scene. There are so many people milling around now that there isn't a chance this is going to stay quiet. "Where are you hurt?" the imp asks again. She has kind eyes and a steady manner that allows Riley to take a breath and think finally. "I'm not. This isn't my blood. Could you get these off me, please?" "Who handcuffed you?" she asks. "I don't know. Part of the security team." "I don't see him. He's probably in there. The guy with pale green eyes." She gestures with her head toward the door to Columbia's suite. "Who's in there?" the imp asks. "They have us on hold." Riley bites her lip and doesn't say a word. She will not be the one who lets this story break. It's hers. This part, the month she's been on the road, the things she knows, the things she suspects, they're hers. The imp's eyes narrow when she doesn't respond, and the woman gets to her feet. "Hang on, okay?" She disappears into the suite, returns with the hotel manager. "Who are you?" he demands. "Sir, I'm Riley Carrington. I'm traveling with them. You met me yesterday when we checked in. Could you please ask her to uncuff me?" "Don't do it," he says to the imp. "The daughter claims she's the murderer." Despite her protestations, Riley is taken from the hotel by the Denver police. She is properly worried at this point. Will she rot in a prison cell for the rest of her days until she is slid feet first into the ground, where she will join the other graveyard spirits in the dirt? She proclaims her innocence several times, for what it's worth. She thinks the police officer who escorts her knows she didn't kill Columbia, but Darian was so blindly hysterical in her adamance that it was almost easier to give in, at least for the moment. A lawyer will tell her she's done exactly the wrong thing by speaking to them, agreeing to be moved to a third location, and otherwise being compliant. Still, she must believe in the fact that there will be cameras to prove that someone else was in that hotel room before her. There have to be. Chapter 6, Darian. It began on a Sunday, at the bottom of the steps leading into St. John's Cathedral, when a girl stepped wrongly and twisted her ankle, and a boy stopped to help her up. In another world, another lifetime, another moment, she stepped down without incident and walked into the parking lot, following her parents to their car, the world spinning as usual on its axis. But in this world, this lifetime, this moment, she slipped and fell, and the strong hand that grabbed her left an imprint that would last forever. She smiled shyly and said, "Thank you. I'm so clumsy." He smiled winningly and said, "So happy I was here to catch you." They smiled together, eyes locked in, until she tried to put weight on her ankle and lurched into him, his strong, rangy teenage baseball body as hard as oak against her shoulder. He swept her into his arms and carried her to her parents' car as if she weighed no more than a feather, deposited her gently in the back seat, and said, "When you're feeling better, why don't you let me take you to the movies?" She agreed, and she went on their first date on crutches to see The Princess Bride, which was terribly romantic, and after that they were inseparable. They dated, graduated, and married, and a baby was born shortly after the wedding. A local scandal, nipped in the bud by the legitimacy of the child's birth. And then he died. The handsome, do the right thing, always there in a pinch, probably going to be a pro-baseballer father was murdered during a home invasion, leaving the mother and child alone. She couldn't stand living without him, with memories on every corner. So she packed her infant and a small bag of clothes and her broken heart and moved to New York to attend night college and left the world of romance and happily ever afters behind forever. That is the story the mother told the child. Mothers tell many stories. Some are true, some are false, some are so brutal you can't imagine they're real. The night my mother died, she told me one of these stories. She shared her truth. She was a storyteller by trade, a much-beloved author who cultivated a persona that married danger with seduction. Her romances broke hearts and influenced millions. No one really knew her. The night she died, I found out I didn't know her either. Not at all. All the stories she told me were lies, and now she's gone. I will never know the truth. Darian closes the laptop on the story. It is a solid opening, the start of a new Columbia Jones blockbuster. Will it still say Columbia Jones on the cover, especially now that Darian will have to finish it? She is in shock. It's the only explanation for why she can think these things, why she hasn't melted in a puddle on the shag carpet. Her hands, her fingers, her face, everything feels numb, like she's been out in the cold for too long without gloves and jacket. It's not that she hasn't grieved. She has. She's cried. She's sobbed. She's accused. Finally, sensing how inconsolable she really was, Mason brought her a small white pill which she gobbled down gratefully, anything not to feel this wretched tearing inside her. She cannot imagine this world without her mother in it. All she has now are photos, videos, and memories, and her words, immortalized on the page. Columbia leaves more than DNA behind. She leaves a legacy unlike any other. So long as her works are in print, she will never truly die. A spike of heat burns through Darian and she shoves the laptop across the table. No, it's too soon to even think about these things, about the magnitude of loss. Business will help. Work will help. She needs a distraction. She yanks her dark blonde hair back from her face, pins it in a loose top knot, takes a lap around the room, sits at the table, pulls the machine toward her, opens the laptop again, reads the words. She doesn't know how Mary and the house will react if Darian tells them she has a few unseen manuscripts in various stages of completion, that the legacy doesn't have to end right away. They should be thrilled. Authors die and their estates continue publishing their work all the time, be it from completed novels found on computers, ghostwriters brought in to flesh out partially completed work, or even new names attached to the original brand to create something unique. No need for them to think this is anything other than good luck, that they will be able to kick the dead author can down the road for a few more books, a few more years, and the press will still be fawning because the books were written prior to Columbia's death. Columbia Jones might be dead, but there's no reason for her name to die with her. Still, this plot feels terribly prescient now, almost as if Darian has conjured this situation into being simply by letting it play out in her imagination, and she'll probably have to abandon it. How is she supposed to write on about dead mothers and life-altering secrets when hers has just died? It's too much, too big a loss. This can't be next. There are others. Darian has been very busy drafting stories based on Columbia's outlines. What is wrong with her thinking like this? She is definitely in shock. The only thing that matters right now is the fact that her mother is dead. Columbia Jones, writer extraordinaire, adored literary queen, is dead. And Darian, beast that she is contemplating the business of her mother's legacy. Time for all this. She needs to be thinking of the more pressing issue, a funeral. A shudder passes through her and she feels ill. She runs to the bathroom, positive she will be sick, but the moment passes. She uses the bathroom, does a few yoga lunges, takes some deep, cleansing breaths. She wanders back to the living room. The hotel has moved Darian into another very nice suite on a lower floor, one almost nicer than the one they had before. The view is better and the carpet is newer, that's for sure. Her hair is still damp and the air kicks on, giving her a chill. She took a shower the moment she got to the room, washed herself clean of her mother's blood, but she can still feel it on her skin, cloying and sticky. She will never feel clean again. So much blood. This makes her think of her mother's body upstairs, cooling in the bloody sheets. Or maybe they've moved her by now. She doesn't know. How can she not think of Columbia every second of this horrid day? She is a terrible daughter. It doesn't matter that she's just trying to process what's happened. She needs to do better. My mother has been murdered. Too passive. She runs the words over in her head, her publicist brain scrubbing them clean and giving them a sparkle. My mother was murdered. On the tour of a lifetime, my mother was murdered. After a triumphant tour to celebrate the release of her new novel, After a triumphant tour to celebrate the release of her new novel, a tie-in to the movie releasing in the fall, Columbia Jones was murdered. Shit. Nothing can prepare you for a parent's death. Not the knowledge that it's inevitable, not even if they're sick. Especially not if they're healthy and hale and were screaming at you mere hours before. And nothing prepares you for having to put together the press statement that announces what the world is already speculating is true. Her mother doesn't trust the house's PR for personal posts. She would definitely not want them doing this. After a triumphant tour to celebrate the release of her new novel, a tie-in to the movie releasing in the fall, Columbia Jones was murdered Saturday night in Denver, Colorado. Darian reaches a trembling hand toward her coffee and knocks it over. It drips off the table and splashes on the thick white carpet, leaving a brown stain. Who puts a white carpet under a dining table? I am an orphan. The enormity of this hits her and she chokes back a sob. She has no one anymore. Her dad died years ago when she was just a baby. She never knew him. Her mom has been gone for a grand total of 6 hours and she already feels her absence. There were so many things left to say, so many apologies to make. She opens her mother's social media accounts, one by one. The outpouring of best wishes, condolences, so very sorry you're in my heart, my thoughts, my prayers is too much. She freezes, shuts down. She can't like them. She can't engage. The tidal wave of grief threatens to overcome her again. Compassion has always been difficult for her to process. Too much emotion feels dangerous. This, the genuine tenderness because the sentiments of the fans are real, is beyond her. Maybe in a few days she'll be able to sort through them, say thank you, acknowledge the kindness of strangers trying to help her grieve. But for now, she doesn't respond. What is there to say other than what she is composing right now? None of it matters. No one else matters. Darian is alone and will be forevermore. After a triumphant tour to celebrate the release of her new novel, Ivory Lady, a tie-in to the movie based on the novel releasing this fall, Columbia Jones was murdered Saturday night in Denver, Colorado. The family asks for privacy during this difficult time. Close. After a triumphant tour to celebrate the release of her new novel, Ivory Lady, a tie-in to the blockbuster movie based on the novel releasing this fall, Columbia Jones was murdered Saturday night in Denver, Colorado. The family asks for privacy during this difficult time and will share details as they become available. There. Got the name of the book, the news about the movie, the fact that she's been touring. Score one for the rational brain. Her mother would be proud. Business before emotion, precious. Darian opens the laptop again, posts the statement across the platforms, sends it in email form to Liam there at Guru to post on the website, and immediately logs out. Columbia's death is already trending. Her mother has been reduced to a hashtag. Perhaps reduced to is a bit hasty. She is being immortalized in the only way this so-called modern society understands. 140 characters and prayer hand emoji and platitudes at a time. Today they mourn. Tomorrow it will be another injustice, perceived or real. The tragic death of Columbia Jones, writer, mother, person will fade in a week. Well, depending on how quickly the police catch her killer. Columbia being murdered is the best thing to happen to the brand since Spielberg grabbed the rights to Ivory Lady. A voice in her subconscious, one she knows she will never hear aloud again, not the real version anyway, flat British vowels and arrogant disdain, true. But Jesus, Darian, sorry Mom. A heavy-fisted knock sounds from the door and she jumps, startled from the morbid thoughts. She swipes her knuckles under her eyes and swallows hard, then goes to the door. A quick peep through the door's fishbowl shows a cop with his badge already out. He is compact and handsome with sky-blue eyes. She glances guiltily at the spilled coffee. She hasn't even thought to clean it up. This conversation is inevitable. It's not like she can avoid it. She opens the door. Darian Jones. Yes, come in. She glances at the coffee stain and sighs. He follows her gaze and deftly steps around the stain, then puts out a hand. I'm Detective Sutcliffe, Denver Police. I'm investigating your mother's death. Can we talk? She sits and points to the chair opposite hers. Thank you, I'm very sorry for your loss. Have you arrested her yet? He cocks a brow and Darian fills in the blank. The reporter, Riley Carrington. Well, no. Why not? I caught her in the act. He leans forward. His cologne smells of cedar, a woodsy scent to match his outdoorsy eyes. Did you catch her in the act? When I came in, she was leaning over my mother, tucking a hair behind her ear with blood all over her hands and shirt. Do you need more than that? Miss Carrington says she was checking for a pulse. Miss Carrington is obsessed with my mother. I'm sure you'll find her fingerprints all over this. Literally. Obsessed. I understand she's writing a piece on your mother's career. Did she pursue the job? No, but the moment my mother hired her, she's been like a ghost, shadowing her everywhere. And my mother. She doesn't want to say it aloud. It sounds silly and petty. My mother ate it up. She preened under the attention. She sought out a stranger for company instead of me. I promise we are looking at every angle. Have you considered the possibility that your mother wasn't murdered? Darian shakes her head, sudden fury animating her. How can you possibly think that? Did you see her body? She was covered in blood. I'm sure there was a knife or something. Sutcliffe nods calmly. It's a natural reaction to assume harm when you see blood. I understand your mother fell ill last night and was seen at Swedish Medical Center. She fainted. She's been going hard. The doctor felt it was altitude sickness and a minor concussion from where she hit her head. Nothing to do with her murder. The cop's eyes flash in annoyance. Miss Jones, I need to discourage you from using that term. Right now, we don't know how your mother died. There are no visible external wounds to her body. No stab wounds, no gunshots, no marks of strangulation or petechial hemorrhaging either for that matter. Nothing that would indicate she was purposefully or even accidentally killed. We're certainly not categorizing it as a murder at this time, and I think you should refrain from that thinking as well. Darian stares at him. She knows what she saw. That can't be right. There's no way she wasn't killed by someone. Where else did all that blood come from? He doesn't answer, just shifts slightly and crosses his legs like he's got all the time in the world. Where were you last night? This isn't happening, this isn't happening. I was here. Can anyone corroborate that? No, only my mother. We returned to the hotel around 2 and both went to bed. And this morning, I left for a quick run and to grab some coffee at 6:30. When I got back, Riley was in the room. The tapes will show her coming in, show what time she did it. And this is your usual routine, a run and some coffee. If we aren't heading to the next city immediately, yes, look at the cameras, you'll see I'm telling the truth. Interesting that you bring up the cameras, he says, and that methodical, knowing voice makes her want to scream. There are 3, one in the elevator, one in the stairwell, and one that looks down the hallways and clearly shows the door to the suite. Not a single one was online last night. A shiver of dread spills through her. What? Yes, it's quite strange. None of the cameras on this floor were working last night. As a matter of fact, not a single camera in the hotel was either. They all shut down around noon yesterday, though security didn't realize because a loop tape was fed into the system. Everything looked completely normal. That is, until this morning, when we looked to see who might have been on the floor and realized they'd been spoofed. The cop no longer looks relaxed but predatory, leaning forward with an intensity that makes her want to run from his sight. So I'll ask you this, and I want you to be completely honest with me. Is there any reason why you might want to kill your mother? Chapter 7. Careful, Darian. This is real. He isn't to be trifled with. She looks at her hands clenched right in her lap. Number, of course not. And I can't imagine anyone else wanting to either. Everyone loved my mother. She is an amazing woman, he pounces. Then why would you think Riley Carrington murdered her? I don't know why, okay? She's just been hanging on to us like we're the only people in her world that matter. It's weird. She was super pushy last night about staying and doing the rest of the interview today. I slipped out for coffee this morning and returned to find her stroking my dead mother's hair, covered in her blood. You do the math. Keep him on your side, Darian. She blows out a breath. I'm sorry. I'm heartsick right now. Riley is the only one who makes sense. Speaking of hair, how to put this delicately, I thought your mother's hair was dark. All the photos I've seen, Darian nods. She's curated a specific look for the public. Being an author, one that's at her level, it's like being an actor. The readers expect a certain branding. The black bob has been her signature look forever. For her to change would be a big deal. I can't remember her without the black hair. Obviously, having it done regularly became untenable during the pandemic, so she switched to wigs. Saves so much time on upkeep. He accepts this answer and moves on. Outside of Riley, is there anything new and unusual in your mother's life? I mean, there's this stalker. A stalker? Why didn't you say something right away? Darian doesn't like the cop's tone. Listen, that's your job. I'm glad you recognize my value here. She lets that one slide. Our guy already checked him out. He's harmless. You let me be the judge of that. She gives him the basics, the name they checked out, that he's been posing as new people, working like a Hyderabad account that just makes 10 new accounts every time one is blocked. Sutcliffe takes notes. With the hotel cameras being offline, Surely you do think she was murdered, yes. He leans back in the chair and she takes it as a concession. Possibly. It could be a coincidence. A decent defense lawyer would tear it to shreds. I need more to go on. A lot more. Was anything missing from the room? Jewelry, laptops, anything? Not that I've noticed. And you were here all night with her. No one came to visit, no one called or asked to drop by. No, not that I heard, but I was sleeping. All right. Until we have more to determine cause of death, we're not going to declare this a murder. Darian thinks briefly of the tweet she sent. I may have shared online that she was murdered. I thought it was clear there was foul play. The detective's face shows no shock or concern. I'd suggest then that you clarify. Until our medical examiner has a chance to autopsy your mother, her reaction is visceral and immediate. No, I don't want an autopsy, the detective sighs. She can tell he's heard all of it before. In this, Miss Jones, you don't have a choice, especially because you think your mother was murdered. An unattended death of this nature requires oversight by the OM. That's the office of the medical examiner. I know. I also know I'm within my rights to request a minimally invasive autopsy. He inclines his head. Is this a religious requirement? No. Darian looks down at the stain on the carpet, trying to force the parade of images the conversation is creating from her mind. It's just, I've seen autopsies done. I do research for my mother's books. I don't know that I can spend the rest of my life envisioning her going through that. The detective's face and tone soften. I understand. We'll do our best, okay? But you're right about the blood. There's a lot of it, and there could be an underlying condition that caused this. We need to know exactly what killed her, especially because you think she was murdered. He repeats this last with a raised brow, and she wants to slap the skepticism off his face. She was, Darian insists stubbornly. I know it. The doctors last night wouldn't have released her if there was something like organically wrong. Did they run tests, do a blood workup? They did a CT scan, and I'm sure they did blood work. You'll have to check with them. All right, did she take any medications? Blood pressure, anxiety? Darian shakes her head. Nothing of note. She's very healthy. She dislikes taking anything stronger than Advil. She uses melatonin and CBD drops when we're on the road if she can't sleep. She's very anti-medication. Jesus. Did she drink? Not much alcohol, coffee by the metric ton. It's her one real vice. She likes the good stuff. Liked. She heaves in a breath. Talking of her mother in the past tense is surreal. A tiny jagged chunk of glass in her heart that rubs whenever she thinks of her, drawing blood. The cop doesn't seem to notice how uncomfortable she is. He just keeps talking, probing. What about the rest of your family? Was she married, in a relationship? No, my dad died when I was little and she never remarried. She's had some relationships over the years, but nothing serious lately. No jilted lovers then. Not hardly. Her last boyfriend was a pro hockey player. They broke up because he was on the road all the time and she was in her office writing all the time. In truth, she hated hockey but liked him. It was destined for failure. That was a couple of years ago. Grandparents, aunts, uncles. Why, you think someone in our family killed her? I have to look at every possible angle. I thought you said she wasn't murdered. He huffs out an annoyed sigh. You're the one who put out the public accusation, Miss Jones. It's not like we can all pretend otherwise. Touché. That gets a small smile. My grandmother is still alive. She lives in England. We aren't close. Her name is Yvonne Maxwell Dodd. She lives in Bromley. At his confused look, she adds, she remarried. That's why she's no longer Jones. Ah, I see. Let's return to Miss Carrington. Your mother requested that she join the tour to write a profile for East Fifth magazine. Yes. Darian crosses her arms. This isn't going how she expected. Sutcliffe has an air about him, one of nonchalance, like he knows something she doesn't, and that makes her very uncomfortable. I think she was spying on us last night when we came back. She was in the hall with her phone out, recording us. She's probably already sold that footage. Her voice drips with disdain. Unearned media is so tacky. This makes the detective lean forward. You saw her recording a video, you're sure? Pretty sure. Why? We were fighting. And what was the fight about? Darian leans back in her chair. Nothing related to this. It was personal. The detective sits back, mirroring her position. He's even crossed his arms like she has. Again, Miss Jones, I'll remind you, I'll judge what's relevant and what isn't. What was the fight about? Darian sighs. She doesn't want to do this, and she will be damned if she lets a cop into the situation. But he isn't going to go away. Fine. It was about the stalker. I think he was there last night. In person. I tried to talk to him, but he left before I could find him. It upset Mom, and we argued about it. We blocked him from accessing her online, thinking that would be enough. It wasn't. He just opens new accounts and pretends to be someone else. And how do you know it's the same person? Because he says the same thing every time from every account. Do you remember? She uses little air quotes and a deep voice. It's ridiculous. He's been a nuisance for months now. And he was at the event last night. Yes, at least I think it was him. He stood up midway through Mom's talk, just stared her down, then walked out. She got sick right after that, and then things were nutty, and now, you didn't think this relevant. Listen, the guy is just a wacko. He's not dangerous. Like I said, we've had him checked out before. I'm not stupid. He's just one of those jerks who gets off intimidating women. So there's no chance he laid in wait for your mother, murdered her in her bed, and fled the scene. No chance whatsoever. Darian is starting to feel like an idiot. Of course there's a chance, but it was Riley. I saw her. Is there anything else you've held back about this stalker, Miss Jones? I'm telling you, that's a dead end. He was online last night after the gig, and his IP address registered from Kansas. He even posted a photo from a rest stop at 3 in the morning. He wasn't in Denver when she was killed, died. Not that I'm defending the asshole, he's made my life miserable with his weirdo antics, but the man who was in the theater last night was nowhere near Mom's hotel room when she was murdered. You're stalking the stalker. I'm taking precautions because that's my job, that's what we fought about, but it's irrelevant. I failed to protect my mother from the very person who stands to gain from her death. Who? I told you, Riley Carrington. Who else might want her dead? No one. Darian is close to tears. This is not fair of you to question me like I'm some sort of suspect. My mother just died. I knew we shouldn't have come here, she mutters. Adding a date at the last minute was a terrible idea. She is on the verge of tears, and the detective makes a noise of consolation. I understand, and I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm just trying to get the whole picture here. You say there was a stalker, but you think the reporter killed her. But there were also fans staying in the hotel, isn't that correct? She takes a shuddery breath, pulling herself together again. Yes, the VIP experience. 5 of them got to meet her, have an official photo made, and have a signed book dedicated to them. 6 last night. There was a last-minute addition, a special one-on-one. Sutcliffe leans forward. Is that typical? It happens sometimes. Usually it's a friend of the bookstore, a personal favor. There's also a voucher for a meal and room here at the hotel. We do it in every city that timing allows, so this was the 8th time this month. People pay for this. Oh yeah, they do. Everyone wants a piece of her. Wanted shit. She can't sit here any longer. She moves to the window. The mountains are solid in the distance. They haven't changed. She has. She will never be the same again. You said Denver was added to the tour. Mom wanted to come here. She insisted. Said she wanted to do a makeup date for the area since she had to cancel tour during the pandemic. And now she's dead. If we'd gone home from Arizona like we were supposed to, she'd be alive right now. I need the list, Sutcliffe says, and she appreciates that there's a new urgency in his tone. Everyone she had VIP meets with last night as well as during the tour, and all of the stalker's info. And since you're so on top of this, I assume you have more than one disgruntled fan. You know how it is. When you're loved, you're also hated. We have a file. I'll get all this for you. Thank you. One more quick question. Your mother has professional security, correct? Why wasn't someone watching her room? There for the events and travel coordination. Crowd control, keep strangers from approaching, limit too enthusiastic fans, help us navigate the cities. Once we're settled back in the hotel, we don't need them. At least, I didn't think we did. He nods. I think that does it for me. Leave you my card. If you can email the info this afternoon, I'd appreciate it. The sooner I get it, the sooner I can start the investigation. Detective, she turns from the window. My mother, what's happening right now? Where is she? His voice is softer. She's been transported to the medical examiner's office. Her personal belongings are being collected for testing. We'll do the autopsy in the morning. I'll relay your concerns to the me. She's a good one. I've known her for a decade. She's very gentle. She'll do a good job. Darian nods, swallowing back the tears that are threatening. Sutcliffe looks like he's going to say something more but tucks his notebook back in his pocket and sees himself out. She hears him talking to Mason in the hall, is comforted knowing the ginger-haired guard is nearby. This isn't happening. Columbia, dead. Autopsies. Murder. Detectives. It's like they've become a subplot in one of her mother's novels. Darian sits at the table and opens the laptop again. Words swim, the tears finally dropping. How is she going to manage this? With Liam's help, he will have everything she needs. She wipes her eyes and sends him a quick text, only wondering briefly why he didn't respond to her earlier email. Hey, I don't even know where to start. My mom's dead. I sent you wording for the website, and the police need the stalker file. Can you send? He writes back almost immediately. What happened? OMG, Darian, are you okay? Not really. Found her dead this AM. Riley was with her. Lots of blood, but the police aren't convinced it was murder. I don't know, it feels weird. I will send everything right now. I am so sorry, can I help? We'll need to update the website and everything, but for now, no, I'll be in touch again when I have more details. Just do me a favor and track our friend, would you? You said he was in Kansas last night, still heading east. Hold, please. Yes. He's in Pennsylvania right now. Thanks, Liam. Keep me posted. Please update the website as soon as possible. Okay. God, I am sorry. She sets down her phone, the glass clinking on the table. So am I. Chapter 8. Kira Hutchinson wakes to sirens. She groans and rolls over, pulling a pillow over her ears. This hotel is surprisingly noisy. Granted, being in the city overnight meant there would be noise, but she had no idea just how disturbing it could be. How long has it been since they'd come into Denver for an overnight date? 4 years. No, almost 5, the one-night baby moon when she was 6 months along with Hudson, when Luke ate the oysters that gave him food poisoning, so the moment he could be trusted not to barf all over the car, she'd taken him home. She is far enough removed from the incident. As they call it, he had red wine with dinner, and the hotel's bathroom looked like a crime scene. He was so ill she thought she was going to have to call an ambulance to be able to laugh ruefully. They don't get a lot of breaks. The bakery takes up so much of her time these days, and what little time and energy that's left over goes to the kids. Luke runs their ranch. He's a farmer at heart. Not that she minds. Kira had always wanted a quiet life, one of meaning and depth, plugged into her community, her family, and her passions. She's present. She isn't on social media, though the bakery has a business feed run by her assistant, who doubles as the front-of-house manager. It isn't difficult to market themselves, take pretty pictures of the goods, post them, announce upcoming specials. Easy. The sirens are getting louder, closer. She tiptoes out of the bed like they're 3 boys. Luke can sleep through a nuclear blast and pulls back an edge of the curtain. The sun is barely up and she can see the rotating flashes of light. They've come to the hotel. Oh, how horrible. Someone must have gotten ill. Babe. Luke's sleepy voice never fails to make her stomach clench. They met on the first day of high school and she's been lost in those denim blue eyes ever since. You okay? Yes. She lets the curtain drop and goes back to the bed, crawls in, lets him snuggle her into his arms. Something must have happened to a guest at the hotel. There's an ambulance and fire trucks outside. That's a shame, he murmurs into her hair, drifting back to sleep. Hope they didn't eat any oysters. When she wakes again, the hotel has come to life around them. She has to admit, she wishes this could be their morning all the time, the cloud of a bed, the lack of urgency to rise to tend to the needs of her people. She loves her babies, loves them dearly, and wouldn't trade them for the world. But she is looking forward to the day when they can make their own breakfasts a few times a week. "Where'd you go?" Luke asks, running a hand down her leg. "Where do you think?" she answers with a little laugh. "They're fine. Your mom is the best babysitter in the world." "I know. We just haven't been away from them in so long." "Exactly." He sits up, grins, eyes mischievous. "Wanna order room service?" She grins back. "Already did. I couldn't sleep last night, so I filled out the card and put it on the door. You didn't budge. You were tired." This last is a bit softer, and she runs a thumb under his right eye. There are shadows there, something new lately. Luke is aging like a proper Colorado cowboy, settling into his bones, laugh lines grooving into his cheeks, sunbursts around the corners of his eyes from squinting into the sun too much, and radiant streaks of silver starting at his temples. He is glorious. Kira is aging like a proper baker who's birthed 3 children, getting soft around the edges, a little fuller here and there. A mummy tummy. Nothing to worry about, nothing that can't be fixed with a little more exercise and a little less tasting of the goods, but she should get a handle on it before she moves into her 30s, because she's heard that once you're past 35 it's hard as hell to get the weight to shift around. Then again, it's a pointless endeavor for right now. Luke captures her hand and kisses the tips of her fingers. "I've been tired for weeks, babe. The expansion is taking a lot of energy, but it's worth it. You're worth it." "I love you, Luke." "I know." The kiss is warm and soft, and things are getting real when there is a knock at the door. Kira jumps, guilty as a teen caught by her dad, which makes Luke laugh. "I'll get it. You stay here. It's called breakfast in bed for a reason." She yanks the sheets to her neck when the young server rolls in the table. She notices incongruously thick jet-black eyebrows, a haggard grayness to his skin, as if he rarely gets outside, something rare in the healthy, outdoorsy Coloradan she's used to. He also crackles with excitement. "The sirens, something has happened. Big morning?" she asks, trying not to be too awkward. Here she is, naked as the day she was born, in bed in front of a stranger. "I heard sirens." The boy, he can't be more than 18, this must be his first job, looks over his shoulder, then conspiratorially whispers, "A guest was killed." "What?" Luke's playfulness is gone. "What did you say?" "A guest was killed, murdered. An A-list too. I heard they arrested the murderer." He raises his bushy brows. "I'm not supposed to talk about it." "You've already talked," Luke says sharply. "Who was it?" "That I can't say, sir." He hands over the receipt, which Luke barely glances at before putting a 10 in the boy's hand, then another. "It was that famous author," he whispers, looking over his shoulder. "Columbia Jones," Kira gasps. "No, yes, ma'am." He's imparted his news, gotten his reward, and is scurrying toward the door before she can register it fully. The reason they've come to town, the reason they are in this very hotel, was because Kira wanted to attend Columbia Jones's book signing, and Luke had gone above and beyond and turned it into a present for her, buying the VIP experience, a small block of discounted rooms in the hotel, a meet and greet before the event, a signed, personalized copy of the new book, and a photograph with the author. Last night had been sublime, an absolute dream come true, until Columbia collapsed on stage. And now she is dead. Murdered here in the hotel. Her favorite author, the woman she felt closest to outside of her own mother, the one who seemed to peer into her very soul and pull out all her darkest, deepest secrets, her most precious emotions, is dead. Kira starts to cry. Luke is by her side immediately. "It's so unfair," she snuffles into his broad chest. "Who would do such a thing?" "I don't know, honey. I'm so sorry. This is incredibly horrible." Luke might not understand the depth of Kira's love for Columbia Jones's books, might tease her for her obsession, but he loves his wife, and in this moment she feels his sorrow, almost as deep as her own, is very, very real. It makes the truth harder to bear, and she cries a little harder. Luke holds her until the tears slow. He hands her a tissue, then pours a cup of coffee from the carafe. "Do you want to eat something?" "I don't think I can. You go ahead. It's too nice to waste." The service is lovely, fine china and silver, the food cooling but beautifully appointed. She feels her gorge rise and is in the bathroom a moment later. Her stomach is empty, blessedly. She hates throwing up. She retches for a moment, then straightens and uses the mouthwash. Luke is standing in the door to the bathroom, marble, heated floors, a soaker tub, so exquisite, with a brow cocked. "You sure you're okay?" She can hear the question in his tone. He knows already. She nods, glancing in the mirror. She's still a bit green. She hasn't been sure until this moment, hasn't taken a test or anything. And now's not the time. She wanted to wait until after breakfast, when they were full and happy, to tell him she suspects they are expecting again. But she's borne him 3 children already. He knows all the signs. She gets sick early. She's barely 5 weeks along right now, only a week late on her period and already feeling the first flushes of pregnancy. It's always like this. The test will confirm it. They'll grab one from Walgreens on the way home. "We may need to buy that Tahoe after all," she says anyway, a hand on her belly protectively, and Luke's handsome face blossoms into a smile so wide she almost forgets her pain at losing her hero. Almost. He grabs her in a huge hug. "Oh, honey," he manages. "I know it's unexpected. Are you kidding? We haven't exactly been careful lately." He laughs, and his joy chases away another little bit of her sadness. "I wanted to surprise you." "I'm surprised," he reassures her. "Thrilled, the more the merrier. Maybe it's twins and we'll have that basketball team I've always wanted." She groans but smiles. "Don't wish twins on me. At my age, I'll never get my figure back." The main character in Columbia's latest novel has Irish twins, little girls born only 10 months apart. The joy of sharing this life event with her husband is tempered again. "We should check out, get back home." "You sure?" "I am." She nods. "I can't stay here anymore knowing she's died. She might still be here. They keep bodies at crime scenes forever, and it's so early. My God, her poor family. Darian must be devastated." "That's her daughter, right?" "Yes, daughter, publicist, business manager. I met her last night. Tough cookie, watched over Columbia like a hawk." "Oh, Luke, murdered. Let's go. I have to get out of here. This is freaking me out." Chapter 9. Riley. They leave Riley alone in a bland room with a table bolted to the wall and 4 metal chairs that have seen better days. She is still cuffed. The officer who escorted her has her buckled into a chain that's attached to the front of the table, as if she's a dangerous criminal. There are no windows, which is a shame, because she enjoyed the brief views of the mountains on the walk from the car to the station. Last night on the way to the theater, the sun fell pink behind the snow-capped peaks, and she thought Denver was lovely, someplace she'd like to visit again under better circumstances. Now she wants to leave this place and never return. The initial meeting she had with Columbia seems years away right now. The excitement of this gig has turned to horror. She should have said no. She shouldn't have gotten so greedy. Look where it got her. The door finally opens, and a wiry, bald man enters the room. He's carrying a file folder, a cup of coffee, and a sweating Diet Coke, the last of which he sets in front of Riley. He glances at the file. "Riley Carrington," as if she could be anyone else. "That's me. I'm Detective Sutcliffe." He looks her over. Riley knows she's a mess. The blood has dried on her shirt. It makes little crackling noises every time she shifts. She must smell horrendous, but she's gotten used to the stench. "Did you do it?" She narrows her eyes. "No." A smile flits across his lips and he sits down. "Do you know who did?" "No." "Do you? Could you please get these off me?" She rattles the cuffs. "I'm willing to talk to you without a lawyer present, and I'll drink from your stupid can of soda so you can have fingerprints and DNA, which you can have anyway if you ask nicely, but I would really appreciate some consideration here." Another smirk. He's that kind of guy, has mastered the lip half up. Probably works wonders when he's picking someone up at a bar. He waits. She waits. They stare at one another, unspeaking. Finally, she shifts and sits back, head down, defeated. "I take them off, you'll talk to me." She raises her head. "A full statement, official, on the record." "Done." He fishes out a key and unlocks her. Riley's wrists are so swollen that there are grooves in the flesh. She rubs at them surreptitiously. "Deal's a deal," he says, glancing over his shoulder. The cameras have been on this whole time, naturally. "I'm a staff writer for East Fifth magazine." At his blank look, she adds, "It's like the New Yorker, the Atlantic, long-form journalism, a family-owned business based on the Upper East Side off Fifth Avenue in New York." Ah, Upper East Side, Fifth Avenue, East Fifth. Clever. I don't know if it's clever, but it's been in circulation for over 50 years and has a paid subscriber base of over 1 million. I'm doing a story on Columbia Jones. I've been on the road with her for a month as she's crisscrossed the country on book tour. Last night was the last gig. She fainted on stage, had to go to the hospital. They diagnosed altitude sickness and sent her home. When she got in, she had a knockdown fight with her daughter in the hallway. I have it on tape. I spent the rest of the night prepping for what was supposed to be my last day of access to her, and I shaped the interview around the argument I saw. This morning, I showed up at our scheduled time and found Columbia dead. I felt for a pulse, even though that was clearly a fruitless endeavor. Then her daughter came in and flipped out. I called 911, got tackled and cuffed by one of Columbia's security guys, and now I'm here. End of story. She cracks the lid on the soda and takes a long drink. That's quite a story. It's not a story if it's the truth, and it is. I have no idea who killed her. Assuming she was murdered, wasn't she? I mean, there was a lot of blood. She punctuates this fact by pulling her shirt from her body. He narrows his eyes, the corners crinkling, and she can envision him standing on top of a mountain, having just taken off his sunglasses, squinting against a cold blue sky. Until we get an autopsy, there will be no declarations on the manner of death. Riley sits back in the chair. So much blood it never occurred to her that this was anything but foul play. Wow, okay. You have this fight on tape. Yes. Why didn't you break it up? Not my place. It was clearly a family thing. Meaning, it was a pretty intense mother-daughter argument about some fan who'd come to the event last night. It got heated. Well, with all the accusations flying, if she has been killed, do you think her kid did her in? Riley sits with that for a moment. Darian murdering Columbia, her mother, her boss, her meal ticket. They got along, considering Darian is the Sherpa, in charge of dealing with everything that's not been thought of and whatever goes wrong, in addition to her official titles, and sometimes Columbia seemed to forget that. Maybe. I truly have no idea. You know everything I do. Oh, I doubt that, he says. Smirk, smirk, smirk. He's right, she does know more. But this is all he needs from her. Nothing else she can openly share will have any bearing on Columbia's murder, death, whatever. At least she doesn't think so. Finally, he shifts in his chair. The staring contest is over. That's it, that's your statement. Yes, sir. Show me the video. You have my phone. No, I don't. It didn't come in with you. A flicker of unease. Maybe it's back at the hotel. A tiny crease starts between his brows. He shuffles the file and plops a yellow pad and pen onto the table. Write it up. Put all your personal details, too. Then you're free to go. She tries not to jerk in surprise, relief flooding through her. You don't think I did it? Let's just say someone put in a good word. Who? Mason Bader, the bodyguard. He was coming back from the gym and saw you enter the suite, then saw Miss Jones enter on your heels. That particular timing doesn't line up for you to have done it. She releases a breath. Too bad he didn't see the real killer. That would have been convenient, yes. Still, I'll need to see that video, Miss Carrington. Happy to share as soon as I have my phone. She leans over the table, puts down her name, phone number, email, and address, adds her editor's name and phone number, and starts to scribble her statement. Anything to get out of here, anything to get away from the censorious looks of this man who, let's be honest, has her life in his hands. Too many people have been in this position over the years, in control of her destiny. It's hard for her not to run screaming, but she's learned how to master her emotions. She writes, reads, scratches out one word and replaces it, then pushes the pad across toward him. He nods, and they both stand as if this was a first date gone awry. I can't call a car without my phone. That smirk again. Oh, I'll give you a ride back to the hotel. The video, remember. Chapter 10, Columbia. 2 months before the end, the dulcet chime of the doorbell pulls Columbia from the paragraph she is pretending to belabor. She's been distracted all morning, and the words aren't very good. Instead of writing, she spent 3/4 of the morning staring out into the courtyard, watching the robins flitter about, thinking, mired in her past and dreaming about the future. Certainly not her normal workday. By now, she's usually written at least a few pages. But with the upcoming tour and the visitor she is about to receive, her mind is understandably elsewhere. No matter, there is always tomorrow. Novel writing is a marathon, not a sprint. Voices now, bleeding up the stairs as the visitor approaches her lair on the 4th floor of the townhouse. When she bought the brownstone in the mid-90s, she'd immediately converted 2 bedrooms on the 4th floor into an open, airy space with floor-to-ceiling shelves on both sides, installed a thick blue carpet, outfitted a sitting area perfect for reading in front of the fire on one side, and placed her desk on the other side with a view out to the courtyard. A private bath with a marble shower completes the space, for those long nights when she doesn't want to be alone in her room and works through the night. A shower always helps her think. It is comfortable, very private, apart from the rest of the household, and generally not open to visitors. But today is special, and Columbia wants to open the doors, literally and figuratively. It's time. She stands, breathes in deeply, smooths the invisible wrinkles from her wide-leg trousers, and slips the Balclay Chanel jacket from the back of the chair and onto her slim shoulders. She realizes she's genuinely nervous. This is a momentous occasion, one that might change everything. Riley Carrington, ma'am, Karsten, her house manager, announces in his crisp London accent, and a young woman enters Columbia's office. The first impression is a shock. She's only seen pictures. Riley Carrington in person occupies more space than Columbia ever expected. She takes in the totality of the girl. She's statuesque, blonde, broad-shouldered, with long, trim legs encased in denim, and a bosom women pay good money for hiding beneath a black turtleneck. Despite the casual uniform, it is clear she has a lovely hourglass figure. Her thick blonde hair is in a ponytail. She has a clear brow, green eyes, and a respectful, excited smile on her face. She is breathtaking. Riley puts out a hand. "So nice to meet you." Columbia realizes she's staring and smiles, grasping it warmly, wrapping her left over their clasped hands like a benediction. "And you, Riley, an Irish name. Irish Catholic, yes. Thank you, Karsten, I'll take it from here," Columbia says in dismissal. He politely nods and disappears down the hallway. "Please have a seat." Riley arranges herself on the sofa, looking around the office with a happy smile on her face. "These bookshelves are amazing." "Are these first editions?" "Some. Most are in the cellar in a climate-controlled room so they don't disintegrate. Wouldn't do to have them disappear on us, would it? Can you imagine what Lewis Carroll would think if I sent his Alice down the non-proverbial rabbit hole to the dump?" She laughs, charming, and Riley laughs with her, obligingly. Columbia is not the best at icebreakers or small talk. She doesn't like strangers, but Riley is no typical stranger. If all goes according to plan, she is about to become a part of Columbia's life in a very big way. Before they can go further, Karsten clears his throat and enters again with a tray: tea, scones, clotted cream. "Light snack," Columbia says, noting the alarm that crosses Riley's face. "Oh, don't worry. These are all completely gluten-free. I know you have celiac. I have a very delicate system too, actually, so I have a very strict diet. This is a recipe from the University Arms Hotel in Cambridge. I had a boyfriend who rode for Queen's College, and he used to take me for tea after the races. Such fun." To illustrate, she plucks a scone from the plate, tops it with the clotted cream, and takes a large bite. See, safe as houses." Riley takes a scone and tops it with cream as well, then sets it on her plate to reach for her notebook. Columbia doesn't push. The girl needs to eat. As voluptuous as she is, she still seems malnourished. She has dark circles under her pretty eyes, and her skin is pale as skim milk. There is no reason for her to trust this stranger who has summoned her, especially with something as delicate as food. Can I ask? I don't mean to be rude, but I saw the Rothko downstairs. Is that real? Columbia nods. Very real. I like Rothko. The smile on her face is genuine. How lovely. So do I haunted Sotheby's until one came up for auction that was in my budget. That was many years ago, but it's a wonderful piece, I think. Now you must be wondering why you're here, Columbia says. I am, if I'm being honest. It's been my understanding that you don't give interviews. Straight to the point. Those guileless green eyes are like lasers and filled with curiosity. I normally don't, and I don't exactly have an interview in mind. I'd like something a bit more intimate. Riley has a notebook out and a pen with blue ink. Columbia feels a little thrill. She loves blue ink too, won't use anything else. Do you mind if I? No, of course. Take all the notes you want. But for the moment, let's talk, you and I. Riley shuts the notebook, a finger holding the page. I'd like you to accompany me on tour for Ivory Lady. We'll be on the road for a month with 30+ stops. And while we do it, you'll write a piece for East Fifth magazine. A very long piece. The definitive Columbia Jones. With the release of the book and the movie so close together, the first truly intimate portrait of my life and creative process should gain you quite a bit of attention. Not to mention money. It will be lucrative. Riley Carrington is surprisingly hard to read. She has an excellent poker face, manages to contain what Columbia expects must be overwhelming emotion. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, and they both know it. Will you have editorial control? Columbia edges back in her seat. I'd like to think I won't need to. I think once we get to know one another better, we'll be able to trust each other. Yes. Riley takes a sip of tea. Despite the assurances, she hasn't touched the scone. Columbia follows suit, annoyed to realize her damn hand is shaking. Riley has noticed, too. Her eyes dart away. Columbia's nerves are shot. She should have taken an Ativan before this meeting, but the medicine dulls her creativity and she wanted to work this morning. She puts the teacup into the saucer with a tiny chink. She has nothing to lose by being honest here. Forgive me, I'm nervous. This is an unusual request for me. I don't often invite people into my life. So why now and why me? I mean, no offense, I'm honored that you want me to do this, but as a show of faith more than anything, she thinks. Riley takes a nibble of the scone. Columbia relaxes a little. Trust is the only way they're going to get through this. She can dole out the information bit by bit, but she needs to control the when, the where, and the how of this story. You're an excellent writer. You're unmarried with no encumbrances, and I think you're still hungry enough to want a shot at making a name for yourself. This will make your career. Riley has a bad habit of tapping her pinky nail against her front tooth, and Columbia stops herself from saying, "Don't do that." It is a habit that will need curbing. She had to ride Darian for years not to bite her nails, not that it works. Nagging Riley is no way to start their relationship. Columbia isn't stupid. She might be one of the most successful authors in the world, but she needs this to go well, and being a harpy will not get them off to a good start. Instead, she debrides the edge of the scone and waits for a reply. No encumbrances. You mean I don't have children? You don't. I've done a little research myself, of course. I would expect nothing less. I do have a few encumbrances, family stuff. I don't know that I can be away for a whole month. Yes, I know how difficult that can be. Did I mention I'm paying $10 a word? And I assume you'll do no less than 10,000, preferably 15 or 20. However much it takes to get the story just right. I spoke with your boss, Nathaniel. He assured me you would find that more than satisfactory, plus all expenses, of course. Oh. Riley Carrington is being offered a full house, aces over kings, and she knows it. She froze at the mention of the money. Columbia knows the girl has debt, and while it is unfair to play that card, she will if she needs to. She doesn't. Riley gathers her composure and nods. Assuming I can make the timing work, yes, I'd be honored, Mrs. Jones. Columbia smiles conspiratorially. Here's our first secret together, then. There is no Mr. Jones, so please call me Columbia. Would you like some time to think about it? Those assessing green eyes. I assume Nate already cleared the decks for me to say yes. He did. He strikes me as a smart man. That he is. So tell me what it is you'd like me to cover exactly. The notebook is out again. The girl is all business, hungry, reckless probably for Columbia to be playing with fire like this, inviting a reporter into her life, but it feels like time. My career, my process, my life, Columbia finishes lightly. This sounds more like a biography than an article. Columbia lets a smile play on her lips. Riley's eyes go huge. You want me to be your biographer? First we walk, then we run, Columbia says. And I'm thinking something experimental, a cross between a memoir and an autobiography. Have you ever ghostwritten before? The girl's face falls. No. Your name would be on the cover, of course. Oh, sure, great. It's not that. It's just not something I've ever done. I know a few who do, though. If you want someone more experienced, I can give you some names. Columbia smiles gently, knowing how much that gracious offer cost the girl. I want you, Riley. I feel we have a connection and I want to help you. Riley brightens again. She is like a sunflower turning her face to the sun when she's excited. Columbia finds it utterly charming. Then I will learn how to ghost if that's what you want. Good. This is a test drive. After a month, we will know each other a little better, and we can discuss whether we want to continue going or not. The focus of this article will obviously be Ivory Lady. It's meant to be a PR tool, so naturally the studio offered their own person, their own avenues. But I wanted someone I'd read, someone I'd enjoyed, someone I thought I'd like to spend time with. You have an insouciance to your work that I find quite refreshing. Joan Didion meets Rachel Syme. You're smart, but you don't take yourself too seriously, rather like me. First off, keep comparing me to Joan Didion and I'll never leave. Thank you. That's an unbelievable compliment, and I am, she breaks off, grinning. Shit. Didion? Columbia laughs and for the first time in weeks relaxes. Yes, shit, Didion. They've finished the scones and are talking about Riley's time in journalism school when Darian steps into the room. Columbia forces a wide smile. She hates interruptions and Darian knows it. Yes, precious. Mary is on the phone for you. She wants to know how. Darian waves in Riley's direction. Tell her all is well and I'll call her back. But Columbia turns to her daughter. Darian, we're still visiting. Tell Mary I'll call her back, and then come meet Riley properly. Admonished, Darian shoots Riley a look, then slinks away. Columbia apologizes for the interruption, but Riley is already putting away her notebook. Oh, you needn't leave. Mary is my publisher. She can wait. This is more important. I appreciate that and the tea, but I have a meeting this afternoon downtown. I'm going to be late if I don't shove off now. I'm very excited by your offer, Columbia. Thank you for thinking of me. Does that mean you'll do it? Riley hoists her bag over one shoulder and puts a hand on her hip. A frisson sweeps through Columbia's body. She has no idea. We both know I'm going to say yes, but I need to talk to Nate and to my boyfriend, Oliver. Just formalities. Cool. Of course, cool. The word sounds ridiculous in her mouth, but Riley smiles and offers her hand again. Columbia shakes it and walks her to the door of her office. Karsten appears, gesturing toward the stairs. Within moments, Riley Carrington is gone. Jesus, Columbia says, shoulders dropping. She said yes, I take it. Darian appears on the stairs, coming down from her own office. Yes, she'll accompany us on tour and write a piece about Ivory Lady. Mary won't be pleased. She wanted you to go with the girl from Vanity Fair. Columbia bestows her only daughter with a brilliant smile. Fuck what Mary wants. I want Riley. She's the only one for the job. Now I need to work. Toddle off and I'll see you at dinner. She sweeps back inside her office, pleased as hell with herself, ignoring the glare Darian shoots at her. No, Darian won't be pleased by Riley's presence, but she doesn't get to make this choice. If Columbia is going to be forced to tell her story, she will choose her partner in crime. Chapter 11. Riley. Now Riley is relieved when the detective is quiet on the ride back. She needs time to think, to regroup. She's in shock, and no wonder. She hasn't had a second to process what's happened. The hotel is buzzing when they pull up. There's a scrum of paparazzi spreading like a fast-growing fungus across the street from the hotel. The fire trucks and police are still here, accompanied by a van from the medical examiner's office. This was not handled with the subtlety the Jones family would have preferred, for sure. Riley can only imagine how badly Darian is losing her mind. A stickler for details, Riley has only ever seen Columbia's daughter manage situations large and small with efficiency, almost always with tact and professionalism. Losing her mother like this could break that stony facade. Hopefully, Darian won't try to hold Riley responsible any longer, but she has a feeling she's going to be the recipient of a lot of vitriol over the next few weeks. Columbia's fans will not like that no one's been found responsible yet. If she was murdered, she reminds herself. The cop follows her into the lobby and says something to her as they enter. She can't hear him over the din, turns to ask him to repeat himself, and when she does, bumps shoulders with a woman scurrying across the room toward the door. She has a purse slung across her body, is wearing jeans and boots, her floss blonde hair bouncing around her shoulders. Her expression is pained and her eyes are red. Riley is a New Yorker. She's used to people smacking into her without apology, but this woman makes her stop and follow her progress out of the building. There is something about her that feels familiar, like she's seen her before. Met her, maybe. Riley dismisses it almost immediately. She has a terrible tendency to see the familiar in strangers. She didn't realize quite how much she does it until the past month, out on the road with Columbia. She seeks comfort in these strange faces, searching for the one who looks like home. It's a function of being adopted, of not knowing her birth parents, having something to grow toward to compare features. Photos don't work. Riley has no photos of her real mother. She can only imagine that she shares the Cupid's bow of her lips, the arrogant arch of her brows, the lush bust line. People pay good money for the features Riley has been gifted by a ghost. Recognition hits. The woman who bumped into her was at the VIP event last night. That's why she feels familiar, but there is still something else. Riley thumbs through her mental filing cabinet, a talent she has, being able to reinsert herself into a certain situation and run a video of the event through her mind's eye. The woman who's just run out of the hotel took a picture with Columbia. Riley is sure of it because she remembers thinking they looked alike. Not exactly. Though Columbia's hair was dark and this woman's light, they shared features. Everyone has a doppelganger, right? Riley recalls thinking of course Columbia would not be immune from such a thing. Satisfied that the reason she recognized the woman was because of the event, she refocuses on the cop, who is waving a hand in front of her face to get her attention. "Hey, Miss Carrington, hello. What did you say?" Riley shakes herself back to reality. "Sorry, yes." "Follow me," Detective Sutcliffe commands, and she does, weaving through the looky-loo guests and the hotel staff, all milling around. You'd think they'd clear the scene, get as many people out of the hotel as possible, but what does she know? The sum of Riley's experience with modern police investigations is what she sees on true crime documentaries and follows on social media hashtags. And why is there a police investigation at all if Columbia wasn't murdered? This is all too weird. Then again, she is getting a front row seat as a suspect, so maybe she'll write this up, turn it into a true crime podcast, script a few shows, and sell it for a hefty sum. Get contracted to write the companion book. Make all her troubles disappear. The elevator is expectantly empty, and the doors slide closed with a whisper. "You don't really think I had anything to do with her murder, do you?" she blurts. Sutcliffe's eyes are the color of the clear Colorado sky. They train on Riley, and his right eyebrow lifts just a touch. He is relatively handsome. She allows herself a moment of appreciation. It is beyond awkward. "You don't," she says, more confidently than she feels. "You wouldn't be bringing me back here if you did. Let's just say I'm intrigued by your argument." His tone is clear. He might as well have said, "Let's get a drink after." They arrive. The doors hitch for a second before opening. The hall is still chaotic, but there is an orderliness to it that feels more controlled. Riley relaxes a hair. A table has been set up, manned by a young woman in uniform. It contains a clipboard which Sutcliffe promptly signs and times, boxes of gloves and booties from which he takes 2 pairs each, handing one set to Riley. Once they're sanitized for their protection and have successfully passed the checkpoint, he points down the hall. "Who's in charge of evidence?" "Debris," the cop says. He's set up in a room down the hall from the crime scene. "Thanks." And to Riley, "Let's get your things, head that way." He trails her down the hallway. People look up, eyes shuffling over her with mild curiosity before landing on Sutcliffe, and let them pass. There's a uniformed officer standing guard in front of the room next to Riley's they're connecting. She remembers, wondering if they've opened the doors between them. Sutcliffe badges him and demands to be let in. The cop hesitates. "We need her phone." It's most likely been taken into evidence. Miss Carrington's computer bag would have been in the suite. Her phone is in it. Another cop approaches. He's built like a squirrel, long and twitchy. The silver nameplate over his pocket says H. Debris. She wonders what the H stands for. Harry, Hercules, Hermit. What news, Horatio? No, that never gets old, Sutcliffe. What's happening? Miss Carrington's bag should be in evidence. It looks like he breaks off and gestures to Riley. Brown leather tote. Laptop, 3 Clairefontaine notebooks, a package of pens, my cell phone, chargers, batteries. Yeah, I get it. Hold on. He swipes the key card and the door opens. The room is full of brown paper bags, neatly stacked and labeled. "I bagged and tagged it, left it over here." He stops, looks around, grabs a notebook off the table. As he flips the pages, she realizes it's an inventory of all the bags in the room. Weird. It's labeled number 21, and it was right here. He points at a space on the bed, flustered. Bag 20 and bag 22. No 21. Which is strange, admittedly, as clearly the man is a paragon of efficiency. "I'm sure it's here somewhere," Sutcliffe says, and they start looking, 2 old bloodhounds on a fox hunt. 5 minutes later, the room has been thoroughly searched, and they've come up empty. The evidence bag with Riley's things inside is gone. "It has to be someone who had access to this room," Sutcliffe says between gritted teeth. Debris shakes his head. "I've had someone stationed at the door the whole time." "Did you check the adjoining door?" Riley asks. Debris levels a glare her way that would make someone younger or guiltier quail. "Of course, we made sure the door was locked." To prove his point, he strides to the door in question and yanks the knob. The door opens. The connecting door to Riley's room stands accusingly ajar. With a muffled curse, Sutcliffe scrambles through. Riley tries to follow, but Debris jostles her out of the way to get through first. Riley's room looks just how she left it. The bed is a mess from her tossing and turning. The chair is pulled away from the desk. It smells of overripe bananas. The only difference is the key card, on the carpet, in the middle of the floor in the small foyer to the hall door. It doesn't take a genius to realize what happened. Someone opened the door, went into the evidence room, took her bag, just hers, and bolted. "Ah, hell," Debris says. "I gotta find out what's going on. Don't leave." He barrels back into the evidence room. Sutcliffe glances at Riley sharply. He's been keeping up. "Who knew you were doing the profile on the deceased?" "For God's sake, she has a name, Columbia. It wasn't a secret. Her team, her family, my team, my boyfriend, all the people we've met on tour." "Social media. Have you been sharing your progress with your followers?" "Not really. I'm superstitious like that. You never know when a story might fall apart or get bumped. I don't usually mention it until it's in print or online." Sutcliffe crosses his formidable arms. "Then who would know where you were staying, that you were on tour with Columbia Jones and come to steal your work?" Gotta be an inside job, pal, she says, trying to keep 1940s mob mall out of her expression. She fails because he narrows his eyes and shakes his head. This isn't a joke, Miss Carrington. The subject of your exposé is dead and you've been accused of taking her life. You might think about taking this seriously. Riley has had just about enough lecturing from the detective. I am taking it seriously. That's a $2,000 laptop and my life is on it. Not to mention the bag has my phone, my wallet, my passport. How am I supposed to go home without an id? I'm screwed and we both know it. But you really should drop me as a suspect. I didn't kill her. Obviously. I couldn't have stolen my own bag out of evidence. Is someone trying to frame me? We shall see. Her mind is churning furiously. What can they access? Can they get into her computer? It's password protected, so it won't be easy. Her phone has Face ID and a passcode, so that's relatively secure. She's diligent about passwords and two-factor authentications. Plus, the company does security training with the staff monthly to hammer home how fragile their bubbles of security online really are. As a result, like the rest of her generation, she stores things in the cloud. Shit, her watch. That doesn't have a passcode because it's always on her wrist. But this morning it was in her bag in anticipation of several hours with Columbia, the only time she takes it off outside a quick charge, because she likes to be as focused on her subjects as possible when she's interviewing them. From her watch, a stranger can get to pretty much everything. What is it? Sutcliffe asks. My watch isn't passcode protected, and it was in the bag. Okay, tell me you're one of the smart ones who has your stuff hooked into the parent company's ecosystem. I do. Excellent. He actually rubs his hands together. There's a store nearby. Let's go have them access your account and we'll see where your things are. Chapter 12. The drive to the store is brief, as promised. The downtown Denver streets are teeming. It's lunchtime, and the office drones and construction workers and homeless mingle with the tourists and mountain bikers, some wandering, some moving with purpose. In this way, it feels a bit like New York, but the sky is so very different here. Even surrounded by the tall buildings, glimpses of blue skies and snow-capped peaks appear every few steps, making sure you know you're in the West. It's easy to imagine what the place would look like without the many buildings. In New York, that's impossible. The infrastructure is the setting there. Here, the setting is built to enhance the natural infrastructure. Riley stays silent beside Detective Sutcliffe, mind spinning. Someone stealing her bag means only one thing. She has captured something significant that could lead to a resolution of why Columbia Jones is lying dead in a pool of her own blood. Right. What else could it mean? Sutcliffe holds the large glass door for her, and inside they are quickly intercepted by an associate in a powder blue shirt. It matches the sky and the detective's eyes. Colorado is big on blue. Welcome in, I'm Harris. How can we help you today? Sutcliffe has his badge out and Harris's eyes go round. We need to track a stolen device. Of course. Do you have a warrant? It's my device, Riley adds. Or I should say devices, my laptop, watch, and phone. Someone took my bag. The detective is helping me find it. Sutcliffe shoots Riley a raised brow, but Harris huffs out a relieved sigh. Oh man, that's a bummer. Let's see what we can do. What's the email address on the account? It takes less than 3 minutes to narrow down the location of Riley's phone. It's near the Brown Palace Hotel, not moving. Riley is overcome with relief. Sutcliffe calls Debris and tells him to send an officer to check the alley behind the hotel, the dumpsters, everything in the small area that the target has zeroed in on. Can you check the cloud for a video? Sutcliffe asks. Sure. If the phone backed up after the video was taken, it will be in there. It should, Riley says. I watched it last night. There should have been plenty of time for it to feed through the system. She's already logged into her account, surfs over to the Photos app. Sutcliffe watches over her shoulder and she wants to tell him to look away, not because of the video, but there are other photos on her phone, photos she would prefer no one see. but to say so would indicate she has something to hide, so she hopes for the best. There is nothing uploaded from overnight. No video, but no photos either. That's strange. Sutcliffe looks dubious. I was on a VPN and didn't have the hotel Wi-Fi activated, Riley says. It's not entirely secure, even with the VPN. Harris, somehow sensing she needs saving, chimes in. If the file was big, or if your phone is set to only upload on Wi-Fi, it's probably still local, but you haven't been uploading to the cloud for at least a month. Must have that setting unsynced. Riley shoots the woman a smile and shrugs. Guess we need the phone itself, detective. Guess so. You know you've got some pretty nasty viruses lurking in this system, don't you? You need to be careful what you download. I've cleaned it up for you. But that might explain why you're not uploading. That's unbelievably kind, thank you, and a good point. I've been on the road for a month and hooked into a bunch of different Wi-Fi. Who knows what I've picked up? I'd switch VPN providers if it were me. That one you're using is a magnet for hacks. They thank young Harris and hurry back toward downtown. It's a huge relief that we found my bag, Riley offers. Sutcliffe is still weirdly quiet and it's making her nervous. Yeah. I'm sure the video just hasn't uploaded. Probably. You know, Columbia will be very missed. She was amazing. I'm gathering that. Man, he is like a boulder. Do you have a lot of murders here? In Denver, I mean. More than usual since the pandemic. We're working on it. Most large cities are having the same issue, she offers sympathetically. New York has seen a big uptick in violent crime in the past few years. I live and work in a pretty safe area, but even there we've had a serious increase in assaults and burglaries. It's just part of the landscape of a modern city. No response. She's a reporter. She can't help asking a few more questions, chattering nervously. Sutcliffe won't engage, so she finally falls silent and takes comfort from the fact that she was the one peppering him with inquiries and banalities, rather than the other way around. She admires the blue outline of the mountains until they slide behind the downtown skyscrapers. When they arrive at the hotel, Debris is standing in the lobby, holding Riley's bag. She sighs in relief when she sees it. It was dumped behind the kitchen entrance, he says. Under some cardboard. You're damn lucky none of the homeless ended up with it. Want to look through and see what, if anything, is missing. Try not to touch the items. We need to print them. Sutcliffe gives her a pair of purple nitrile gloves. Put these on. She tries not to be grabby, puts out her hand as if she doesn't have a care in the world. The leather strap is so worn it almost folds in her hand. She judges the weight. It all feels right. She takes a seat on a banquette near the door and opens the flap. Laptop, notebooks, watch, tape recorder, tapes, batteries, even her phone nestled into the side pocket where it always resides. Everything is here, Riley says with a huge sigh of relief. It's like whoever took it grabbed the bag and dumped it without even opening it. Can I pull out my phone? If it's all there, let us dust for prints first. I don't want to take any chances. Have at it, Riley says. I'd love to know who lifted my bag. It takes 30 minutes for their tech to print everything, and she cringes watching her pristine white-papered Clairefontaines get dust along the edges, but finally Sutcliffe says, okay, run them, and let's open the phone and see this video. He's hovering now, anxious, and Riley is happy to acquiesce. She really wants to get out of here. These cops, this situation, are making her nervous. She's never been more thankful for the Face ID. She doesn't have to touch the screen to unlock it. The gloves make it cumbersome, but she manages to get her photo app open. She touches the video folder. Damn it, she murmurs, looking up at Sutcliffe. The video is gone. I'm shocked, Sutcliffe says. He's already dismissing her as a decent lead. He doesn't believe her about the video, she can tell, but he has nothing to hold her with. Hey, that's not fair. I did take the video. Someone had my bag and someone must have deleted it, whose prints are on all of this. Yours, the text says. They're all you. The phone screen is smeary, so I can't get anything decent, but I have a big thumbprint on the back and it matches you. That doesn't mean someone didn't erase the video using gloves. You also might not have hit the record button, the tech inserts helpfully, though Sutcliffe shoots him a nasty look. Sorry, the kid mutters and packages up his kit. This proves nothing and you know it. Riley huffs out a breath. This is frustrating and scary and she's exhausted suddenly. Listen, I know what I saw, but apparently I can't prove it. So I guess that means unless you're going to charge me and hold me, I can go home. She can't help the hopeful pleading in her tone. She wants to get out of here, get back to New York, recreate what she can, get the story together, get it put to bed. Her subject dying will make it even more enticing to read, and Riley needs to find a way to make it as tasty a treat as she can. The police will sort out the evidence and figure out how Columbia died. Riley has her own job to do. Sutcliffe nods once curt. Get your suitcase and get out of here, but be available. I will have more questions. She is more than happy to comply. Sunday, Chapter 13. Darian, they say there is no such thing as bad press. Whether that's true or not, whether it was P.T. Barnum or Oscar Wilde who said it first, and the world of media glommed on and used it for good or ill, Darian thinks no one could have possibly envisioned the modern landscape of the internet, and how quickly a spark of conspiracy can morph into a full-blown forest fire. Darian doesn't have her own social accounts, but she monitors her mother's, and they have turned into a free-for-all. She's already muted the comments on all the platforms because her phone overheated from the string of constant notifications. It's utterly astounding how quickly the news of Columbia's death has spread. One tweet from Darian and her mother's gone viral, like a particularly virulent flu bug. Her laptop is open on the table, and the coffee stain disappeared when the housekeeper made up the room. She sits there now, looking at the open tabs one by one, indulging her deep anger by reading some of the visceral reactions her mother's death has caused. The majority have been consoling and kind, but there are plenty of horrific comments to wind her up. As she scrolls, the nasty comments just keep on coming, a tsunami of cruelty. How can someone be loved and so reviled at the same time? Has Darian just missed the negativity because she's been too busy with the reality? It tarnishes something as incredible and meaningful as Ivory Lady. She can only take comfort from the fact that the positive far outweighs the negative. Hurrah for the incorruptible book lovers out there. She took a peek at the numbers, and her mother's death has caused a massive spike in sales, more than any book she's published before. Darian knows how many units of each title sell because Darian is the one who manages the royalty statements. She manages the bank accounts. She manages everything. As the only child, the sole beneficiary, the trust was set up specifically for her control. And as the literary executor, too, she will have her hands full getting everything through probate and aligned again. Even without new material, the publishers will find 1,000 ways to exploit what rights they still have, and the management of the licensing rights with the movie, the tie-in, and the next book that's already in the can. Her prolific mother has of course already turned in her follow-up. There will be backlist repackaging and movie tie-ins, long-held options executed. Columbia Jones might be dead, but she is going to live on in the hearts and minds of the people she left behind. She deserved to die. You know it. Darian sighs, a deep, shuddery breath. Disgusted by the outpouring of hate, she slaps down the top of her laptop and walks the suite, alternately staring at the mountains, the sun drifting down, turning the sky magenta and taking in the vast emptiness of the room around her. She has to check out in the morning and go home. She has to leave her mother behind. The thought makes her sick. Worse, there will be a funeral, and then a memorial service for the masses. Her mother's wishes are spelled out in the will: cremation, being scattered in the ocean, but she didn't plan her funeral. Said that would be morbid, picking out music, photo, a venue, like a wedding in reverse. Then she wrote a short story about it, a wicked satire of a pre-planned funeral. They had a laugh, the two of them, not realizing that only a year later, Darian would be faced with making the very decisions they giggled about. It doesn't seem funny now, not in the least. She wishes she knew what her mother wanted, that there was someone she could ask. Oh God, she's forgotten entirely to call her grandmother. They always call her Nana together. Darian doesn't even have the number in her phone. She is so unprepared for this. Columbia wasn't supposed to go now. It's too soon. Darian hasn't seen her grandmother in person in years. She lives in Bromley, England, 13 short miles from London, but Columbia always refused to go back there to visit. She would never tell Darian why, only said it brought up bad memories. Once when she was little, Nana came to New York. They walked around Central Park, and when Darian wanted to stop and feed the pigeons, Nana gave her a disapproving glare and said, "No, they're filthy rats." With such vehemence Darian shied away from the birds forever. Darian will never forget the sneer. Then it scared her, so she was thrilled not meeting in person again. As she grew older, she longed for the familial connections, though she didn't act upon it. Columbia was totally fine with little to no contact with her past. She didn't seem to care what that did to Darian. Darian had Columbia, the moon and the sun and the stars in the sky. What more could she possibly need? The police have Columbia's phone, so she sends a text to the detective. "I need some contact information from my mother's phone. The entry will be under Yvonne Maxwell Dodd." She doesn't have a grandfather on her mom's side. He passed when she was tiny. Her father's parents died soon after he did. She's been alone with her mom since pretty much the beginning, and now it's just Darian and a woman called Nana who Darian doesn't know outside of her hatred of pigeons and the few calls they've had over the years. Which means she's pretty much alone in the world. That is unutterably sad, but she's not going to dwell on it. Her phone dings with a contact card. Should she call? FaceTime. Better to call. She can't promise to govern her face, which she can feel is a puffy, blotchy mess. She replies to the cop with a folded hands prayer emoji, opens the contact card and taps on the number. A few clicks, then that odd two-tone ring. It used to excite her so. It was like they were calling another planet. Columbia always made such a huge deal out of calls to Nana. A production. They only did it now on Darian's birthday. Which is sad, but they are always so busy, and it's not like Nana is calling them every Sunday. A smoky, snarly voice answers. "What do you want?" "Nana, it's Darian." "Who?" Darian Jones, your granddaughter," she adds, frowning. She can hear distant murmuring, then silence, as if someone has put their hand over the phone. A moment later, her Nana gets on the phone. She must have guests over, and someone picked up her phone by mistake. "Darian, hello, how are you?" "I'm fine." "Who was that, Nana?" "Who was whom?" "The person who answered." "Oh, that's no one. Why are you calling, precious?" "Didn't recognize the number." And to the murmuring in the background, shhh, it grows quiet. Then Darian hears sounds she recognizes, a door closing, the chirping of birds, and the idyllic English country garden that has always been the backdrop for their calls comes to the fore. Darian's shoulders drop a notch. "I'm so sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, Nana." "But Mom," she chokes on a sob, swallows it down hard. "Mom died this morning. We're not sure exactly what happened. The police are investigating. We're on tour in Denver." Silence. She can hear nothing but the birds chirping and the heavy breath of a woman starting to grieve. Finally, her grandmother speaks. "And the will, do you know when it will be read?" "The will?" "Yes, your mother's will. When will it be read?" Darian is filled with horror and rage. "I'm telling you, your daughter died, and you want to know when you're going to get your cut. What is wrong with you?" A short, guttural laugh, and the uncultured voice that answered comes back. "Darian, you're a fool." "Okay, this isn't funny. Put my Nana on the phone right now." "If Columbia Jones is dead, I am no longer your Nana," the stranger's voice says. "And I expect my promised share, so don't even try to screw me out of it, do you understand?" "What are you talking about? Who the hell are you?" "I want my Nana." A wail is starting, the river of grief flowing through her bubbling to the surface, a geyser about to erupt from every pore. "Like I said, if Columbia is dead, then so is your Nana. Be sure I get that check," and she clicks off. Darian is so surprised the tears don't come. She stares at her phone, then dials the number again. Surely she just connected with the wrong person. Surely this is all a huge misunderstanding. The two-toned ring, then the snarly voice is back. Don't call me again unless you've got the check in hand. Click. That's it. This day is unbelievable. Darian collapses onto the floor, weeping. Chapter 14. Riley buys a ticket on the red-eye and pays the exorbitant non-advance fees to fly herself home in the chaos after Columbia's death. The team hadn't really been concerned with her travel. It's a miracle the credit card went through on the fare, which was nearly the same amount as her first and only car. Riley is a New Yorker now, and who needs a private vehicle in the city anyway? Most everyone manages on the subway, with walking, ride shares, and the occasional car service. She is more than happy to join them. She boards the red-eye gratefully, half expecting Detective Sutcliffe to pop up in line next to her with that stupid smirk. Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. But he doesn't, and she shuffles aboard, takes a window seat near the front of the plane, slips in her earbuds, and stares out the glass to the tarmac lights. It is not until the plane guns it down the runway and flings itself improbably into the night sky that Riley is able to take an unimpeded breath. She will be home in 4 hours. She will lie in Oliver's arms and listen to his heart thump reassuringly under her ear. And tomorrow, she will tackle the revision of the Columbia story. She hasn't allowed herself the grief, and now, looking out the window at the disappearing ground, it hits her hard. She liked Columbia Jones quite a lot. She was fun, funny, dedicated, intense at times for sure, but silly and gracious, and so devoted to her fans and her work. Her legacy. That was something Columbia had said at least 8 times over the course of this tour. She'd been destined to be a storyteller, had seized the opportunity when it presented itself, and never looked back. The legacy she was leaving behind was the realization of her destiny. For a girl who grew up poor on the outskirts of London, Columbia really made something of herself. Everyone loves a rags-to-riches tale, especially if the subject is a woman. The altitude indicator dings, and the flight attendants relay their sanctified permission for the captive rats inside this particular tube to pull out their full-size electronic devices. There is a general shuffling through the cabin, and Riley joins in, saying another tiny prayer of thanks that her bag is intact. So freaking weird that it was taken and dumped, and that the video from last night was erased. Who did it? The only one who might have known there was footage was Darian herself. Her vehement insistence that Riley was somehow responsible for Columbia's death. Was she possibly trying to deflect attention away from her own involvement? She has a banana and 5 M&Ms. She forgot to buy another bag, and she needs it to last 4 hours. No way is she eating anything else with this long flight ahead. She's a little lightheaded from lack of sleep and food, too much caffeine and a hefty dose of worry, but it's only a few hours. Laptop open, she takes out her notebook and pulls on the ribbon bookmark, which flips her to the last page of her notes. The interview that never was. Maybe that's the lead for the story. Not like she'll have any control over the headline, that's above her pay grade, but it's a thought. Unfamiliar handwriting stands out on the page, a dark, hasty scrawl. Your devices are compromised. Call me on a burner and make sure you're alone. I need to keep you safe. 896-550-5988. Adrenaline shoots through her, her heart thudding so hard she's sure her seatmates can hear it. She has to close her eyes and focus on her breathing so she doesn't have a full-blown panic attack. When she feels more in control, she flips the remaining pages of the notebook but sees nothing else unusual. She pulls in a breath and casually stretches, looking behind her around the cabin. No one is obviously watching her. Everyone aboard seems glued to their screens and books. Air travel has become so ubiquitous no one seems to marvel at it anymore. No one looks out the windows but children, and even for them, it's just more time to plug into the Matrix. She looks at the words again. If there was any question that Columbia has been murdered, there is none anymore. Her first instinct is to look up the number, but if this stranger is right, then that would undo the first commandment of this note. Whoever wrote it was clearly at the hotel, and logically was the person who stole her bag. To leave her this note, probably, and to delete the video from her phone, too. Why, though? What was it about that video, the argument between Columbia and Darian, that was so important? The details of it are already fading. Riley lazily relied on the video to give her the details in regular replays. She hadn't done a transcription. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. They were arguing about someone from Columbia's past. A past that Riley, too, has been trying to crack, to shine a light in its corners. Shaking off the creepy, awful feeling of violation, she looks at the note again. "I need to keep you safe" sounds very personal and is possibly the most insidious part of the whole thing. Keep her safe from what? From whom? Whoever killed Columbia Jones. Shit, she says aloud, causing the woman in the center seat to glare at her. Sorry. She tilts the edge of the laptop and angles herself away from the woman, who is now paying too much attention to her. Riley is not a true crime aficionado. She is too easily spooked by the horrors of reality. But there is one thing she knows every crime has in common: motive. So who had motive for killing Columbia? And why in the world would Riley be a target? Is Darian in danger too? She should call the detective as soon as she lands. Tell him someone's reached out, that he needs to take this seriously, that there's no way Columbia's death is anything but a murder. And then find out the rest of the things you don't know about her, Riley. Dig into this woman's past and examine every last inch of her world. You already know something's not right about her. You can do this. She's private for a reason. Find the why, you'll find the truth. Just don't get yourself killed along the way. Columbia has a single bio online that she's been using for years, just updating a few key details when a new book comes out. With over 200 million copies of her books sold, Columbia Jones was born and raised near London and wrote her first novel when she was 16. After a move to New York City when she was 22, Columbia sold that novel to Doubleday and has written multiple subsequent worldwide bestsellers since. Ivory Lady, coming in April, tells the story of a woman destined for greatness who is waylaid by war and fate, and is her most autobiographical novel to date. The feature film of the same name is being filmed now. That's it. That is all she has been working with. The interviews she'd done with Columbia rarely filled in the random little details. She wasn't like Riley's other subjects, who sprinkle the conversation with anecdotes and humble brags, eschewing memory stories about her schooling, her childhood friends. Her parents, Columbia, always preferred instead to talk about the various books she'd written over the years. How the stories came to her, how she built the fragments of people into beloved characters, her few indulgences, art mostly. Her writing process, how much she enjoys the annual interaction with her fans on tour. Riley realizes now that every time she got more than superficially personal favorite foods and notebooks and pen and vacation spots, silly things like that, Columbia gently steered her back to the books. She loved her characters as much as her fans and was wildly animated when discussing some of her favorites. But talking about herself, not so much. Just the basics, really. Was she hiding something? Or were those early days just a time no one would be interested in? Simply a young Columbia with notebook and pencil, absorbing the world around her and distilling it onto the page in clumsy, awkward prose, working at becoming the writer she dreamed of being. She'd grown up on a council estate, an only child with parents who by all accounts supported her dreams but didn't have the means to get her there. If that were Riley's upbringing, she might gloss over the finer details, too. Riley has a long list of items that both she and the magazine's copy department need to fact-check, and she pulls this out now. Might as well start at the beginning. Nate is going to want a detailed report on where she stands. This piece has just turned into a ticking time bomb. It will make or break her career, there's no question about it. To have been present at the scene where Columbia died gives her an angle no one has ever had. To be temporarily arrested for her murder. God, he won't pull her off and give it to someone else. No, surely he won't. Then again, when she shows him the note in her notebook, because she will be damned if she plays the go-it-alone route here. A woman has died and Riley doesn't want to join her. He might decide things have gotten too dicey. Nate is overprotective of his journalists. It's what makes him both a great and infuriating boss. Focus, Riley. Stop borrowing trouble. She's taken pages upon pages of notes, talked to 50 different people, read every book, every article, every mention of Columbia Jones since her career began. She's transcribed the interviews she's done with Columbia during the tour. She was set to wrap this up, just wanted to ask a few more questions about her childhood in England. She hasn't been able to nail down anyone from Bromley yet, and she's been waiting until the end to ask about the cryptic dedication of Ivory Lady again. Columbia had refused to answer when asked throughout the tour, saying dedications were always only for the author and the dedicatee. With the tour finished, Riley was certain she could get the true answer. For J.C., it's all because of you. Who was J.C.? Jesus Christ. Juicy Couture. No, it's someone in Columbia's life, and Riley has no one in her notes with the initials J.C. One more thread to pull. Riley spends the rest of the flight pulling together a list of items to show Nate, see what he thinks is important, worth exploring, and what she can jettison for now so they can be first to press with this bombshell post-mortem interview. Monday, Chapter 15. Detective Sutcliffe. No one enjoys an autopsy, but Sutcliffe particularly despises them. It is enough a part of the job that he is desensitized to the horrors of it, though he still isn't a fan. But he is far too curious about the death of Columbia Jones not to attend. An unexplained death that certainly feels like a murder is one thing. Add in that it was a celebrity, that naturally ramped it up for him. A frantic daughter accuses the reporter shadowing her mother. Interesting. And though he wasn't up on the board to catch the next case, the manager of the Brown Palace Hotel asked for the most senior detective, so despite his full deck and being out of the rotation, his LT called him in from a day off to deal with the request. And he's grateful, because now he's in it. He couldn't hand it off if he wanted to. There is the usual traffic congestion on I-25 road construction by the tech center, as always, so he times it rather awfully, or rather well, depending on the perspective, and walks in just as the lead medical examiner, Dr. Vanessa Darian, is finishing up. I think it's safe to say she odd, Darian says when she sees him in the doorway. Well, don't just stand there. Come in. Good morning to you, too. Columbia Jones looks smaller than he remembers, especially with the skin of her face peeled down and her cranium cracked open with the skull key to expose her brain. At least he's missed the head saw. He averts his eyes from the massive Y incision still splitting her open, thinking about his promise to Darian Jones. He hadn't lied. Darian is the best. But this process, no matter how gently performed, isn't exactly non-invasive. The place is bustling with technicians and more bodies in various stages of interpretation. An orchestra playing a dance macabre, a ballet of precision and timing. That's what the autopsy suite always reminds him of. Darian labels a sample and sets it on the tray, then almost lovingly replaces the skull, and the skin rolls back into place. Columbia Jones's face appears, and Sutcliffe can't decide which was worse, being able to readily identify her or looking into the cavity that previously housed her genius. He decides on the former. At least when the brain examination is happening, every body becomes anonymous. Overdose, huh? On what? She nudges her glasses up onto her forehead with the back of her hand. That's the $10,000 question. The full tox screen will take at least 4 weeks. All right. Without external trauma, and assuming this is some sort of odd, we have the exciting question, did she take her own life or did she odd on accident? Well, that's the fun part. I did find some external trauma. Because of the lividity, it wasn't readily apparent on the first exam at the scene, but once we got her cleaned up, she gestures to her tech, who helps her roll Columbia's body onto its side. We have a wound, 5 inches deep between the 4th and 5th ribs. Punctured her lung, which helped with the froth, and nicked the aorta. Much easier to see the damage when I got her open. I think it's an injection site. So she was stabbed in the back and ingested something. Well, a needle in the back, but yes. And whatever she either ingested or was injected with, I can't help but feel like this is going to show up as poison. He knew it. She was murdered. Now you have my undivided attention. What sort of poison? Darian uses her left biceps to push back a piece of hair that's fallen in her face, sparing herself from changing out her gloves. There aren't a lot of things that someone would take willingly for fun or to alleviate an issue that causes this kind of foam cone. Do you remember a few months back when we had that rash of deaths from spiked Delta 8? The synthetic pot. Yeah, rat poison, right? No bueno. It was laced with brodifacoum, to be exact. This looks similar enough that I asked for a special rapid test on a separate blood sample from the regular extended tox screen. I'll know in a few days, called in a favor. Another jurisdiction in Alabama is having a spike in tainted spice, so the labs are on high alert. You're magnificent. She sketches a curtsy, scalpel in her right hand like a conductor in front of a particularly gruesome orchestra. So which killed her, the ingestion or the injection? Undetermined at this time. And I don't like using gut instinct to prove a theory, but since she's so high profile, I figure you're going to be in the hot seat until there's an unassailable answer. We're testing all the bottles of drugs found in the suite, too. Nothing exciting, just melatonin, CBD, ibuprofen. You know, it's always easier to declare an odd if there's an open bottle of pills on the night table and an empty glass nearby. Whoever did this wanted to be sure she was dead. Okay. Since no one at the scene is aware of the injection wound, let's hold that back, don't announce it. Cool. I need to find the damn thing too. There were no needles at the scene. She wasn't diabetic or anything. I'm happy to hold it back. Just for clarity, this would have been the kind of needle that they do joint injections with. Big long fuckers. For a moment I wondered if an EMT accidentally stabbed her during the emergency call, which is entirely possible, but I think this was intentional. As far as the drugs, I can't promise answers quickly, but I'm working on it. Crime scene pulled some alien DNA off the Vic's body, too, a hair. Short, dark, could be from anyone, but we're running it. She was wearing a black wig. No, this had a tag attached. It was a real hair from a live follicle. She was at the hospital that night and all the imps. We have to run everyone. Let's see if it matches anyone in the system first, then I will go person by person and collect samples to rule out the staff. Sounds good. I got 4 more this morning, so if you don't need anything else. No, that will do for now. I'll see you later, he says and turns to go. Sutcliffe. Yeah. Her lovely face is arranged in a calm but concerned visage. Be careful, I have a bad feeling about this. He frowns. Yeah, me too. Chapter 16, Riley. Despite the dawn arrival, Oliver meets Riley at the airport. They haven't done that, well, ever, if she stops to think about it. She can't help but think of the old joke about couples and airports, memorialized on the screen when Harry explains to Sally the stages of a relationship based on the airport trips. It's real. Taking someone to the airport in New York is a freaking pain in the ass. But Riley guesses her reports of the drama in Denver were enough to get him into an Uber and out to LaGuardia. Riley would normally be touched by this romantic gesture, but Oliver looks worried, waiting on the other side of security with a frown on his face. He takes her carry-on automatically when she reaches him, ever gallant her knight. He starts walking, barely looking at her. My dad talked to Joe Heavenly in the criminal division, and he's on board. If they try to charge you, he's ready to mount a defense. Hello to you too. He stops, gives her a chaste, quick kiss and says, sorry, hi. He looks her up and down. You're so skinny. Did you eat anything while you were gone? She glances at her legs. She has lost weight, but the way he says it like it's something bad. It's been a month of M&Ms, the tour food was difficult. And I won't need a lawyer, but thank you. You don't know that, Riley. You don't know what they're going to uncover. These things can go sideways in a heartbeat, especially if someone else doesn't turn up as a viable suspect. The police will circle back to you. They've reached the street and started the hike up the road to the checkpoint where they allow the ride shares to pick up before he says anything else. They stop and she sighs heavily. She can't help it. She was excited to see him. This hasn't started on the right foot. It all feels wrong. You okay? He asks softly, as if finally realizing she might actually be a little torn up about all this. She can't help it. She rubs the spot where the ghost of the handcuffs lingers on her wrist. I'm okay. Have you ever been arrested before? No. I mean, yes, but that was beach week right after graduation, and they just rounded us all up and gave us a lecture for having open beer on the beach. That doesn't count. It's not like it's on my permanent record or anything. Her attempt at a joke falls flat. Damn, he really is worried. Seriously, Ollie, they wouldn't have let me fly home if they thought I killed her. A tourist with a suitcase bigger than she is stops, head turning, mouth open in shock. Riley gives her a simpering smile and keeps going. A light rain begins to patter down, and Oliver, ever prepared, hands her an umbrella he stashed in his jeans pocket. She attaches herself to his side. It's not big enough for them both. Shelters only one half of him. He doesn't even notice. Something is bothering him, something major. Listen, she starts, but he shakes his head. Not here. Okay, now you're freaking me out. What is wrong? Are you dumping me because I got briefly arrested for murder? He's silent for a moment, and her heart starts to pound mercilessly, shaking her chest enough she puts a hand to her breast to quell the movement. The adrenaline pours through her, and she drops the umbrella, not caring that rain soaks her almost immediately. She's been worried about this, that he's been seeing someone behind her back. There have been some missed check-ins, some rushed and banal catch-ups. Their conversations in the beginning were filled with sultry innuendo. In the end, it was all logistics. She's only been gone a month, but it feels like a lifetime. It feels like she's lost him. Oliver, what the hell? He looks down at her, quickly getting drenched, and pushes the umbrella back up so their heads are within its shelter. Don't be daft, Riley. I'm not dumping you, but I have a conflict of interest here. I think it's best for me to move out of the flat for a few weeks, and we won't be able to talk until all this is resolved. The flat. Oliver did an overseas semester at the University of Reading and came home a total Anglophile. He says whilst and drinks tea and is addicted to The Guardian and the BBC, is obsessed with anything to do with the royal family. It's normally adorable, something she teases him about, but at the moment the affectation makes her want to scream. It reminds her of Columbia, her crisp words, as if she's just come from tea with the king of the sea of white and red of the questions of the note. Call me. Their Uber arrives, a new Tesla, and after providing the appropriate pin to the driver, they climb in the back. The driver looks at them, dripping all over his lovely back seat, and sighs. Riley assumes there's been worse. He pulls from the curb and she twists in the seat to face Oliver. What's the conflict of interest? What do you think? He pushes the vintage Oliver People's horn rims that he found in a shop on Shaftesbury Avenue. Of course he did up his nose and raises a brow expectantly. Oliver is an estate lawyer, so this piece of relationship shorthand only takes her a second to interpret. Riley's voice rises in incredulity by the last word. You represent her estate. Why didn't you tell me? At home, Riley, he says with a finality that shuts her up. For a nice guy, Oliver can be forceful when needed. It's actually sort of a turn-on. They spend the rest of the ride in silence. Her brain is going 1,000 miles an hour anyway, and she's not proud of what it's thinking. How does she get Oliver to show her Columbia Jones's will? Because then maybe she can figure out what's going on. Their flat is a cool industrial with remarkably large rooms, tall black-framed windows, hardwood floors, vaulted ceilings, exposed brick, 2 bathrooms, and a rooftop deck. It is also spotless, and belongs to Oliver's dad. Actually, it belongs to the umbrella company that holds all the assets the Mathers family has accumulated over the years. Oliver is ridiculously generationally wealthy. Riley, on the other hand, is ridiculously in debt still from her college loans and other family issues she's been faced with over the years. She refuses to let him pay her bills, and it drives him mad. He thinks she shouldn't be stressing to make the minimums. She thinks taking his money would be admitting defeat and would ruin her self-image as an up-and-coming hardscrabble reporter. Riley is a lot like Columbia that way. She, too, came up hard and found her vocation young. Hers made her money in her sleep, though, while Riley's is barely enough to cover the bills. Getting paid by the word is freeing in many ways, but also means you're on a constant loop of submission and rejection. This gig covering Columbia Jones on tour, at her request, is more money than Riley has seen at once in her whole career. Hell, her whole life. Will I still get paid? Her venal brain wonders. Now that she's dead, will the estate hold up the bargain? Oliver would laugh and tell her not to worry. Of course, he could burn hundreds and not make a dent. The world is a weird place. Thinking about Columbia's tour takes Riley right back to the hotel room again, to that still blue-gray body juxtaposed against the snowy white sheets and the crimson puddle of blood. So much blood. Why is she obsessing about this? She must make a little noise because Oliver takes her hand. It's going to be all right. We'll figure it out. I don't understand why you have to leave the flat. I mean, yes, I'm doing a piece on her and you rep the estate, but surely we can keep those separate. It's not that. Then what? He looks pained. It's a huge conflict of interest, Riley. I don't make the rules. Dad said, oh, Dad said. You're going to take his side over mine. Oliver flushes, a frown of hurt crossing his face. Don't, please, just hold on a second, okay? She starts to fight back, to snap at him again, but he hurries out of the room. She can hear him rustling around in the office, the guest bedroom they set aside for the two of them, with the facing desks so they could work at home during the pandemic. They enjoyed the setup enough to leave it in place. He comes back with a priority mail envelope. He hands it to her. This is for you. The envelope is thick, heavy. The prepaid label has her name and address on it. The return is Oliver's law office. What is this? She asks. I don't know, Riley sighs. Oliver, I have had a shit few days. Would you please stop being so cryptic? Just open it, Riley. She stares at him for a long moment, then pulls the long tab. A manila envelope is inside, and paper-clipped to it is a note with spiky handwriting Riley recognizes. It is Columbia's, and the note takes Riley's breath away. In case of my death, please send this to Riley Carrington at East Fifth Magazine. Chapter 17. Riley tries to keep her shock from showing. She sits down hard at the counter on the stool with the leg that wobbles just the slightest. It fits how off-kilter she's feeling. She puts a hand on the envelope possessively. She wants to examine the contents immediately, spill everything onto the marble, but she needs to be cool here. Needs to keep some altitude. She is a reporter. She works with facts. She is about to get some sort of major scoop. She is going to be professional. She is going to keep an emotional distance from this. There's more, Oliver says. More. Why I need to recuse myself for the time being. You're mentioned in the will. I'm what? Her voice ends on a shriek and Oliver cringes. No more playing it cool. You tell me what's going on this instant, Oliver Mathers. You can't drop a bombshell like that on me and not show me, or at least tell me. You know I can't do that. Oliver looks miserable, pushes his glasses up his nose. Here, their letter is in the package. She pulls out the creamy paper, the very paper she's seen Oliver run through the printer in their office 100 times before. Did he print this letter himself? Dear Ms. Carrington, this letter is to inform you that the last will and testament of Columbia Jones was recently filed for probate with the Manhattan Surrogates Court of New York. Because of the private nature of this endeavor, there will be an in-person reading of the will on May 15, 1 p.m. at my office. All beneficiaries are required to attend. If you have any questions about the will or the probate process, please do not hesitate to contact me. With my condolences, I remain sincerely Preston J. Mathers, Esquire. Preston J. Mathers, Esquire. Senior partner, Mathers and Mathers. She slides the letter back into the envelope. What is this, Ollie? What's happening? Why am I in Columbia Jones's will? You know I can't say. Am I a beneficiary? She's not just giving direction for what she wants done with the article. Yes, she slides off the stool. That makes exactly 0 sense. I've known the woman for a month. Did she update the will after she met me? Oliver shakes his head. I can't say any more, Riley. I'm sorry, I should have handled this better. I'm just tired. I've been so worried about you. He moves forward as if to embrace her, but Riley leans back. Her heart is kettle drumming and she feels faint. She does not want to be touched or soothed. She wants answers. Oliver, stop. Seriously. This is me, my life, our life. You have to tell me. I'm sorry, Riley, I can't. Not until the will is read. You're serious. As a heart attack. You're doing an actual reading of the will like we're in some sort of gothic novel. You have to assemble all the beneficiaries in a crumbling old mansion and shock the hell out of them, and then they all die one by one. Oliver frowns. He's cute when he frowns, but right now she's too jacked up to care. I'm being serious, Riley, and yes, Columbia wanted her beneficiaries gathered and a formal reading to take place. No copies of the will are to be disseminated before that either. She was quite specific. But no one does that anymore. They just email the relevant parts of the will. Can't you just tell me why I'm in it? No, I can't. And I don't know why there's a date on the letter. That must be a mistake. Dad said the will won't be read until after the article is released. There are stipulations built in that are unbreakable. Article first, then the reading. It's what she wanted. I don't understand. How would that timing be coordinated beforehand? You're making it sound like she knew she was going to die. Did she? Did Columbia somehow plan all this? Oliver is looking paler and more upset by the moment. I can't speak to that. Riley, please, don't ask me again. Go file the article. The sooner it's finished, the sooner we can have the will read, okay? Why did you even tell me? Because I didn't want you to lose steam on the piece. How close are you to being done? Close enough. Close enough only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. She has 5,000 words, almost half the piece polished and ready, but she doesn't have answers. How can she publish before she knows why Columbia died, and now this? Riley is in the woman's will. Nate won't go for it. It's too diffused now. He's going to want to wait for the will to be read. At the mention of Nate, Oliver closes up. He always does. His voice grows distant. You'll have to forgive me, Riley. I need to pack a bag. He disappears into the bedroom, leaving her reeling. She simply can't wrap her head around it all. Yes, when her boss had come to her and said Columbia asked for her specifically, Riley was over the moon and more than a little flattered. When she first met Columbia, they got along well. Every interaction since was fun, exciting, illuminating. Spending time with a #1 internationally best-selling author was fascinating. A glimpse behind the curtain. They developed a real affinity for one another based on mutual respect, and they had weird things in common. Their food issues, for starters. She of course wondered why Columbia chose her in the first place, but it wasn't a huge leap. Other authors' teams have requested Riley before. She is a damn good journalist, has been doing these in-depth profiles on pseudo and real celebrities for years. Columbia hinted more than once about Riley doing her memoir biography. A full-length work, not just the article. Compared her to Darian, for Christ's sake. Could that be why she's being summoned for the reading? All right. That makes more sense. It's going to be specifics on how Columbia's life story is to be written, maybe even journals or digital files for her to work from. But something feels sinister about the request. The demand to have the article first, then the will. Oliver emerges with his duffel, disappears into their office, and comes out with his briefcase. He stands 10 feet away, hands full, awkwardly shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Aren't you going to read the rest?" he asks. Riley looks at her hand, resting now viciously on the envelope, nails clawed into the paper. She is torn. For some reason, this feels private. And since Oliver is keeping secrets, why shouldn't she? "No, you're mad," he says. "Damn right I'm mad. I hate being manipulated." "No one's manipulating you, Riley. I'm in a bad position here and trying to do the right thing by my client, instead of by the woman you share your life with. Excellent to know that your clients take precedence. Thank you for that." "Oh, come on, that's not fair." Riley grabs her bag, throws the envelope in it, and storms out, sweeping past him so quickly he drops the duffel. She ignores his calls of protest. Leaving first has always been her greatest gift. The city is gray again, loud and bereft. Their neighbor with the nervous Harlequin whippet is out for a walk and waves, smiling, approaching for a chat, but Riley doesn't stop. She is on a mission. In the coffee shop 2 blocks over, she sets up shop and starts sorting through her files. If Oliver is right and the will won't be read until her piece is published, she needs to get it done. But first, she pulls the envelope from her bag as if it is a rattlesnake about to strike. There's no going back once she looks at the rest of the contents. Of course, there's no going back anyway. She carefully undoes the top, then decants the interior. Out spills the letter from Oliver's dad, some typed pages, a flash drive, and a yellowed newspaper clipping. The clipping is from a newspaper called the Crossville Chronicle, clearly something local she'll need to look up. The date is September 3, 1995. The headline screams in 30-point font, "Murder." There is a man's photograph beneath the lead. Broad shoulders, curly hair. He feels familiar in a way that makes Riley completely uncomfortable, like she should know him. She reads the short article. Nashville native Knox Shepard, 28, will spend the next 20 years in the Riverbend Maximum Security Institution after being convicted of murder in the second degree in the death of Benjamin Mears. It took a Cumberland County jury just 4 hours to return a notice of conviction. Judge Deaver proclaimed the sentence. The trial for Shepard's accomplice, Devin Mears, 19, is slated to begin in October. Mears will be tried for both murder and perjury and faces a life sentence if convicted. Mears' lawyers have argued for a delay on compassionate grounds to allow her to give birth before the trial begins, which has thus far been denied. She sets the clipping aside and looks at the flash drive. It's a branded one from a writers' conference that happened in 2013 in San Diego. She pulls out her laptop and the special adapter that allows her to insert a USB into a USB-C slot and clicks it open. It whirs for a moment, then pops up a plain gray screen with a white box in the center. Password protected. She half-heartedly tries Columbia, then C. Jones, and stops. She doesn't want it to lock on her for too many tries. Maybe the paperwork has the password. She ejects the flash drive, puts it and the adapter in her bag with her other electronics, and turns to the stapled pages. There's a title page with the word legacy in the center. She immediately realizes this is a manuscript. It's old, it's been typed, the paper is thin, the font an original that modern word processing programs try to imitate with various typefaces. She flips to the first page and starts to read. Legacy draft prologue. When I wake, the body is cold. I am assailed by confusing images, jagged fragments from the night before. Screams, sense, fear, deep and corrosive. Memories. Bright copper, metallic on my tongue, my blood. The remnants of dinner. What was it? Lasagna, garlic toast. It rises in my throat and I swallow convulsively. There was a fight. I have bruises on my arms. I touch a finger to my nose and wince. It is broken, the blood dried, crusting along my lip and into the creases of my neck. I can feel my hair crackling as I move my head. How long have I lain here next to his body? Long enough for it to grow cold, for the blood to dry. What have you done? What evil hath you, Riley? Riley Carrington. Is that you? Riley jumps, looking up, clutches the pages to her chest. A woman with blonde hair twisted up in an artful chignon, a long camel coat over winter-white trousers, black sunglasses in her left hand, and a wide smile is approaching her. For a moment she thinks it's her mother, then realizes it's worse. "Hi, Mrs. Alexander," she says. "Oh, we're adults now. You should call me Barbara. Imagine bumping into you here of all places. The city is so busy, I've been overwhelmed since I got here. We came up for a shopping date. Look over there. Julia is getting us a latte. How are you, dear? Are you visiting the city?" "Shit, Julia too." Riley steels herself, pastes on a smile. "What a coincidence. I'm fine, just fine. I live here now. This is my neighborhood coffee shop. We know, that's why we chose it. Julia's seen it on your socials, dear. Oh, how exciting. We all talk about you moving to the big city and becoming such a celebrity. I see your byline all over the place. Some folks say, well, never mind, you know how small towns are, the rumor mill just churns and churns. Have you been home recently? I saw Faith the other day coming out of the library. I waved, but I don't think she saw me. She seemed preoccupied, and no wonder. Unasked but implied. How is your darling sister Macy? Poor thing, poor mostly dead thing. Mom and Macy are fine, Riley answers, mentally crossing her fingers behind her back for the lie and steeling herself against the barrage of friendly but searching chatter. No changes. I saw them last month. I've been on the road working on a big project. Julia takes this moment to appear, flustered, pretty, the roundness of her teenage body morphing into the lush, healthy curves of a former cheerleader who likes her desserts and a bit of wine. Riley. Julia's slightly southern drawl gets the attention of the patrons to their left, who gawk as if she is a parade float drifting through their midst. So good to see you. Julia hugs Riley awkwardly, an intimacy Riley was not expecting. They were friends in high school, but only just. They ran in different crowds. Riley was always a bit too wild for Julia's cadre. To be hugged by a practical stranger makes her feel like even more of an outsider. Riley has become the city, the impersonal, the rush, the detachment. It's why this is the perfect place for her. No more small towns. Good to see you, Julia. You look well. Oh, you're sweet. I don't. I've put on 1,000 pounds. Baby weight just won't budge. You look incredible, though. What's your secret? No babies. I don't eat. I'm a New Yorker now. In comparison to the Riley they knew, yes, she does look different. She's taller and thinner than in school, has an expensive haircut and nicer clothes. They have no idea how she roils inside. That she can't eat half the time, and the other half is spent violently ill, cursing herself for taking the chance on the very food she needs to sustain her own life. We have a matinee for Hamilton this afternoon, Julia says brightly. But maybe we could get a drink later. I'm not a big drinker, Riley says automatically. This is true. She will have the occasional scotch, a treat after a hard week, but the words are a knee-jerk reaction, especially with people from her past. The Alexander women share a sympathetic glance. They know why she claims she doesn't drink. They know why Riley Carrington is a teetotaler. Julia tries again. Dinner then. I'm sorry, it's just not a good night for me. I'm on deadline. I'm afraid I won't be able to, but it's been lovely seeing you. Have a blast on your trip. Before it can go any further, she shoves all her things into her bag and gets the hell out of there, leaving two women who were doing nothing but being nice to an old friend staring after her with identical looks of astonishment on their faces. She just cannot handle her own past right now. She feels guilty enough about her present circumstances. Chapter 18. At the corner near the coffee shop, Riley looks uptown. She could head to the office, but she wants to get her ducks in a row before she faces Nate, and damn it, she needs 10 minutes to absorb all this news and read some more of this very raw manuscript. The Museum of Modern Art MoMA is only a few blocks away. A perfect place for her to find a bench and read the short story, and then put her world in perspective. Art does that for her. Her gift is words. She can't draw a stick figure properly, but being in the presence of oils and watercolors and textiles and sculpture centers her. She has an annual pass, a reasonable indulgence that's worth every penny because she spends a lot of time here. She jumps the long line of people queuing up to the left of the doors in front of the ticket kiosks and waves it at the priority entrance. Her friend David is manning the kiosk, and she stops to chat with him for a moment before entering the hushed space and taking the escalator to the 4th floor. She winds around the corners until she reaches Gallery 403, which houses the Rothkos she loves so much. The room is full, but a guided tour of elementary students soon moves off to the next space, and she has the bench in front of the massive painting number 16, red, brown, and black to herself. To her left hangs the vibrant orange, blue, and green number 3, number 13. To her right, the softer blue and yellow of number 10, which looks to her like the Ukrainian flag, of fields of grain. The colors are almost Van Gogh-like, and she feels bolstered by the 3 diverse milieus. She meditates for a moment, looking at the paintings, losing herself in them until another group comes in and the chatter draws her out of herself again. The short story is only 50 pages and she crosses her legs and dives in. She doesn't make it 10 pages before she senses someone else has entered the room. Nothing unusual there. The museum is crowded day and night. He comes to the bench she's sitting on, takes the far end. He's not looking at the paintings, he's looking at her. "Amazing work," he says. She glances over, sees a man in a red baseball cap. "Yes," she replies, bending her head to her work again. "I can see why you like him." "Rothko, I mean." She nods but tries not to engage further. "Go away," she begs silently. "You know he committed suicide, yes. Swallowed a bunch of pills and sliced open his arm. Wonder if anyone thought to use the blood for one last painting." She shoots the man a look and finds him smiling. "It would be worth a mint," he continues. "Can you imagine? All that blood spreading on the floor, all the talent in it wasted. Slap it up on the canvas, it would look a lot like this one." He gestures to the painting she's facing, and the image of the red block as dried blood is inescapable. She tenses. What an awful thing to say. "Please leave me alone." "I don't want to, Riley." At the utterance of her name, she bolts, shoving the papers into her bag and moving quickly toward the nearest guard. "That man is harassing me," she says, pointing, "but he's gone." There are so many ways in and out of these rooms. This floor in particular is a labyrinth you can easily get lost within, but if you know your way, it's a seamless serpentine walk from one end of the building to the other. She knows her way. Does the stranger too? "Are you okay, ma'am?" The guard is clearly worried for her, but with no one to identify, there's nothing to be done. Yeah, just a stranger who seemed to know my name and I didn't know his," she says. "He's wearing a red ball cap. I'll keep a lookout. If you see him again, just come over to one of us. We'll keep you safe." "Thank you." No way is she sitting back down. Her peace is destroyed. She needs to find another place to read, and now she's jittery and uncomfortable. Might as well go home. At least she can control who sits down next to her. She weaves her way back to the escalator, sees a flash of red by the elevator. He's waiting for her. Shit. She winds back to the Rothkos. The guard is still there. He must be new. She's never seen him before. "Hey, that guy is out by the escalator. Can you let me in the service elevator?" "Did he do something? Touch you?" "No, just said something super creepy about Rothko's suicide." "Oh, all right, how's this? I'll see you to the escalator. Make sure he's not hanging around." She doesn't want to look weak, scared, so she agrees. God knows where the creeper is now. At the down escalator, the guard nods. "There you go. You're safe now." "Thank you," she says and starts down. There are too many people. She's crammed in and can't push her way down the stairs, but figures the crowd will keep her safe too. But just in case he is watching, waiting for her downstairs, she ducks off at the 2nd floor and goes into the women's room. She counts off 3 minutes, then steps out, planning to head to her right and take the back stairs down into the museum's shop. A flash of red to her left and she sees him. He must have seen her on the escalator. He winks. Trying not to panic, she runs. She knows this place and there are a ton of people here so long as he doesn't have some sort of weapon. People are shouting, pushing at her as she streaks past. She can hear him behind her, the thud of his soles as he draws closer. She hits the stairs and scrambles down 2 at a time, praying she doesn't slip, doesn't turn an ankle. 1 flight. 2. When she hits the store level, she glances back over her shoulder. 100 strangers and none wearing a red hat. She's lost him. She doesn't waste any time. She hurries across the floor to the exit, elbowing her way out, then turns right toward Times Square. She doesn't run, but walks quickly, peering over her shoulder at every light to make sure he's not right there. Panting, heart thundering, she makes her way through the throngs streaming along the sidewalks back to her apartment. Once inside, she feels safer. They have a front desk that's manned 24/7 and the security is tight. The elevator has never taken so long before. She bursts out onto their floor and into the flat, slamming the door behind her. "Ollie," she calls hopefully but is met with silence. She pulls a chair in front of the door like that's going to help keep someone out, but it makes her feel better and heads into the kitchen for a glass of water. She guzzles it down, notices Oliver has left her a note. "I'll be at my folks. Call me when you get back. I love you." She leaves it pristine on the counter and goes to their joint office, and stops in the doorway, mouth dropping. It is a disaster. Chairs overturned, the filing cabinet on its side, drawers pulled out. Oliver tore the place apart looking for something and left the massive mess for her to clean up. What the hell? It takes Riley a moment to realize there's no way on earth Oliver would do such a thing, and the next moment to catch her breath from her heart pounding in her ears. Not Oliver, a break-in. Someone has broken into their flat and trashed their office. Chapter 19. Riley freezes, listening carefully to see if the burglars are still inside. But there's nothing, just the disaster in front of her of paperwork and pulled-out drawers and overturned furniture. What were they looking for? 3 guesses. Riley's not stupid. She's been given an envelope by a dead woman who was most likely murdered. There must be something in it that is of value. But what? An old short story. An article, doubtful, but there is the flash drive. She needs to get to a safe place within it professional and get it opened. Without touching anything, she backs out of the room and calls Oliver. It goes to voicemail, figures. "Call me when you can, it's an emergency." She hears herself, hears the edge in her voice, knows he will too. She is furious with him, absolutely furious. Furious enough that she's starting to wonder what exactly has her so upset. Is it because some creepy stranger accosted her at MoMA? That their place was broken into? Or that she feels like he chose his job over her? Or is it deeper? Is this the anger of a woman who knows her relationship is on the rocks and the slightest provocation will shatter it apart? Admittedly, she's been gone for only a month, but even when he picked her up at the airport, things felt different between them. This realization makes her unbearably sad. She does love him. He loves her. But she doesn't think they love each other enough. She throws a few things in her bag, moves the chair out of the way, and bolts the door behind her, noticing the scratches on the lock. Forced entry, no doubt about it. She tries Oliver again as she hits the lobby. He answers, harried. "I'm in a meeting. Someone broke into the flat. They took apart our office." "What? When did you call the police?" "I'm fine, thank you for asking." Check that tone, Riley. "I'm downstairs and about to do it." "Did they take anything?" "I honestly don't know, but considering what's been happening the past couple of days, I assume they were looking for something related to Columbia." "Bugger, I'm on my way. Do not go back up there alone." "I won't." Hell no, she won't. She calls 911 the second time in a week and explains the situation. The dispatcher promises to send someone out. She hangs up and approaches the front desk. "Raymai, I have a problem. Someone broke into the apartment. Did you see any strangers?" "Specifically, a guy in a red baseball cap." Raymai is appropriately horrified. This does not happen in their building. No, I didn't, but Miss Carrington, are you all right? She smiles. Thanks for asking, I'm fine, shaken up but fine. Thank goodness, I just came on duty, but the cameras, let me run back the security footage. Riley sits on the bench by the desk and crosses her legs. This break-in, combined with the murder and the guy at the museum and having her bag stolen and found in Denver, is totally freaking her out. She digs into her bag and gets her notebook, where she shoved Detective Sutcliffe's card. It's sticking half out of the notebook, its edges battered and frayed from banging around in the bag. She dials the number and is relieved when he answers immediately. Miss Carrington, everything okay? Hi, Detective. No, actually, it's not. I'm back in New York and someone broke into my house, among other things. Are you okay? She can hear him perk up, his voice gets sharper. I'm pretty rocked, actually. Whoever it is tossed our office. My boyfriend is a lawyer. His firm actually represents Columbia's estate, as I've just found out. Sutcliffe is quiet for a moment. That's an interesting coincidence. I assume you've contacted the local authorities. New York is obviously out of my jurisdiction. I have. I'm waiting on them now. Our desk security is running the footage to see if anyone out of place shows up. Someone approached me earlier today at the museum where I was reading. I don't know if it's related to the break-in or if any of this is related to Columbia's death, but I thought you should know. I appreciate you filling me in. One more thing. Apparently I'm in Columbia Jones's will. She left me some papers, but there's going to be an actual reading with everyone gathered. Old-fashioned. Quite. Raymai is headed her way. The light pouring through the glass door winks out as he approaches, then comes back in full force, almost blinding her. Hold on a sec, will you? Miss Carrington, the feeds are gone. Gone, deleted. There is nothing from midnight until now. Did you hear that? She asks Sutcliffe, quieter now. She can't help but think about the warning in her notebook. Damn it. She is totally compromised and now beginning to believe she is in real danger. I did. That's quite interesting. Same thing happened at the Brown Palace. What? Are you serious? Yes, the video feeds from the night of Columbia's death were deleted. Someone hacked the system and wiped it. Okay, now I'm getting scared. Surely you can't still think she died of natural causes. I never said I thought that. I just have to prove it's murder on its face, and without the full toxicology screen, my hands are tied. Her autopsy was inconclusive. There's something in the hesitation that makes her sit up straighter. Conclusive. We can't provide a manner of death yet, but it's probably an overdose of some kind, considering the foamy blood that was everywhere. Please keep that to yourself, Miss Carrington. Can we agree that was on background? Agreed, she replies without hesitation. Thank you. I'm only telling you as a courtesy so you won't keep digging until I have concrete answers. And so you'll watch your back. Yes, to answer your question. This is starting to look very suspicious. And you are definitely a target. You are definitely a target. That's all Riley needs to hear. When they hang up, she writes a note and rips the page from her Clairefontaine, folds it in thirds, and waves Raymai over. Oliver will be here shortly. Please give him this message, all right? You aren't going to wait for the police. He can handle them. I have someplace I need to be. Before he can say another word, she darts out of their building, hails a cab, and heads directly to the offices of East Fifth magazine, reading frantically from the pages Columbia left to her as she goes. Legacy draft prologue. When I wake, the body is cold. I am assailed by confusing images, jagged fragments from the night before. Screams, scents, fear, deep and corrosive. Memories. Bright copper, metallic on my tongue, my blood, his. The remnants of dinner. What was it? Lasagna, garlic toast. It rises in my throat and I swallow convulsively. There was a fight. I have bruises on my arms. I touch a finger to my nose and wince. It is broken, the blood dried, crusting along my lip and into the creases of my neck. I can feel my hair crackling as I move my head. How long have I lain here next to his body? Long enough for it to grow cold, for the blood to dry. What have you done? What evil hath you wrought? The sun is climbing into the sky, the baby whimpers, I can hear her rustling. The dog whines in response, nails scratching. He's been locked in his crate this whole time. I must rise from my grave and tend to the needs of my family, and then I must call the police. I rehearse what I will say. My husband is dead. My husband has been murdered. Please hurry, I think he's dead. I woke to find him this way. I don't remember what happened. That is not true, I do, so clearly, too clearly. I can't do this. I can't. We have a plan, but I can't go through with it. Those things done in darkness always feel wrong in the light of day. Murdering my husband is one of them. I sit up gingerly, pulling myself from the blood-soaked floor. I don't look at his body. I don't want to see him like this, lifeless, cold, empty. It doesn't matter what we've been through. The good, the bad, the terror, I feel no joy in this. He was the love of my life until he wasn't. The baby is crying now, full-throated shrieks. My breasts tingle, then leak, and I am up and moving. I whip open the crate and the dog shoots through the door into the backyard without a second glance. I sprint the stairs to the nursery, trying and failing to ignore the pain. I hurt everywhere. The beating was thorough, I'll give him that. My daughter, cherub face and Botticelli lips, stares accusingly. How long has she been crying, calling for me, for him, for anyone? I lift her from the crib and shush her, tapping her little back as I fumble open my shirt and present her with my right nipple. She latches on, voracious, mindless, and I relax into her need, hunching my shoulders around her tiny body protectively. Did he get away? Is he safe? When I sit in the rocking chair, I feel the blood flake off. Little pieces fall on her head. I fight back the nausea, the horror, the terror I've felt for so long. A new fear takes its place. How will I explain this to her? How will I cope with what I've done? It's my fault. It is all my fault. Legacy Draft Chapter 1. You never really know when you've met the man who's eventually going to murder you. For me, it was a chance meeting. We bumped into each other at the grocery store. We were both reaching for a bunch of bananas and he stumbled over a box left on the floor, crashed right into me. Grabbed me with both hands, whether to steady himself or me, who knows. His eyes were brown. His hair was unruly. He hadn't shaved in a few days. He looked like a model, a swimmer, too broad shoulders, trim waist. He wore button-fly jeans and Chelsea boots, a light blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up showing wrists and forearms that spoke of great and gentle strength. I may have even thought to myself how interesting those long fingers were, wondered what they would feel like trailing over my skin. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Baritone, reverb. His voice locked me in place. His eyes searched mine. Finally, I was able to speak. "Hello." "Hello," he replied, smiling now. His teeth were straight and square. Not blindingly white, not the fake white of bleached teeth, but a normal color. He realized he was still holding on, released me, and I felt bereft. I wanted him to touch me again. I wanted him to do many things to me, a stranger, something I've always wanted to experience. That instant connection, sneaking off to a private spot, giving in to the temptation, then never seeing them again. The connection was there. He seemed to be interested, hadn't moved away. The baby kicked in my belly, dragging me out of my fantasy. My hormones were on overdrive. Nearly 37 weeks along with my first, my body had betrayed me in a million tiny ways. The early pregnancy fear and excitement had given way to claustrophobia. I loved my baby, but I couldn't escape from her. Soon, so soon, my sentence would end. The lustful thoughts would recede. The swelling in all the wrong places would go away. I would be a normal person again, not the object of attention wherever I went. A woman so very close to giving life is like a beacon to those around her. She is fascinating to behold. "Go ahead," I managed, embarrassed. I could feel the flush running up my neck. "You look like you're about to pop." It's not nice to comment on women's bodies. You never know if they're pregnant or carrying a little extra weight. My girl took that moment to roll over, the flesh tight across my stomach rippling. Never knew anyone overweight to have independent muscle control, Besides, I'm a doctor. When are you due? Any time now, I said casually, placing a hand on my bulge. Then you should have a seat and let me finish your shopping. No, that's all right. The bananas are the last thing I need. Then at least let me carry the basket out for you. Why did I say yes? What compelled me? His pretty eyes, or was it something more? Something electrical that passed between us when our hands touched. I'd felt it, that jarring sense of completeness and arcing that I'd never felt with David. Don't get me wrong, I loved my husband. Very much. We've just been together for longer than I have memories, and there was never this moment, this utter intensity, the friction of someone new. I met David in kindergarten when he threw a rock at my head, and I'd tripped him in return, and we'd been inseparable since. 13 years together. I'd gotten pregnant prom night like an idiot, and we married after graduation, my belly just starting to show. My 19th birthday was yesterday. I followed the stranger to the front of the store, paid for the groceries, waddled out to the car. All the while he kept up a steady patter, chatting me up, flirting. I may not have had a lot of experience with men, but he was definitely flirting. You know I'm married, I said after he set the brown bag gently in the passenger seat. He looked at me then, really looked, deep into my eyes. A smile bloomed on his lips. You know, I don't really care. Where have you been all my life? Legacy Draft Chapter 2. His name was Patrick Connolly, and from that moment forward he was always around. I never believed in love at first sight. I thought it was silly. A romantic fantasy someone like me couldn't afford. But that night, across from David at the table, I saw my husband for the first time. There was a fleck of bread at the corner of his mouth. Though we were the same age, his mousy hair was already thinning, and his red-rimmed eyes were narrowed at me. Where were you today? I called. Grocery shopping. Did you pick up beer? Oh, no, I forgot. I forgot because I was caught up in a conversation with a stranger who was weird enough to be flirting with a monstrously pregnant woman, and I didn't want to stop because his attention felt so good, so I neglected to bring you home your elixir. Sorry. His fist slammed down on the table, rattling the plates and glasses. How hard is it to remember one little thing? Now I have to go out and get some, and I've had a long day, a hard day. I work, you know, while you're out gallivanting around town, showing off your stomach like a prize heifer. You really are worthless, you know that. David worked, yes, at his dad's law firm as a pseudo-paralegal. He'd wanted to go to law school, follow his father's path to the firm. Instead, he had to make do with the scraps from his dad's table. We were all set to go to the University of Tennessee in the fall. Then the lines turned pink, and we had to get our deposits back to pay rent. Now, he's stuck home with me in our little town, starting a family. With the baby coming, we need the money more than he needs the education. He blames me for getting pregnant and ruining our lives, though he was the one who decided we didn't need to use a condom. He never stopped to think that I, too, was giving up my dreams because it had been preordained since elementary school that we would be together forever. We just got started earlier than we'd planned, and that was okay. I loved David. I really did. He used to love me, too. I'm sorry, I whispered again. The glint in his eye made me tense. This could go two ways. He could leave and go to the store and come back with his beer, drink it up while watching the Braves game, and I could slip into the bedroom and pretend to sleep. Or he could take it out on me. I felt the punch coming before my mind registered the movement of his fist. He caught me on the side of the head, my neck snapping to the right. I'm sorry, I said again, arms up protectively, but even I could hear the edge in my voice, and that was all he needed. David had a talent for going from 0 to 60 in a heartbeat. One minute he was annoyed, the next enraged. Closet, he snarled. No, no, please, I'll go get you the beer. But there was no stopping him now. I disassociate sometimes when he's like this. It's the only way through. He dragged me down the hall, ignoring my screams and pleading, and threw me into the hall closet, locking the door behind me. He slammed out of the front door then, which meant I'd be stuck in the dark, cramped space for a while. I dabbed at the blood coming from the corner of my mouth and settled uncomfortably onto the floor. It is always so desolate in the dark, but tonight, curled around my belly, praying he hadn't harmed my girl, I had the face of a stranger to keep me company. Chapter 20, Detective Sutcliffe. The 20-minute drive down I-25 to Aspen Grove is scenic today, the piercing late afternoon blue sky making the snow-capped peaks stand out in bas relief to the west. Sutcliffe has gotten the call he's been waiting for. The warrant has been served, and the theater's video is ready for him to look at, and more. He's already talked to the majority of the VIPs from the event, and so far, nothing stood out. He needs to go north to Boulder to talk to one more, but he probably doesn't have enough time to pull that off today. He'll head up first thing in the morning. He finishes off a Coke Zero and a bag of raw almonds before he goes in. He's been training for an Ironman that will take place at the end of the summer, and the soda is a rare treat. Caramel-colored drinks are terrible for your kidneys and cause rampant inflammation. He knows this, but figures one every few weeks won't kill him. He locks the car and stops for a moment to admire the mountains, still enshrined in the late spring snows. He smiles as he enters the building. Over 20 years in Denver, and the view never gets old. The tattered cover bookstore is just down the street. He will duck in after and grab something to read. He favors Daniel Silva and John Sanford. They both have new releases. Inside, he takes the stairs 2 at a time, up 3 flights, noting his breathing doesn't change. He's in the best shape of his life, but the regimen is grueling. Training at high altitude means he's in even better shape. He knocks on the door of Ruby Erickson, the woman who organized the event for Columbia. She's on the phone but quickly hangs up when she sees him. She bustles around the desk. Detective Sutcliffe. Yes, ma'am, you're Mrs. Erickson. Oh, Lord, call me Ruby. I'm just sick about all of this. Do you know what happened yet? Nothing new, I'm afraid, Sutcliffe replies. I heard you have the video for me. She nods and hands over a flash drive, abrupt and efficient. I do. Sorry we couldn't release it without the warrant, but there were too many third parties to protect. It's just the 2 views of the theater and one of the doors to the lobby, I'm afraid, but I took a look and I think you're in luck. She pushes a printout his way. You'll want this too. The ticket was purchased the same day the tour was announced. The tour dates all sell out so quickly. Her fans know to watch for the announcements so they can grab the tickets early. These are well-coordinated events, actually, and while there's certainly no way everyone who wants a ticket can get one, we make sure that once the in-person tickets sell out, there are plenty of online available. So this guy bought his ticket the day they were announced. I said the ticket was sold the first day. There's no way to know for sure the person who sat in the seat was the same one who purchased the ticket. Sutcliffe fights back a smile. Now you sound like a cop. Not a cop, detective. A reader. We pay attention to the details. She flashes her dimples, bright teeth shining in the sunlight. You have the name of the ticket purchaser and the video from that night. Anything else? If I had more, I wouldn't be a reader, I'd be a cop. She grins again and he laughs out loud. All right, you win. I'll be more specific. Is there anything else you'd like me to know? No, you now know everything I do. Thank you, Ruby. I appreciate the help. The teasing smile is gone now. Catch him, detective. Columbia deserves better than all of these rumors and innuendos. The community is certain she was murdered by a fan. Everyone is scared. I trust you'll have answers soon. I sure hope so. Thanks for this, he says, and gets out of there before she manages to get herself deputized. He has a laptop in his car, pops in the flash drive, makes sure it gets swept for bugs by the system before he opens it. While the video is downloading, he opens his computer to type the name of the ticket holder into the National Crime Information Center database. Knox Shepard. Sutcliffe freezes. He knows this name. N6 spits out a match almost immediately. There's a Knox Emmanuel Shepard who has an arrest record. It's a unique enough name. Doesn't mean it's the same person, though. Sutcliffe digs a little deeper while the video loads. No active warrants, but a conviction on the record. He switches databases, pulls up the Department of Corrections, and puts in his password. It doesn't take long to find a Knox E. Shepard entry that belongs to a felon from Tennessee, released in 2010 after serving 15 years of a 20-year sentence for second-degree murder. And like that, it all clicks. "I will be damned," Sutcliffe says. The doc booking appears, and Sutcliffe is thrust back in time. Knox Shepard's booking photo captured the man perfectly. Dark hair, curly, square jaw, light green eyes. Terrified. You can see it in the tension in his face, the wild look in his eye. A handsome guy, not exactly a kid, but young, so young. He gets that tingle, that frisson that tells him something's here. But dread, too. It all feels wrong. This is an awfully big coincidence, having something so elemental from his past show up now, all these years later, in the form of a high-profile case that he's been pulled into. The manager wanted the most senior detective. Was it truly the manager requesting Sutcliffe? Or is he being manipulated? Don't jump to conclusions. Make sure. The theater's video feeds pop onto his screen. He scrolls through to the 30-minute mark when he knows Columbia passed out and runs it back a few minutes until he gets to the moment the man stands. The video buffers, then starts to play. The first view is from behind the loge boxes to the stage. Hard to see anything worthwhile, but the second camera angle is from the stage to the seats. The lights make it almost impossible to see the crowd, but there is a shadow in the middle of the screen that must be the man standing up. Sutcliffe tries to increase the size and loses clarity. There's a side angle, though, and when he switches to that, he sees a profile of the man standing, walking toward the exit through the door to another camera angle, this one from the lobby, and, yes, a full front face shot, and there is no doubt in his mind the man he's looking at on the video and the man in the booking photo are the same. Sutcliffe should know. It was the case that chased him out of Metro Nashville, the very reason why he's in Denver. And now there's no denying it. Knox Shepard, convicted murderer, was at the event. When Columbia Jones saw him, she grew faint, and 12 hours later she was dead. What are the odds? Chapter 21. Riley, the taxi, makes good time but hits the usual traffic at the south end of Central Park, so she's able to get the rest of the story read. She places the pages in her bag carefully, as if they are a bomb that might go off with the tiniest movement. The writing isn't going to win any prizes, but it is so visceral, so intense, so sad. Riley realizes there are tears running down her face, wipes them away with a knuckle. This is definitely the bones of a Columbia Jones blockbuster. Riley recognizes the writing style. And though it's unpolished, raw, a beginner's work, not the powerful words that Columbia is now known for, the topic is incendiary. The story itself is propulsive. But it is just a story. Why is she so unsettled? More importantly, the same question she's been asking herself since she realized what this is. Why has Columbia given it to her? And what is she supposed to do with it? She has no rights to Columbia's literary estate. Obviously, Darian will have to be told about this story. It is also worth a mint. An unpublished story, unknown to the canon of a beloved author who has recently died on tour, probably murdered. It is going to cause a stir, no matter what. She can already envision the social media eruption. Legacy. You never really know when you've met the man who's eventually going to murder you. That's a haunting enough phrase right there. Creepy as hell. The very idea that anyone on the street, any smile, any door opened, any date, might lead to murder is downright chilling. This is all just way too weird. Add in someone trashing her apartment and the guy at MoMA. Riley is beginning to think she's not the only one who knows about this story. She realizes traffic ahead has ground to a stop, asks the cabbie to drop her at the corner. She is out and walking, making better time, head still spinning as she marches up Fifth Avenue. That why resonating with every step. She crosses the street at 75th and halts at the red light, waiting. It's taking forever. She feels someone close by her and turns her head just as a strong hand lands in the middle of her back and shoves. She stumbles out into the street to the shriek of brakes and the furious horn of an Escalade. It just misses her, swerving wildly into the middle lane. Heart pounding, she whirls around, looking for a face, something familiar, and catches a flash of red. A laugh echoes, chilling her blood. Then the light changes and the crowd surrounding her starts streaming past as if she hadn't almost been killed moments before. She is bumped and spun, and there's no way to see who might have pushed her, or if she even was pushed. This is New York. Everyone is in a hurry. Everyone has the right of way. There's no way to say for sure. If she'd been pushed, surely someone would have called out. Right? Maybe not. This is a mixed-use residential area, doctors' offices and art galleries and colorful flower gardens around the established trees, interspersed with brownstones and condo buildings. It's always felt safe. But she did not mistake that hand, square in the middle of her back, and the eyes on her. No, she isn't imagining it. Nor is she imagining the flash of red. It was the man from the museum. She's sure of it. Shit. She starts walking again, moving fast and keeping her head on a swivel. She sees nothing alarming or out of place. If anything, she's the one who looks wild and crazed. No one seems to be following her. Half a block away lies her sanctuary, and she hurries toward the safety of the green awning and solid glass and brass doors, stepping adroitly around an upended frappuccino growing sticky in the sun. At least she hopes that's what it is. Inside the megalithic old building that houses East Fifth magazine, she relaxes a touch. The building's exterior has been recently renovated, a huge sparkling tower built upon the original historical base, and the interior is now much more modern. Riley steps through the metal detector, waving to the security guards. The guards are armed and no one can get to the floors without electronic passes. Security is tight these days. She is safe. For now. Hey, I think someone was following me. If a guy in a red ball cap comes to the lobby or anyone asks to see me, will you call up to Nate's office, please? Name. I don't know his name, just trying to be safe. You got it, Miss Carrington. She swipes her pass and ducks into the designated elevator, which whooshes upward without stopping, decanting her seconds later on the 23rd floor. She sweeps through the open, clattering room without acknowledging anyone. This place is her home, almost more than the flat. She loves the people she works with, loves that they challenge her to be a better writer, push her to take chances, honor her grit and determination. This is her dream job, and she worked like hell to be here, to be accepted, respected. But today, she wants only one person's attention. In the corner office with a beautiful view of Central Park, Nathaniel Jordan Walsh Roman 4 Nate to his employees is leaning back in his chair with his feet up on his desk, crossed at the ankle, eyes closed, a set of AirPods in. Riley knows he's thinking while listening to classical music. He's completely addicted. He grew up on the New York Philharmonic. His mother was a cellist. He plays, too, quite well, especially for an audience of one. Don't ask her how she knows. They were always destined to fail. He liked her too much. She liked her job too much. Not to mention, when they got together, he was still technically married, though very much in the throes of the divorce. To the younger, more naive Riley, that made him safe. Little did she know the chaos their affair would create. Yes, Nate was a fun, albeit complicated, mistake. Oliver is easier, low pressure. Their lives never overlapped until now. She should call him after this meeting, or maybe before, maybe now. But no, the note should be explanation enough. Someone's tracking me. I'm going underground, be careful. I love you. It might put him into hysterics, but this is too important. She needs a plan, and she needs it fast. She needs to talk to Nate. She starts to knock on the doorframe, but at that moment Nate opens his heavily lashed hazel eyes as if he sensed her near him. At the lazy grin that slides across his face, she realizes she and Oliver might be in serious trouble. She's not over Nate, not by a long shot, but she can usually keep a healthy distance between them. This is why she often works from home. The attraction between them is magnetic and hard to miss. Now, she's chosen him to help her muddle through this insane situation, and damn if she isn't glad she did. As much as it pains her to admit, she always runs to Nate when she's in trouble, even when he calls her kid and makes her feel like she's 10 years old. Nate is safe. That this is where she is right now speaks volumes. That her shoulders are dropping and she feels like she can breathe for the first time in days speaks volumes. That warmth pools in her stomach at the sight of him speaks volumes. He is not hers, though, nor is she his. She must tread carefully. "There's my superstar," Nate says, lighting up. He pulls out the AirPods. It's a nice gesture. Some would simply tap and pause, waiting impatiently for the interruption to cease. "At least you didn't call me your black hole." "How are you, Nate?" "I'm good, putting together the pieces for next month's magazine." He gestures to his temple. He is the king of brainstorming, will show up to the daily meeting with a dizzying array of requests for his various departments without ever writing anything down in advance. "How are things? The Jones piece. Looks like you've stepped in it." "That's why I'm here." Riley shuts the door and plops down on one of the balclay-covered chairs in front of his desk. It's like perching on a fuzzy marshmallow. There's absolutely no way to look graceful sinking into the fluff of them. His ex did The Office, and Riley swears she put in these little monstrosities as punishment. "These chairs, Nate." I know, I'll get her to replace them, have to wait for next season's inventory to arrive." "Anyway, you okay?" Riley bites her lip. "Okay, here's the deal. The Jones piece is blowing up on me." "I expect it is. Losing her like that, have the police shared anything?" "You don't have to reveal your sources." She thinks about the phone call with Detective Sutcliffe. If her devices are compromised, sharing this won't be news. On background, they deferred declaring a cause of death pending a toxicology report, and that could take weeks. They aren't saying it was natural causes. They aren't saying it was murder. But there's more. Is there someplace we could go that's private? The smile broadens into a naughty grin that makes her heart stutter, but she shakes her head. She puts a finger on her lips, then hands over the notebook, the note from the stranger marked with her finger. He reads. His smile flees and he stands. "Come with me." "Wait, will you put these somewhere safe?" She unloads her bag, laptop, phone, watch, and after a second's confusion, Nate nods and puts them all in his safe. She keeps the notebook, stashed lonely inside her messenger bag, just in case. As they leave the lobby, Riley notices one of the guards detach himself from the wall and follow. Nate's security. He's had a detail for a few years, ever since the piece they did on Sir Salman Rushdie, when the threats against Nate went up a notch. There were always threats, some more credible than others, the nature of the modern media beast, but what she's always wondered about was someone really going to take a shot at Nate, of all people. Or does he keep the detail for show? She is now grateful for. The silent man walks a few steps behind them. Close enough to react, far enough away to be inconspicuous. East Fifth Magazine's offices are on 5th Avenue and 78th by the Payne Whitney House, and it takes 3 minutes to cross the street, hurry down the cobblestones, and enter Central Park from 76th Street. They wind into the leafy world within a world and start south toward the Model Boats Lake. The weather is perfect. The paths hum with dog walkers and nannies and tourists. Someone has hooked up a speaker to a violin and is playing a mournful selection from Debussy's Preludes. She's half afraid this was a terrible idea and half more settled than she has been in days. "Are you okay?" Nate asks. "Seriously. If I'm being honest, no, I'm not." She yanks hard on the bottom of her ponytail, a childhood habit that rears its head under pressure. I've seen my subject covered in blood and non-responsive in her hotel room, been arrested for her murder, been given a warning note by a stranger who stole my bag, been given material evidence, and now someone's broken into my apartment. Oliver is there with the police, probably wigging out that I'm not answering my phone. Add in the weirdo who talked to me about Rothko's suicide at MoMA, who I'm pretty sure pushed me in traffic on my way here. No, I'm not okay. And no, I didn't kill her if that's your next question. He is more serious than she's ever heard him. Don't be smart with me. Of course you didn't, but something is certainly going on. We need to get you a burner and call this source. You think that's the best move? Yeah, I do. I'm going to do it with you, though. No chance in hell I'll let some stranger light you up without backup. Well, there's more. I'm in her will. Nate pulls up, snaps, what? A jogger passes them, looking curiously over his shoulder. She yanks on his elbow. Keep moving. I'm feeling really freaked out right now. When they are walking again, she tells him the rest. I haven't mentioned this to anyone because it felt presumptuous, but the first day we met, Columbia mentioned that she was considering me to ghostwrite her memoir. I'm assuming that's why I'm in her will. She's left me her journals and notes on her life work so I can write it. A biography now. Anyway, here's the crazy part. Oliver's firm is handling the estate. You're Oliver, Nate doesn't think much of Oliver Mathers and has never been shy about it. The feeling is mutual, she knows. In another life, were she not in the middle, the two might have been friends. They came from the same world after all. When I got home, he had an envelope waiting for me that said, "In the event of my death, give this to Riley Carrington." Inside, there was a password-protected flash drive, a clipping from a newspaper about a murder in Tennessee, and an old, like really old, short story. Never been published, at least not that I can tell. I've read everything she's ever done. What's it about? A young woman and her lover who murder her husband, she replies. I'm wondering if it's tied to the article she left. It's in the office. In your safe, yes. Okay, good, Jesus, Riley. No kidding. And here's the third stunner. Oliver said they won't do the reading of the will until our piece is published, even though the letter says the reading is on the 15th. So we need to get this story wrapped and out because that's the weirdest part of all of it. It's like she knew she was going to die and wants a specific narrative to be on the record. Nate whistles long and low. Where are you on the piece? It's slated for release Friday. Can we make it? Are you close? Riley nods. I'm halfway there, drafted the rest. Just a few somewhat important bits to fact-check. We'll put a rush on everything. You'll have to get me the draft tomorrow, though. I can do that, assuming you can find me a quiet place to work where I don't get taken out in the meantime. Unconsciously, Nate has put a hand on her shoulder and is rubbing lightly. Former house cat that she is, she lets him, trying not to arch into his touch. So now what? There, Nate says, pointing to the park exit ahead. We're going to have Tony from it bring us a burner phone, and we're going to call this Yahoo. Chapter 22. They buy a couple of coffees while they wait for Tony, who shows up 10 minutes later, red-faced and breathing hard. He hands over a phone like he's doing a CIA drop and disappears up the street. They go back into the park and find a bench by the lake. Nate's bodyguard sets up shop 3 benches down. He looks like a very tall and hefty Tom Cruise. People going by pay more attention to him than the 2 reporters furtively breaking open the plastic on a phone. I hope it has a charge. It will, enough for at least one call, Nate replies, finally cracking into the packaging and turning on the phone. Tony could have opened the damn thing. Riley flips the notebook to the page with the warning, and with a deep breath, turns on the speaker and dials the number. It rings 3 times before a voice answers. A voice that sounds familiar, but she's never heard it before. Are you safe? The man demands. Yes, who is this? Oh, thank God, Riley, I've been worried sick. You need. Nate grabs the phone. Whoa, 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 whoa. We need some answers. Who are you and what do you want with Riley? Silence. She tries again. I was scared and I went to someone safe. I swear to you he will not say anything. Is that Nate Walsh? Nate's eyes widen. It is. You want to do me the courtesy of sharing your name. Number. Put Riley back on the line. I'm right here, she says. Will you give me your name? Are you still on speaker? Turn it off. Nate shakes his head, but Riley is intrigued. She takes back the phone and turns off the speaker. All right, I'm listening. The urgency in the stranger's voice gives her a chill. You can't trust anyone, not even Walsh. Do you understand? Not a single soul. Columbia Jones was murdered. You can't be next. Not even Walsh. Riley looks sharply at Nate and almost imperceptibly leans back, away apart from the only person she truly trusts. I have to trust someone, she says quietly, ignoring Nate's furrowed brows. No one is safe. Do you understand? No one. You need to drop the story. Stay the hell away. She puts him back on speaker. I can't stay away from this, sir. I'm a reporter. I've been hired to tell Columbia's story, and that's what I intend to do. A muffled curse. Just like her. You're too stubborn for your own good. How do you even know that? Are you stalking me? No, I'm not, but he might be if you stir up too much dust. He, do you mean the person who killed her? Riley has her pen poised above the paper. She has reverted to journalism 101. Ask questions, get him to talk. Who is he, sir? Do you have a name, a description? We can call the police and have him arrested. Detective Sutcliffe in Denver is a good guy. He's been on my side all along. That's the logical step here, you know. Subterfuge is not the best course of action. I don't know his name and I don't know where he is now, but he was in Denver Friday night long enough to kill Columbia. How do you know all this? Time's up. Get another burner. Call me tomorrow. Be safe. The line goes dead. She looks at Nate, who's frowning. He hung up. Shit, Nate says. Okay, back to the office now. He takes the phone from her, yanks out the battery and the SIM card, and throws both pieces into the lake. Littering, she says mildly. Stop. Riley, come on. This is serious. We're going to get you all new equipment that I can be sure isn't compromised and set you up in a hotel. Your choice about who stays with you, me or Oliver. But one of us is going to be with you at all times from now on until we figure this out. I am a grown woman and Riley Carrington, I swear to God, shut up before I murder you myself. She shuts up. She isn't going to play games, not anymore. That voice too. There's something in the growl of it, but she can't place what is bothering her about it. She appreciates she's in trouble. Anyone with half a brain would. Warning her off Nate, though. That's unsettling to say the least. She has to trust someone, and Nate has the means to help her the most. Not that she's using him, never that. She needs him. The sidewalks are packed and she doesn't speak until they're back in the office. You, she says as they enter Nate's office. I choose you, only because we can work nonstop, understand. Oliver has a real conflict of interest, and until the piece is done and out the will can't be read, so no funny business. He's not going to like it. Are you prepared for the fallout? Are you prepared to lose him over this? That's what he's really asking. Are you prepared to throw in your lot with me for real? It's just work, Nate, she says. I'll explain that it's life and death. He won't care if he knows it's a real threat. He'll want me safe. Good choice, kid. She narrows her eyes at him, but he ignores her, bustling around his office, then sending a few emails. 5 minutes later, Tony from it shows up with a laptop and another cell phone, both still in their packaging. Can we pull her files and make sure they're clean? Nate asks. Tony is no more than 23 with wavy hair and black glasses. She's always liked him. He's a good kid. Now she's even more grateful that she has good relations with the magazine's staff. They are going to be the ones to save her in the end. They are her family. Tony is clearly curious what's happening, but professional enough not to ask. Only way to be completely safe is to print off everything and work on paper. I can't guarantee the files themselves. They're in the cloud with all the rest of our work. It's as secure as I can make it, but if she's been compromised. Then someone sent us a sophisticated Trojan horse. Okay, do it, Nate says. Riley, show him what you need. You have a password-protected flash drive too. Tony, can you crack it? Oh yeah, easy. I'll hook it to a program I've written that will find a way in. What else do you need, Riley? I just need access to my local documents. That's where I have some notes and the office cloud account. By the way, the computer tech in Denver told me there was some malware on my uploaded files. She cleaned it up for me, but you might want to check my devices thoroughly. I assumed it was something I picked up on a hotel Wi-Fi somewhere, but now I will. Good idea. Get her files on a new laptop, but make sure they're clean, Nate says. And then run a full system integrity check. Make sure no one's knocking at our back door. Got it. Riley marvels at the intense efficiency of this preppy, laid-back, I've inherited a tendidone care man who has turned into a journalistic bulldog over the course of an hour. She likes this side of Nate. She likes it a lot. Tony, who clearly recognizes something major is happening, says, check your socials while you're here too, because you won't be able to look at them again for a while. Best way to track your physical movements is through those accounts. While Riley has accounts on all the major platforms, and a few of the more minor ones too, she hasn't looked at them since she landed back in New York. Not surprisingly, Columbia's death is trending in several iterations, including beloved author, Columbia Jones murder, and author murdered. It doesn't seem to matter that her death hasn't been officially classified. A murder. Darian Jones hasn't deleted that original tweet, hasn't even bothered to comment, and that's fueled the fires plenty. An accusation that's driving the gossip mill a bell that can never be unrung. Also, not surprisingly, there are a slew of private messages for Riley, colleagues who knew she was traveling with Columbia's entourage, strangers who think she should look into the story, messages of concern and support, and one that makes the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. She doesn't recognize the sender, though it has to be someone she follows in order for them to send direct messages. You look pretty, it says, a link helpfully provided. The preview shows an article from the daily newspaper in Denver, with a photo of Riley being led from the hotel by Detective Sutcliffe. The story is vague, only hinting that Riley is a suspect, but it has her name and that she works for East Fifth magazine, plus the photo of her looking decidedly not pretty, but disheveled and scared. This is the wrong kind of attention. Though the rules of PR are clear, any publicity is good, this isn't the kind she is willing to suffer. There are freaks everywhere. She's fended off plenty over the years, and she instinctually knows she must be very careful not to set this one off. Yes, it could be someone just sliding into her DMs, but it feels wrong. It has that same sinister feel as the brief conversation with the guy in the red hat at MoMA. Dread filling her, she clicks on the profile. It's a private account. The profile picked the back of a head staring out at a lake. Nothing to identify the sender, no pronouns, no website or description. She is unsure why she followed them in the first place. A source, perhaps, someone who commented on another's feed and seemed to have something legitimate to say. So many accounts have been purged recently, there's no telling who this is. Or, just as possible, he is the nameless murderer a stranger has warned her about. Nate, she says, sliding the computer over to him. Gotta block this Yahoo. I don't recall following him, and I have no way to prove it, just a gut feeling, but I bet it's the same guy from MoMA. He reads it and nods at the it guy. Don't block him yet. Tony, find this person for me, okay? I don't care how you have to do it, and check with MoMA, see if they have any video of the man who approached Riley. You got it, boss. Riley, where did you see him? The Rothko room, 4th floor. Again on the 2nd floor. I was running through the area, so they can probably timestamp it. He was wearing a red ball cap. Also, she glances at Nate. When I was coming up here, someone pushed me into the intersection at 5th Avenue and 75th. I was coming to the office. It could have been anyone, but I thought I saw a flash of red. And just FYI, something super weird to be aware of. The video feeds at both Columbia's hotel and my apartment were tampered with. If MoMA's cameras were down, now we have a real pattern. Is that easy to do? Mess with cameras like that? Tony scratches his jaw, the scraping of his thumb against his beard loud in the space. Well, I wouldn't say easy, though there are plenty of jammers that can render them useless. But the CCTV cameras for the city, those would be hard to corrupt. If I can't find anything at MoMA, I can at least search the intersection and see what I can find. Do I want to know how you can do all of this? Riley asks, a slight smile on her face. You don't, Nate replies for Tony. If you find out who it is, send me an email that says this. He hands him a post-it and Riley can just make out the words, got you a reservation at Carbone tonight, 8 p.m. Is this code? Tony asks. No, it's my fucking dinner plans. Of course it's code. Yeah, sorry, sure thing, good luck. Tony disappears, ears red in embarrassment. Nate watches him leave, a small smile quirking the edges of his lips. I didn't mean to snap. Yes, you did. Riley starts to open the new laptop, but Nate shakes his head. Wait, we'll do it in a bit, let's go. If someone's following me, what's to stop them from just tagging along behind us? Chances are they're using your devices, right? It's too hard to track you physically in person in a city like this unless you have a team of watchers, or there's a tracker in your bag. You have cleaned out your bag, yes. She stares at him for a second, then walks to his conference table and dumps out her messenger bag. Notebook, pens, tampons, granola bars, a bottle of water she got on the plane, and a small white 10 silver disc. Fuck, I am an idiot. Why didn't I get a notification that there was a tracker? Remember that article we did? I thought they fixed that bug. You're not an idiot, and it's not an Apple tracker. I don't know what brand it is, but it's clearly geotagging you. Turns it over thoughtfully. How long do you think? Since the morning of the murder, I suppose. I didn't think to look for a tracker, and Riley's heart is racing. God, Nate, he's been following me this whole time. This stranger has seen every move I've made. That's how he knew where I was at MoMA and that I was heading here to the office. He knew I wasn't home, too, and could break in. Her voice breaks. Nate has his arms around her and her head tucked into his chest, a heartbeat later, shushing her gently. Come on, Riley girl. Something big is at play here and you can't blame yourself, okay? She hears him, but it doesn't matter. She's fighting back the tears, frustration, and fear, and a horrid sense of violation working their way through her, and she's trying to ignore how much better she feels when Nate is touching her. Let us stay like this for a while, she silently pleads. Don't let go. She is a traitor. An idiot and a traitor. This is impossible. She is with Oliver now, and she must. Keep Nate at arm's length. She doesn't want to blow up her world. Yes, you do. She gently puts her hands on his chest and steps back a foot, putting some space between them. She can't breathe with him so close. He doesn't move but doesn't try to reach for her again. I'm sorry. I should have asked. Stop, she says, not meeting his eyes. It's fine. I appreciate the comfort. I apologize for losing it. Where are we going? You'll see, he replies grimly. Leaving everything here will confuse things long enough for us to get you someplace safe. She leaves her bag behind, too, and together they head for the elevator. Inside, Nate leans back against the wall, crossing his feet at the ankles and folding his arms on his chest. I think we need this article out right away. I don't think it's safe to wait until Friday. I think you're right. I can pull an all-nighter if you can. His smile is crooked and lights up his eyes. You know I can. Chapter 23, Columbia. 1 year before the end, Columbia Jones types the end with a sigh of relief. It always feels like a miracle finishing. This one has been difficult. There's something not quite right with the story, and she's been fighting with it for weeks. Coming off her last one, a book that had written itself, this new, unnamed behemoth is more like a mammoth in its last days, wandering the steppes. It's the nature of the beast, forgive the cliché, that some books are easy and some difficult. And some it's like digging fossils from rocks with a toothpick. This has been the latter. She rereads the last paragraph, feels the chill spread through her body. No, she's got it. This is right. From the moment she conceived this idea, she's been waiting to type these words. She's superstitious. Even when she knows exactly how a story ends, she resists typing the final lines until she is actually at the end. She blows out a huge, relieved breath. Pizza, she shouts, her voice carrying through the house. Moments later, Darian clatters down the stairs, a wide smile on her face. You did it, you're finished. I'm finished. Columbia leans back in her chair, puts her feet on the desk, and laces her fingers behind her head. This one was a bitch, but I tamed her in the end. Congratulations, Mom, proud of you. Thank you, you did a nice job with the setup, Columbia says. Darian-'s getting quite good at helping her draft the stories. They brainstorm for days, outlining the high points at length, and on this book, Columbia let Darian write the first draft. That's probably why there was something not quite right from the get-go, but it's good training. Soon enough, Darian will be coming up with her own stories, and she needs these skills. So far, she's claimed not to want to write under her own name, but they both know she's lying. Of course she will, and with the years Columbia's put in, meticulously training her in craft and dedication to storytelling, she'll be a raging success. Tell her that, her subconscious says, but Darian's already turned to her phone to order dinner and the moment passes. What's the title going to be? Have you decided? Columbia shakes her head. Maybe after I get a glass of champagne in me to celebrate, the right title will appear. If not, Mary will help. She's always been good at titles. I'd go with The Lonely Shore if I were you. It fits perfectly. It does, I agree, but it's too melancholic and done to death. We need something the algorithms won't compete with. Ivory Lady fits that bill, but I don't know. We'll see. The movie people will want to say, too. The option for this book sold months ago, and they put together the entire package and started shooting before she was even done writing, planning to have the film out within a few months of the book's release. It was a risk, but she's Columbia Jones, and at this point they're paying enough that she can afford a gamble here and there. She's been furiously moving toward the end. They will be thrilled to know they can finalize the scripts now. They know the basic shape of it, but she's kept the details to herself. They just need the right title. Darian flashes a smile. Don't worry, Mom, you could call it the Iliad, and with your name on it you would win the algorithm. I'll go get the plates. Shall we eat by the fire? Thank you, precious. Yes, let's. She watches Darian's head disappear down the stairs, feeling a warm glow. Her daughter doesn't usually offer up platitudes or compliments, but that was nice. She opens the computer, logs into her socials, planning to share a quick note with her fans that she's finished the book at last. She has a private group, and they've been cheering her on while she fought her way through the recalcitrant story. They deserve to hear the good news. She starts a new post with the single word, code that they will understand as well as Darian had. Pizza. They know how she celebrates the finale of a book. Every author has their traditions. Hers are pizza and champagne. She probably got the idea from watching Romancing the Stone when she was a kid, seeing Joan Wilder bawling happily over the last lines of her latest romance, typing the end, then celebrating with an airplane bottle of Grand Marnier and a can of tuna for the cat. That movie made her want to be a writer to affect people. She wanted her name in lights for people from all over the world to recognize her words. It was a foolish, childish dream, but one she somehow managed to make come true. Joan Wilder was so lonely in that scene, though. At least she has Darian and the fans. She presses post, and reliable as always, the hearts and comments start almost immediately. These are her people. She communicates with them often and honestly, and they are thrilled to hear she's got another book for them to read. She will never truly be alone so long as her fans love her. Her message notification goes red, and she is so high on the joy of finishing and the dopamine rush coming from the accolades that she clicks on it without thinking, even though she doesn't recognize the avatar. The message is startling, and she has to read it twice to fathom the words properly. I know what you did. I know who you are. It's over, or have you forgotten where you come from? Tell them, or I will bury you. Before she can even register who sent this, what account it's from, the message disappears. Deleted, unsent, she has no idea which, but it's gone. A terrifying chill spreads through her body, visceral and intense. She shakes once as if she's been dunked in cold water. Then the fury starts burning through her. Sickening rage, violation, horror. She can't catch her breath. Mom. Columbia starts and slams the laptop closed just as Darian's head peeks above the stairs. Do you want the Perrier Jow at Rissé? Or Dom? She can't speak, can't find her voice. She holds up 2 fingers and Darian says Dom it is and disappears again. Columbia reopens the laptop, staring at the now empty spot where the message appeared, then disappeared. How is that possible, and worse, who sent it? There's no way. She has been so careful, so very careful. Her heart is thudding so hard she can hear it pounding in her ears, and she has to take 3 deep breaths to slow it down. She stares at the screen until Darian comes clinking into her office with the chilled bottle of Dom Perignon and 2 flutes. You can tinker with it tomorrow. There's plenty of time. Now we need to celebrate. She pops the cork and pours, hands over a glass. Columbia closes the laptop again and takes it, hands shaking. You okay? Darian asks. You're pale. Columbia nods and finally finds her voice. I'm fine, precious. Right as rain. She taps her glass to her daughters. Here's to another one in the can. Chin chin. Chapter 24. Darian now in the Upper East Side brownstone she's lived in most of her life, the one her mother bought with the ridiculous advance on her first book. Darian descends the stairwell from her room and her mother's office, marveling, seeing this place with fresh eyes, open eyes for the first time in years. It's so easy to take your life for granted. So simple to ignore the rumblings of reality, to become complacent, to think things will never change. Of course, they do, and almost always when you least expect it. This place, it is all so very Columbia. The Tabriz silk rug, the Regency side tables, and the George Roman II mirror, all brought from her family home in Bromley. When her grandparents fell on bad times and had to sell everything else, these were the only things they kept. The Wedgwood and the English King flatware stored neatly away. The library of first editions she's collected over the years, Austen, Hemingway, Woolf. The closet full of St. John knits. The cashmere throws and cracked Chesterfield sofa. Understated all. Everything is luxurious and expensive but not showy. Classics. Elegant and sophisticated and timeless. Columbia was a woman of good taste. Her success, the wealth she gained from her work, never went to her head. She had a real sense of humility, which was part of the reason her fans loved her. Yes, she liked nice things, but she didn't throw it in people's faces. Except for the Rothko, an untitled blue and green color-field painting that was her pride and joy. She delighted in showing it off. The canvas hung in a place of honor, the only piece on the entire living room wall. She recognized her place in the world where she came from. Everything to nothing to everything. Cinderella. Cinderella wasn't murdered at the ball, though. Cinderella had an evil stepmother and 2 horrible stepsisters who made her life a sheer hell until she was swept off her feet by a hot dude who proceeded to turn her into a broodmare and made her wear uncomfortable shoes. Maybe this isn't the best analogy. Darian steps off the curved staircase into the living room, a space so familiar as to be alien today. Even the Rothko's blocks of blues and greens look unfamiliar. It all comes to her. Every inch of the estate, from the house and its handsome furnishings to the literary legacy, is now in her command. As is stipulated in the will, Darian got it out of the safe the moment she arrived home. Signed, sealed, witnessed, with Darian as the sole beneficiary. There is nothing in it about a woman in England by the name of Yvonne. Darian hasn't called her grandmother back, but she did give her name to Liam to see what he could find. He's one hell of a bloodhound. And what he's found or hasn't is worrisome, to say the least. Liam swears the woman doesn't exist. There is no one in Bromley by the name Yvonne Maxwell Dodd, not in Bromley, not in London, not in all of England. The phone number that she has does go to a woman named Vonda West, though. Vonda West has a long history of crimes. According to the filched copy of her arrest records Liam was able to provide from the UX Police National Computer. Petty shit, namely identity theft. What's worse, The photograph of the woman named Vonda West matches the mental image of the pigeon-hating woman Darian met all those years ago. Darian has no idea what this means, and diligent searches through her mother's files have turned up nothing. Nothing. Sunlight shivers into the living room. Darian swooshes open the drapes, then thoughtfully picks up a small white marble statue from the sofa table. Two lovers intertwined a rotten knockoff they'd bought from the museum the first time they were in Paris. The piece makes her blink back tears. Though Darian's had several days to wrap her head around the fact that her mother is gone forever, now the anger has set in. So many stages of grief for her to tackle. In the meantime, she must work. The meetings this week alone, lawyers, publishers, publicity, police, she's already drowning, and she hasn't even had a cup of coffee. Not to mention she needs to plan the memorial service. According to the will, her mother wanted to be cremated. That much Darian knew. That horrifying event is still in limbo until the Denver medical examiner finalizes the autopsy, which is hopefully happening this morning. So by next week, her mother will be dust. Darian will fly back to Colorado for the cremation and bring the ashes home. And then, the process of allowing the people who loved Columbia to say a proper goodbye will begin. But will it? Is there ever a way to say goodbye? As if he knows she's thinking of him, her phone rings and Detective Sutcliffe's name pops up on the screen. She stabs at the green button as if it is a glass of water in a very large desert. "Detective, what did you find?" "Hi, Miss Jones. Your mother's autopsy is complete. And, well, we don't have a conclusive cause of death. We have to wait for the toxicology screen to come back, and that's a multi-week process, as I've explained. But Dr. Darian has fast-tracked a separate screening for a few individual toxins. We'll know more conclusively in 48 hours. 2 days. Can you tell me what she fast-tracked?" "Not yet." "Can you tell me if she was murdered?" "Not definitively, no. I will say this, it's entirely possible she overdosed on something." "Overdosed, like on drugs? My mother doesn't do drugs." "You've said that repeatedly." "Then it's possible someone gave her something, forced her to take it." "Oh, wow." Darian feels faint. Someone actually has killed her mother, and now there's proof. Sort of, more than a hunch. "Were you able to get Riley's fingerprints off?" "I feel rather confident that Riley Carrington is not a suspect." "So you're suggesting a stranger got into my mother's room and forced a toxic drug into her?" "There's nothing that points to your mother being forced to do anything, Darian." His voice is soft, and she feels the rage surge inside her. "Are you saying she killed herself?" "No, I'm not. And I'm not saying she was forced, and I'm not saying she was murdered. I am saying it looks like she ingested something that might have caused her death. Other than that, I'm keeping all of my avenues open, and so should you. This investigation is early days. This isn't a television show. The real world takes time. Yet you had a suspect in handcuffs and you let her go." He huffs an annoyed sigh. "I think your acrimony toward Miss Carrington is misplaced. Someone stole her bag while she was in custody, and that doesn't sit right. It's not like she could have taken it. I'm almost certain she's being targeted too." Am I being targeted as well?" "I don't know, but you should be careful regardless. Now, I hate to rush off, but you will be able to retrieve your mother's body for the cremation as soon as the paperwork is finished. I'll be in touch. And Miss Jones, please, no speculation online. You're making my job that much harder." And he's gone. Damn it, it infuriates her when he dismisses her like that. Plus, she'd wanted to mention Vonda West. She debates calling him back, but she's so annoyed right now, it might be best to cool off. An overdose. That makes exactly 0 sense. Darian wasn't kidding. Her mother did not use drugs. She never took anything stronger than melatonin or a drop of CBD oil to help her sleep, and only then if it was dire. The police took the bottles she carried with her for emergencies with them for testing, along with all the rest of her things, which would take 6 to 8 weeks. It didn't matter that Columbia was a celebrity. These things take time. But that was it. She didn't even like to take an Advil if she had a headache. This apparently didn't matter to the police. Sutcliffe's theory. Between the knockdown, drag-out fight about the stalker that ended almost as soon as the door closed because Darian, hurt and frustrated and so damn tired of being the target of her mother's ire all the time, had stormed off into her own room, and around 7:00 a.m., Columbia had managed to find and partake in a drug that killed her. Absurd. Not to ding her mother, Columbia was a fantastic writer, but not so great at life. She was too distractible for the minutiae. That's what Darian did. Food, clothes, appointments. She managed her mother's day-to-day existence. She managed her business. She managed her moods and her fears and her insecurities and her grandiosity. She outlined and sometimes drafted her books and often pretended to be her on social media, and she made sure she slept and ate and showered. She ran herself ragged so her mother could shine. To think that Columbia could, in a strange city in the middle of the night, somehow leave the hotel and find her own agent of death. Number Darian isn't buying it. She clings firmly to her own facts. Someone murdered her mother. She brings the small, rotten statue with her, puts it on the mantel above the fireplace, ignoring that voice, the one belonging to a ghost, shouting, "Put that back," and moves into the kitchen. The terracotta floors are warm under her bare feet, and she starts the ritual of making coffee. Life goes on. It somehow marches in tune with the second hand on the clock on the wall, ticking its way forward, like a heart beating again and again and again, until it doesn't, until it stops and there is no more. And now she's back in tears, damn it. She has to stop thinking. Thinking is her enemy. The water is ready, the French press set. She waits a few minutes for the timer to beep. Finally, the nectar she's been dying for. Shit. The entire lexicon of life is all about death. She brushes it off, grabs a granola bar and banana, and weaves up the staircases 2 floors to her own office. It is 1 floor up from her mother's writing office. Columbia loved squirreling herself away on her floor. 2 bedrooms merged into a full-blown workspace with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, with an antique French rosewood desk and a rose marble fireplace. Elegant and inspiring, it is also everything Darian is not. Darian's office looks more like a bomb has gone off. Papers, books, boxes, galleys, 3 computers lined up edge to edge. It is a lair instead of an office, and the only place downstairs she feels like herself. The only place she can be herself. She settles herself in front of the computer and opens her email. 200 unread. Since yesterday. A quick glance through shows she can safely delete most of them, subscriptions and newsletters and ads. The rest are filled with condolences which have been coming in for days. She can't even imagine what her mother's website's contact email is going to look like. She hasn't opened it. She doesn't want to deal with the outpouring of loss from the fan base. How sad is her life? A 29-year-old woman living at home, answering her mother's email. Darian hasn't had time for her own life since. Well, ever. No time for serious boyfriends or close friends. The only people she knows well are those who circle her mother's world when she does go out. Most of the time it's with an editor or publicist from the house, and they always talk about Columbia. Even with her Uncle Vic, not an uncle by blood, but by longevity, it's all about her mom. There's been no time to cultivate her own friendships, much less an actual relationship. Plus, people who aren't in the book world confuse her. She needs people who speak the same language, who understand the lingo, the stresses, the responsibilities. Books matter. She can't understand people who don't feel that intrinsically, feel it in their marrow. Yes, it's been a little lonely, lucrative but lonely, and now it's all going to be on her. She won't have the excuse of having to be at her mother's beck and call. She is faced with a choice for the first time in her adult years. Get a life or stay in the shadows. And now there's Mason. She can feel things shifting between them and in her world. For the first time in years, Darian is in control of her destiny. The doorbell rings, and she waits for Karsten to text her. The house is 6 stories, and they have a comfortable, convenient shorthand so neither is trudging up and down the stairs constantly. Then she remembers she gave Karsten a few days off to grieve and grabs her phone to tell whoever it is to leave whatever they've brought on the stoop. "Sorry, ma'am, I have to get a signature from Darian Jones. GRR. I'll be there in a minute." She shoots the coffee a longing glance and hurries down the stairs. There's a messenger wearing a bike helmet and Ray-Bans shifting from foot to foot impatiently. He's holding a clipboard and an envelope. "Sign here, please." "What is this?" "Dunno, lady. They just pay me to deliver them." She prints her name and he hands her the envelope and sprints off to his bike. He's gone before she closes the door. She looks at the return address on the envelope in confusion. Mathers and Mathers, attorneys at law. The address is in Midtown. What the hell? She rips open the envelope and spills out the contents. "Dear Ms. Jones, this letter is to inform you that the last will and testament of Columbia Jones was recently filed for probate with the Manhattan Surrogates Court of New York. Because of the private nature of this endeavor, there will be an in-person reading of the will on May 15, 1 p.m. at my office. All beneficiaries are required to attend. If you have any questions about the will or the probate process, please do not hesitate to contact me. With my condolences, I remain sincerely Preston J. Mathers, Esquire. Preston J. Mathers, Esquire. Senior partner, Mathers and Mathers. What the actual hell is this? All beneficiaries. And who the heck is Preston Mathers? This is not one of her mother's lawyers. This must be a mistake. A ridiculous, stupid, dreadful mistake. Chapter 25. Frustrated and confused, Darian pulls every piece of legal paper from the safe in Columbia's closet and sets it all on the dining room table. This situation is straight out of one of her mother's novels. She half thinks it's some sort of joke, her wishful brain expecting her mother to pop out from behind the curtains with that chortling laugh. "Ha, precious, got you." Like she used to when Darian was a child and they played hide-and-seek. Darian was forever hiding in places she thought were completely obscured from the world, and Columbia always knew where she was. "I love you so much I have radar when it comes to you," she'd say, scooping Darian into a hug and carrying her, giggling and squirming, to the kitchen for ice cream. "Don't do it," Darian's mind warns. "Stay mad at her. If you start remembering the good stuff, you will fall apart." The paperwork is as familiar and morbid as it was when Darian saw it last. She flips through the holdings until she finds the will itself. Dated and witnessed in 2020, when the COVID pandemic swept through the world, Columbia updated everything, just in case. She left the whole estate to Darian, who was horrified to be having the conversation over the table as if they were scheduling a book tour, replete with the exquisite bottle of Chateau Lador Bordeaux her mother broke out for the occasion. It was a gift from her editor Mary, the first time they hit #1 for 52 weeks straight. Columbia rarely drank, only on special occasions. They both caught COVID in the first wave, and they both luckily recovered relatively unscathed. But after that scare, Columbia got serious and updated everything, commenting relentlessly about how impermanent life is, and you never know what might happen. When all was signed and witnessed, she broke open a bottle of the good stuff to toast their fortune, and to tell her only daughter she was going to be set for 3 lifetimes and then some, not to mention the bevy of literary and animal charities who were going to benefit once Darian started writing them checks. They'd split the whole bottle, and neither could work the next day, dragging around the house, headachy and grumpily craving carbs. It was a weirdly good night. Now she is grateful her mother was such a nut about it all. This Mathers and Mathers letter is a mistake. She picks up the letter they've sent. The phrase "all the beneficiaries" leaps out again. She calls Victor Gould, her mother's primary attorney and friend who prepared the will she's holding in her hand. He answers right away, his warm uncle who isn't related to her but loves her to pieces tone a small comfort. "Darian, my dear, I am so happy to hear from you. We are all gutted by the news." Do you know what happened yet? Thank you, Vic. Me too. I don't know anything new. It's pretty clear she was killed, though the Denver police are dragging their feet on saying that. There was blood everywhere. It was horrible. She can almost hear him shudder. I can't imagine. I am so sorry. Me too. We obviously have quite a bit to talk about, but I have a question before we do. Did Mom update her will recently? Last time was in 2020, right after the two of you recovered from the plague. That's what I thought. I'm really confused. I have a letter from another firm, Mathers and Mathers, saying they have a current will and are summoning all the beneficiaries to a reading. As you know, I'm the sole beneficiary. That's what she said she always wanted. Yes, she did, he agrees. This is quite irregular, Darian. Mathers and Mathers, you say? I know the name. Father and son shop, relatively blue-nosed, old school. You need to have a house in the Hamptons to get on their radar. Preston Mathers is a Yaley, by all accounts a decent guy. I don't know why in the world they would have any sort of connection with your mother, though. She's been with me exclusively her whole career. That's what's so weird about this, Victor. I'm going to call them and see if I can get to the bottom of this. I'm happy to make the call, Darian, keep you out of the trenches. Sure, that would be great. Let me try right now. I'll call you back in a few. Grateful as always for Victor's no-nonsense attitude, she hangs up and makes herself a cup of mint tea. Her nerves are jangling and more caffeine will send her right over the edge into an anxiety spiral. She paces, staring at the letter, all the beneficiaries. She pounces on her phone when it trills to life. Victor, what did they say? His voice sounds strangled now. You aren't going to like it. I don't like it. It smells to high heaven. Apparently they have a new will dated in January of this year. If they've done it right, it supersedes the one she did with me in 2020. What? When? How? Oh my God, Victor, what the hell? When would she have even had time? I keep her appointments and I've never seen this name before. I understand completely, and I will continue trying to find out what's going on, all right. Don't panic. Any judge with half a brain will understand that the extended relationship, a judge. Am I going to have to contest this? Victor blows out a small breath through the phone. Darian can almost smell the coffee and mint nicorette-tinged breath that is his signature. I suppose it depends on what she's done with her holdings, Darian, and whether you've been cut out in some way. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Cut out? Of my mother's estate, the hell. All right, take a breath. I misspoke. Of course, you haven't been cut out, not if you've received a beneficiary letter. But clearly, something is happening because it's highly irregular for your mother to have dealings with another firm. Highly irregular. I've known Columbia since you came to New York, Darian, almost your whole life. She wouldn't do this without good reason, and until we know what this new will says, we can't jump to conclusions, okay? Darian has immediately jumped to a million conclusions anyone would, but she doesn't tell him that. Okay. I would suggest you go through her things closely. Date books, schedules, anything that might give us an idea of why she might decide to do an end around and change things up. January. What was going on then? She thinks back. It feels like time should be measured in decades, not months. Nothing. We were finishing up the last round of edits on Ivory Lady. Spielberg was finished casting. Mary and the team were doing their thing to set up the tour. She invited that reporter along, remember? Riley Carrington. That was a bit out of character, but she wanted to have a big splashy piece that was the definitive Columbia Jones. She uses air quotes even though Victor can't see her. And this Riley character, what sort of access did she have to your mother? They just talked a lot, you know. Riley asked a lot of questions, and Mom answered them. She was actually pretty good-natured about it, considering, but she was the one who wanted the piece done, so I suppose she went with honey instead of vinegar, you know. I'm going to do a background check on Riley Carrington immediately, make sure she didn't exercise some undue influence over your mother. We can't be sure there's not something untoward happening. My God, this is a nightmare. I want to talk to Preston Mathers directly before the reading. Can you make that happen? He might not agree to that, but feel free to try. In the meantime, I'm going to get digging. Hang in there, okay? Let me know if you find anything else. I'd give your mother's papers a closer look if it were me. Maybe she's written something down that you missed. I will, but I still want to call the lawyer myself. I understand. Talk soon, dear. She snatches up the letter from the strange lawyer and dials the number. When the receptionist answers, she doesn't bother to greet her. My name is Darian Jones, and I need to speak to Mr. Mathers immediately. He sent me a letter concerning my mother's will, and I have questions. The reply is so automatic Darian knows it's a lie. I'm sorry, ma'am. Mr. Mathers is not available. He's working on a case out of the city. I'm happy to leave a message. Could I get your information, please? Darian Jones, 212-555-67-87. Tell him I have a beneficiary letter here. My mother has just passed, and I know for a fact we didn't use your firm for her estate. Did you get that? Yes, ma'am. She slams the phone down onto the table, takes a few deep breaths. She's feeling rather unhinged, stalked, screwed, confused. Clearly, her mother has gone behind her back and done something. The question is why. She looks at the paperwork on the table with new eyes, skeptical eyes. What the hell were you up to, Mom? Darian starts at her mother's desk again, going through every piece of paper she can find. The coffee goes cold, a skim starting on the surface. The light shifts, morning glow to afternoon shafts, catching tiny dust motes happily escaped from the staff's relentless cleaning. There is nothing that mentions Mathers and Mathers, but after an exhaustive search through desk, office, closets, safe and drawers, through online files and manila folders, she realizes there is something missing. Her mother's journals are nowhere to be found. An enthusiastic but not religious diarist, Columbia loved a specific brand of leather-bound journals that she ordered in bulk from France. Thick, lovely paper, perfect for a fountain pen and all dated sequentially. It took Columbia about a year to fill one. If there were pages left over, she nonetheless started a fresh one every January 1st. When finished, they were stacked out of the way in the back of her office closet. Darian respects her mother's privacy and has never tried to read them. Even now, the thought of diving into her mother's mind without permission feels like a betrayal. But the journals are not in their place. Before she has a chance to go any further, her phone dings. It's Liam. Hey, what's up? Darian, are you at home? I am okay. Our friend is in town. He pinged at 5th and 78th. You need to be careful, all right. What the hell, Liam? Can you track him closer than that? No. He only pops up every once in a while. I think he knows we're watching and he's taking some precautions. She blows out a breath. This is freaking me out. We still think he's harmless, yes. Yes, but hey, if you're not comfortable being alone, I can always come hang. She feels an absurd spark of pleasure. Liam is cute, but not really her type. I'm okay for now, but thank you for the offer. I might reach out to some of the security guys who were on the road with us. They offered too. I need to do some work with them anyway. Right. No problem. Just shout if you change your mind. I'm in a train away. You're awesome, Liam. Thank you. Darian scrolls to Facebook. Sure enough, the stalker is there, disguised as another new member of the street team. How he gets in, she will never know because she stopped allowing new members ages ago in an attempt to stop him. But on the post announcing Columbia's passing there is the photo of a smiling blonde woman with shiny teeth and a deep tan, and the simple comment, "Do you remember?" Someone has been playing a very cruel game and she is done with it. She snatches up the phone again and hits a favorited number. Mason comes on the line moments later. Hey Darian, I've been meaning to reach out. You okay? No, I'm not. Are you back in New York by chance, or are you on another job? His voice ticks up a notch. I'm here. Can you come over? She hears the whisper of fabric as he stands and feels faint with relief at the warmth in his voice. I'm on my way. Legacy Draft Chapter 3. I woke in labor. The pain was beyond anything David had ever inflicted on me, physical or psychological. My pants were drenched in fecund liquid and I screamed for David to help, to come let me out of the closet, but he refused. Maybe he was drunk, passed out. Maybe he hadn't come home seeking refuge from his temper in a bar. Maybe he was just punishing me. It went on forever, rolling waves of pain. The closet was just big enough for me to prop my legs on the opposite wall, a strange sort of stirrup presentation, and when I felt like I was going to split apart, the urge to push overtook me. My darling girl was born on the floor of a coat closet, her mother bleeding, bruised, and terrified. It was dark in there. David had long since removed the light bulb, but cracks of light stole beneath the door as if even the sun wanted to meet my girl. David found us the next day. I was lucky. The bleeding had stopped and my little girl was latched onto my breast. The mess we were in was rather disgusting, but we were safe and she seemed healthy. He was sorry, he always was. When he opened the door and saw the mess, he apologized, yanked me to my feet and trundled us off to the hospital, watching me to see if I'd say anything. I wasn't stupid. What was I going to do? Say? I had nowhere to go. He had control over everything. We lived in a small town with people in each other's business. Everyone knew about his temper, but they turned a blind eye. This town, this small town with its good old boy mentality, they let David be the hero, the captain of the football team, the prom king, the son of the wealthiest man in town, the son of the man who knew everyone's secrets. What was I going to do? I had no one. My parents had passed when I was 14, and I'd lived with a girlfriend's family until we married. I'd told her once how David liked to use me, and her eyes got big. I never heard from her again. Some friend. The doctors brought me my girl after they'd finished checking her out, patted David on the back as if he'd done the hard work. I'm sure they could smell the stale alcohol on his breath and see the redness in his eyes, but they said nothing. Why would they? Someone here saw him out last night, I'm sure. They aren't dumb. They know he's a drunk. They know he's a bully. They don't know why I put up with it. Neither do I. Legacy Draft Chapter 4. My stranger found me in the park 2 weeks after my girl was born, taking a break after walking the dog, using my foot to rock her stroller. The bruises had healed. They always do. My heart, on the other hand, was torn. Something happened that night in the darkness. Being forced to give birth in a dank closet, bruised and battered and alone, had broken me. I wasn't able to look at David without a new hatred, a hatred that meant leaving, one way or another. The future was over for us. He'd killed it dead with his bitterness, with his fury, with the resentment he disguised as love. Getting away, though, was going to be difficult. He would follow me. He would track me down and kill me. I needed a plan. I needed an ally. So when the handsome doctor stepped into my sunlight and smiled, at first all I saw was opportunity. Not love, not joy, not peace. A way out. I didn't tell him that, of course. I didn't want him tainted. Patrick was an opportunity, yes, but after that, a future, a life, love without conditions. How are you feeling? Patrick asked, taking a seat next to me on the bench. It was warm today. I was wearing a tank top and my nursing bra was chafing the tender skin of my breasts. I'm all right. The baby is gorgeous. What's her name? Saria. That's cute. Where are you from? I blurted. I mean, this is a small town and you didn't grow up here like everyone else. He didn't seem at all offended, just stretched his long legs out in front of him, relaxed as could be. No, I didn't. I'm from Nashville. Did my final rotation at Vanderbilt, had a couple of offers in town, but I wanted something less complicated. So I moved here and took a job at the hospital. I like it. The scenery is nice. He wasn't talking about the trees and the grass. I blushed. I'm coming on too strong. I apologize. You're a bit much. He knew I was teasing. The sidelong glance he gave me was anything but annoyed. I'll go away if you tell me to. He started to rise and I put a hand on his leg. No, please don't. It was the boldest move I've made in my short life. I knew exactly what would happen if I stopped him from leaving. I was right. It wasn't too hard to find moments together. Since he worked at the hospital and I needed to take my baby in for checkups, I was able to legitimately visit his place of work weekly. The dog was always happy for a walk, which was a good excuse to visit the park. We walked the paths by the river, meandering with the stroller. It was so easy to pretend that he was the father of my baby, that he was my partner. I never truly believed in love at first sight, but Patrick did. It wasn't a huge surprise when he started making noises about us being together for real. "People get divorced all the time," he said. "People have affairs all the time, too," I replied. "I don't want to have an affair with you. An affair means things are temporary. I want you, all of you, forever. I want you forever, too. Then let's go see a lawyer and start the proceedings. I'll go with you to talk to David." No. The panic flowing through me made me stop in my tracks. The day had been so pretty, but just the thought of us showing up together for this major conversation made the skies above me darken and rain start to fall. That's how powerful our emotions were. We could change the weather on a dime. We ran for the shelter of the trees. Once I made sure Saria was okay, I noticed Patrick was watching me, a small divot in the flesh between his eyebrows. I reached up and smoothed it away. I don't know how he's going to react other than badly. I need to ease him into this. He's not happy, and I think he'll go for it, but I'm going to have to frame this just right so he thinks it's his idea. When? You have to trust me. I'll figure it out. His hand drifted to mine, his thumb caressing my palm, a lover's kiss. I don't want to wait. We have to. I didn't want to wait either. I wanted him so badly. Saria cried then, breaking the spell, and I left for home, leaving my future on the tree-lined path behind me. Chapter 26. Riley Nate checks them into the most anonymous hotel he can find for a last-minute reservation, the Sheraton in Times Square. It is full of convention-goers and tourists, and the crowds hide them well. He scores a suite on the 40th floor, 2 bedrooms and a cramped living space. It's not going to win any awards, but it's clean. Riley is grateful that the temptation of sharing a bed is eliminated, and the room is surprisingly quiet considering its proximity to the hustle and bustle. There are still sirens and horns, ubiquitous to the city, but they're muted behind the thick glass. She doesn't want to know what it must cost. She isn't a stranger to the disposable income of the people in her life, but can't help but have a mild panic attack at the thought of a month's rent for a single night in a hotel. Nate gets a call, talks for a second, then hangs up. "Oliver is trying to reach you. He called the office." She nods. "I need to call him. At least let him know I'm okay." Nate tosses her another of the burners and she dials Oliver's number. He is, to put it mildly, furious. After she says hello and he starts yelling, she actually pulls the phone from her ear and lets him go to town, waiting until she doesn't hear shouting anymore to respond. "Are you through? Where are you?" His teeth are gritted. She can envision that angled jaw clenched, the muscle jumping. Oliver is usually pretty mild-mannered, but when he gets mad and they fight, it's one for the ages. "I'm safe. All of my devices were compromised. I had to get to the office and try to salvage the story." "I'm sorry I scared you." "You're sorry? Come home right this minute. We will talk when you get here." No." Silence. "You're with him, aren't you?" "Ollie, stop. We're trying to get the article finished. This is the safest place for me right now. We've discovered some Riley Carrington. If you love me at all, you will pour your ass in a cab now." As if she's drunk, out on the town with her friends, and not caught up in some sort of crazy life-and-death situation not of her own making. She sees red but understands his frustration. He's scared for her. She can hear that. She tries to be reasonable. "Don't bully me, Oliver. I know you're upset and I apologize for scaring you, but I have to see this article through." There's a pause. "Then I'm coming to you. Where are you?" Nate, who must have turned off the music on his phone and is eavesdropping on the conversation, looks up and shakes his head vehemently. "Let me talk to him." Reluctantly, she hands over the phone and Nate hits speaker. "Oliver, pal, relax. She's in good hands. I won't let anything happen to her, but we have to get this piece done and the cop from Denver wants her protected. I have security here. She's safe with me." "You smug bastard, you probably arranged all this to get your hands on her." "Don't be ridiculous. I would never put Riley in danger." A string of very un-Oliver-like invectives pour through the speaker. She snatches the phone back. Nate's tone isn't going to diffuse the situation. If she can hear the proprietary longing, so can Oliver. Ollie, calm down and talk to me like a grown-up. What's happened with the break-in? What have the police said? They haven't said anything. They took the report, said there was no sign of forced entry, and I couldn't see that anything was missing, so nothing. His voice shifts. I need you here, Riley. Please, come home. The pleading tone is also unlike him, and she's tempted to just give in. Oliver means safety, certitude, comfort. She should go to him, she should be with him, but she can't. She's going to choose her work over their future, and they both know it. I can't. You told me I had to finish the article, so I'm doing it as quickly as possible. You can do that here. What, in the flat by myself, without resources, while I'm being stalked by some creep and accused of murder and someone's already broken in? I'm here. I can help you. Like when we went to Cabo that time and I helped you research the article on the drug cartels. You can decipher what's on the flash drive, we can figure out the password together. I'm sure it's in the paperwork somewhere, unless you've already figured it out. I haven't, and I thought you had a conflict with this because you're Columbia's lawyer. Yes, I do. I did. I've recused myself. Now that I'm involved and that's it. Riley's temper flares to life. You were involved before, Oliver, she snaps. With me, with us. Our life wasn't important enough for you to step away, but your precious flat gets burgled and suddenly you're all willing to get involved. To hell with that, I'll be in touch. Riley, wait, she ends the call and tosses the phone to Nate, who says nothing, just raises a brow. I hate it when he gets bossy, she says. Are you okay? You look like you might burst into flames at any moment. I just might. Riley pulls off her glasses, shakes her hair out of its bun. Let's just get to work. She ignores the nagging feeling that she's missed something talking to Oliver. She ignores that voice that says call him back, make it up to him. You were cruel and you're going to lose him. She ignores the voice that says Oliver sounded weird. She needs to work. She needs to figure this out. She can go back to Oliver later when she's cooled off and the draft is done. He will understand when she can explain what's at stake. They spread out through the living room and Riley breaks open the new laptop. The online cloud service East Fifth magazine uses should be secure. Tony hasn't rung any warning bells that they're compromised. Just in case, she resets her password and gets the authentication code through Nate's phone. Up and running, she pulls her files onto the new computer and opens the piece on Columbia, then reaches into her bag and pulls out the short story. You might want to read this. See if you can figure out why she sent it to me and the article. All right, before you settle in, when did you last eat? Nate asks. Her stomach traitorously growls in response. She thinks back. I don't know, maybe the coffee shop earlier today. You need fuel, what can I get you? She leans back on the sofa. Honestly, this is too important to stop if I get sick. I don't think I can risk it. You can't crash out a piece without food. Just get me some peanut M&Ms and a banana and set up the coffee maker to run hot water for tea. That will do. I can have anything in the city delivered. What's your current favorite? Peanut M&Ms and a banana. Seriously, Nate, I can't chance it. Maybe add a Coke Zero for extra caffeine. There has to be some sort of celiac study you can get into, he grumbles, leaving her to it. 5 minutes later, the requested sustenance arrives. She tips the banana toward him. Thank you. Now I'm going to disappear for a bit. She pulls her headphones from her bag in illustration. But hey, I'm feeling bad about how I left things with Oliver. He was only trying to help. The last thing we need is some investigator from Mathers and Mathers searching for us and blowing it all. Maybe you can reach out to him, explain the stakes, but don't tell him where we are or he'll be banging on the door. Nate frowns but nods. Will do. Anything else? Hold me again. Tell me I'm safe. No, thank you. You're welcome. You work. I'm going to find out who this Knox Shepherd guy is, Nate says, and she nods absently, already running through what she has, what she doesn't, and what she actually needs to confirm before they run the piece. Her opening line needs to be adjusted. Columbia Jones is arguably the world's most successful author. Well, that won't do. Not now. She chews on a nail and starts over. The author of your favorite book has died, and she's off. Chapter 27. Oliver hangs up the phone and looks over at the man who's sitting at the counter on the wobbly stool, the last place he saw Riley before she burst out of the flat like a quail flushed from the brush, and shakes his head. She's not coming. Tusk, the man says, sighing. He's Oliver's age but looks like he's had a much rougher life. His skin seems almost leathery, as if he spent his whole life outdoors getting sunburns, and the skin peeled off again and again, damaging it like a burn. Maybe he was burned as a child. That was possible. The skin shimmers in certain lights at certain angles like he's put on a great deal of moisturizer. Maybe he's just sweating. So now what? Oliver asks, keeping up the bravado. The gun pointed at him is enough to make him want to scream, but he needs to stay calm to keep his head. When the police left after taking his report, he wasn't surprised to hear a knock on the door. Assumed one of them was back to ask another intrusive question or fingerprint him again, as if he'd break into his own flat. "Exclusionary, sir," the tech said, but Oliver felt the eyes on the back of his neck. The police never took a statement at face value. It just wasn't in their nature. He had answered the door only to find himself staring at the long barrel of a suppressed gun, and a man behind it in a red ball cap who was inside a heartbeat later. Oliver backpedaling into the living room so fast he tripped over the ottoman of the broken-in Herman Miller lounge chair he spends evenings in, reading. Sprawled on the floor, he saw the stranger close and lock the door, then advance. The gun pointed directly at Oliver's forehead. The stranger's eyes were flat and black like a snake's, and Oliver knew at that moment he was about to die. "Where's Riley?" the man demanded. "I don't know." A gun to the temple hurts badly. The blow knocked off his glasses, and then the world was a blur. Maybe that was better. He didn't want to see into the depth of this man's soul any more than he already had. It was a wasteland. "You're going to call her and ask her to come home." "I can't. I've been trying to call and her phone's turned off. It just goes straight to voicemail." "Then call her office, but get the girl back here. You understand me? Do that or you and I aren't going to get along very well." Oliver called Riley's office, and of course the front desk said she was unavailable. He said it was an emergency and was still denied access. "Please tell her to call me as soon as she can. It's life or death." "Now we wait," the man said amiably. "Got any food? I'm famished." 15 minutes and a turkey and provolone sandwich and beer later, Riley called. Oliver had never been so relieved, but he also knew he had to keep her safe. If she got mad at him, she wouldn't come home, maybe ever, and that was the risk he needed to take. He also needed to warn her. But the stranger hit speaker, so he heard every word out of Riley's mouth. "Be clever, Oliver." So he did what he had to, acted the jealous boyfriend, insulted her, insulted Nate, cursed and fumed. The stranger watched with a hiked brow as if he knew of Oliver's meager attempt to save Riley's life. He slowly shook his head and racked the slide of the pistol. Oliver changed tack. He begged, and that should have warned her off too. Oliver Mathers did not beg. "I need you here, Riley. Please come home." He heard the crack in his voice. She must have as well because her tone softened. "I can't. As you pointed out, I have to finish this article. You can do that here." "What, in the flat by myself? Without resources? While I'm being stalked by some creep and accused of murder and someone's already broken in?" The creep in question smiled nastily and Oliver's blood chilled. "Do something. I'm here. I can help you. Like when we went to Cabo that time and I helped you research the article on the drug cartels. You can decipher what's on the flash drive. We can figure out the password together. I'm sure it's in the paperwork somewhere, unless you've already figured it out." "I haven't." "And I thought you had a conflict with this because you're Columbia's lawyer." "Yes, I do. I did. I've recused myself. Now that I'm involved, you were involved before, Oliver." She growled at him, thoroughly pissed, and he did a silent little dance of joy because there was no way in hell she was coming home now. "With me. With us." Our life wasn't important enough for you to step away, but your precious flat gets burgled and suddenly you're all willing to get involved. To hell with that. I'll be in touch. Riley, wait, but she's gone. I love you, he says quietly to dead air, peace stealing into his roiling heart. She's safe. He saved her. And hopefully she's going to figure out sooner rather than later that he was saying things under duress. Might take her a few to come back down and analyze the conversation he got her riled up, but she'll get there. Forgive me, Riley. I really do love you. Dang, buddy, you don't have control of your woman, do you? Such a shame. It would have been easier on all of us if she'd agreed to play along. Now be a good boy and give me your phone. Why? So I can find out where she is and go pay her a visit myself. He pulls something the size of a stack of 10 credit cards from his pocket, snatches the phone from Oliver's grasp, and plugs it into the device. See, she got smart and ditched the tracker I put on her. And she's shut down her phone and her laptop, so the software I planted isn't doing us any good, now is it? But since she kindly cooperated by calling, now I can pinpoint her location again. What do you want with Riley? She's innocent. Ah, but is she? The man's leathery skin is disquieting. It seems to shimmer as he talks, but he's staring at the screen in his hand, not at Oliver anymore. Of course she is. I don't know what you think she did. Oh, she did plenty, but she has something I need, and I intend to get it. That's why you broke in here, isn't it? And you killed Columbia Jones too, didn't you? The man laughs. Now there's a bitch who deserved every bad thing that happened to her. Ah, here we go. 7th and 52nd. He pauses, consults his own phone. They're either at the Sheraton or the Manhattan, but either way, your girlfriend and her boss are shacking up. That must piss you off, man. Oliver looks down. Yes, it pisses him off. He's always known Riley was still attached to Nate. He thought they were going to make it past that until she leaped at the chance to go on the road with Columbia Jones, to disappear into that world for a month, and he knew he had lost her, even if she didn't know it herself. But at the moment, he doesn't care. In fact, he's grateful for her attachment to Nate because that means she's safe. He wants to get his hands on his phone, call her back, warn her. Hopefully she'll pick up on what he said, realize he was sending her a message. Even if she doesn't, even if this jerk finds her at the hotel, Nate's security will protect her. The leathery man smiles, putting his phone back in his pocket and unplugging the device attached to Oliver's phone. He set the gun down. Maybe if Oliver moves fast, he can grab it. The man wipes the phone off carefully, sets it on the table, and Oliver starts to move. But the stranger snags the gun, a move so fast, so fluid, Oliver recognizes the weapon is almost a part of this man. A limb. He feels a chill go down his spine. Men who are so well versed with weapons aren't going to be deterred. He's not wrong. No, I don't think so. Sit back and relax, Oliver. This won't hurt a bit. Come on, we can settle this like gentlemen. Do you need money? I can help there. I can get you as much as you need. No, thanks. This isn't about money. Thanks for your help, pal. See you in hell. Wait, the last thing Oliver Mathers hears is the PFFFT pop of the silenced pistol. Tuesday, Chapter 28, Kira. It is 6:30 on a sunny Colorado morning, and Kira Hutchinson is covered in flour, her happy place. She pops a batch of Lindt tarts into the oven and heads to the sink to wash. That's everything for the morning bake in the ovens. Now she can pull a decaf espresso and catch her breath. She's tired. These early weeks of pregnancy are rough. She collapses onto a stool gratefully and doesn't even look up when the door chimes. It will be Alex or Lisa, both of whom are running late, it seems. Ma'am, a stranger's voice. She glances at the door and is faced with a bald man taking off his sunglasses. He has sky-blue eyes and a compact mountain biker's frame. She smiles. We're not quite open, but if you'd like to wait for 5 minutes, I could make you a coffee and drag a second-day croissant out from the back. Today's are still in the oven. Are you Kira Hutchinson? The tone freezes her. She is a wife. She is a mother. No one uses that questioning tone when things are going well. Yes, is everything okay? Has something happened? Out comes a black leather case with a silver badge inside. Detective Sutcliffe, Denver Police. Major Crimes Unit, do you have a few? She shoots to her feet, heart in her throat. Is it Luke? Is he hurt? The boys. No, ma'am, sorry to alarm you. I'm here to talk about Columbia Jones. You were at the theater that night. I'm talking to the VIPs. She is overwhelmed with relief and feels a spike of guilt for that. Oh, okay, you scared me. It's such a shame. I can't believe she's dead. Have you figured out what happened yet? The paper said there were conflicting reports about how she died. Don't believe everything you read, Sutcliffe says lightly. I'll take that coffee if you don't mind. Espresso is great. It's decaf, not a robust blend, she warns. No worries, preferable. She gets him a cup branded with the bakery's name and logo and pulls a second espresso. Anything in it. Black's fine, thanks. He takes it from her and shoots it down like a proper Italian. When she raises a brow, he smiles. He has a nice smile, very unthreatening for a cop. I studied art history in Florence for a semester. Got used to it this way. He sets the cup in the small saucer. So you purchased a special VIP experience with Columbia Jones the night she died, is that correct? My husband got it for me as a birthday present. The gesture blew me away. I've been a fan for a long time. It was a very special night. We got to talk for 15 minutes or so. I just can't believe she's gone. Since you are such a fan, was there anything unusual, anything she did or said that felt out of place? How did she seem? Relaxed, on edge? Tired? She seemed tired. She covered it well, but she seemed to lack the spark I've seen from some of her events. They broadcast them all so people who can't make it can tune in for the talks. They charge, of course. You have to buy a book and the receipt has the code to watch. I buy all her books, but until last week I've only ever seen her digitally. Even on a screen she was a vibrant soul. Friday, meeting her in person, talking to her, it was incredible. She was very kind and surprisingly open. Open how? Oh, just even friendlier than I imagined. Asked me about my kids when we apply for the VIP. There's a questionnaire, I suppose to give her a leg up on us. I bet they do research into us to make sure we're not nuts or something. I would if I was her. Her sous chef chooses this moment to breeze through the door. He's smiling with some sort of plausible excuse for why he's late until he sees Kira's face, and immediately ducks his head and puts on his apron. She hears the oven doors opening and returns her attention to the cop. Alex can handle getting the store open for her. Everyone's running late today, she says. So we were talking about the VIP event. I didn't see anyone there out of place. We were all super excited and she was really sweet to everyone. It was very exciting to mix and mingle with our favorite author. After she left, we all just sat there, starstruck. So nothing else stood out other than she seemed tired. No tension. Number Darian, that's her daughter, manages her pretty tightly. They'd been on the road for a month touring. I just assumed Columbia was exhausted from all the glad handing. She's very on when she's touring. It can be hard for an introvert, and she was definitely an introvert. How do you know that? Oh, she talks about it all the time. You'll see it on her social media. She's always been open about her need to recharge after doing an event. Right. I will say, I wondered when she fainted if there was something more going on, if she was sick or something. Not like altitude sick, but ill. She's reaching and the cop deflects. I'm sure that will all come out sooner or later. Did you see the man who stood up during her event? She thinks back. Sure, I was in the loge box next to him. All the VIPs had the best seats. I assumed he was with us, but I hadn't seen him before then. He wasn't at the party before the event. Can you describe him? Tall, curly brown hair, square jaw, seemed intense. He was scowling when he stood. Why? Do you think he had something to do with this? If I showed you a photo, think you could identify him for me? Yeah, definitely. He hands her his tablet, which has a grid with 6 men's faces on it. Him, she says, pointing to the first man on the bottom row. Did he do something wrong? I'm just trying to put the pieces together, figure out how she got dead. So she was murdered, Kira asks, alarmed by the idea of a suspect. And this man is responsible, a heartbeat. Do you know who he is? Where he is? Am I in danger? No, number, slow down. You're not in any danger. I do know who he is. I was just confirming that we have the right man. And again, I'm just looking at all the angles. They pay me to ask questions. That soft smile again. Did you meet the reporter who was along for the ride? I did. Riley Carrington. Are you familiar with her work? She's truly an impressive woman. I'm not at all surprised she's going to do a biography of Columbia. A biography. I thought she was just writing a piece for East Fifth magazine. She is. But Columbia mentioned to me that Riley was going to do her memoir. I can't imagine anyone better. I mean, Darian would be good. She's an accomplished writer, but Riley has a magical touch. She's very readable and at the same time relatable. I'll be sure to look up her work. Was this memoir common knowledge? No. She actually told me not to tell anyone. Guess I've slipped up, huh? I heard. I mean, there have been a lot of rumors floating around on the internet and in the private fan groups. I heard Riley was arrested. I suppose I assumed you'd already talked to her. I spoke with her just like I'm speaking with you, and I think I have what I need for now. Please reach out if you think of anything. All right. He taps the photograph. Thanks for the chat and the coffee. It was delicious. This place has a great reputation. Best bakery in Boulder. Kira recovers herself long enough to go into chief chef marketing mode. Well, you need to take a bag of treats with you. No donuts, haha, but we do have fresh raspberry tarts and almond croissants and lavender cupcakes. She gets Alex to put together a sampler, hands it to the cop with a smile. She's feeling nauseated and just wants the detective to leave. This whole situation is heartbreaking. Columbia being dead only the beginning. The papers and social media have been almost gleeful in their coverage of her death. Respectful, but the was she or wasn't she murdered angle is juicy, and the world is bored. Soon enough there will be another splashy tragedy and they'll move on. Kira won't. Forevermore, she is one of the last people on Earth to see Columbia Jones alive, and her death will be tied to the small life growing within her. It's not something that goes away easily. The door swings closed and she shuts her eyes, taking a deep breath. Whoever the curly-haired man is, she assumes he is in big trouble. It is strange because he feels so familiar, like she's seen him before. She thought that at the event as well. Maybe he's come into the bakery. That makes sense. If she weren't so tired, maybe she could think it through, but for now, she has a big day ahead. She's feeling off but needs to get back to work. The detective's visit has stirred up all her emotions again. She spent the whole weekend in tears. She still can't believe Columbia is dead. The loss is a hole in her heart, an ache so deep it's almost like she's lost a family member. Columbia Jones has been a part of her life since she was a girl and read Pretty Baby, and insisted immediately on cutting her long, blonde, still baby-fine hair into a pixie because the main character's daughter gets lice and has to do the same. She was convinced it would happen to her. That was the power of Columbia's worlds. They became more real than reality. Kira assumes all the fans are feeling this desolation, this dislocation. They are all in mourning. It is such a shame to lose someone so amazing who affected so many lives. She touches her stomach. Maybe there's a way she can pay tribute after all. Columbia is a pretty name. Smiling at the thought that maybe, possibly, they've finally created a girl, she hustles back to the kitchen. Chapter 29. Darian wakes slowly, blinking hard, eyes watering against the sunlight streaming through a tiny crack in the drapes. She starts to roll over but senses a presence in the bed. She closes one eye to focus. She realizes now she has a horrid headache. She had whiskey before bed, and that always does it to her, and sees red hair against the white satin pillowcase. Additional perusal confirms her first impression. The owner of said hair is shirtless, showing off a broad chest and thick shoulders, both covered in a dense webbing of freckles. She smiles to herself, remembering when she first saw Mason remove his shirt. They were in Miami, sneaking around, and the room was dark enough that she hadn't noticed the freckles. She hadn't been paying attention to much, actually, except the solid feel of him in her arms. The The sense of safety and arousal that combined to a desire she hadn't known she was harboring until the third glass of wine loosened her morals and her legs. There was nothing wrong with having a tour fling with one of her mother's bodyguards. Nothing at all. They were very discreet, sneaking around like teenagers having fun, letting off steam. Now, though, back in the real world it feels different, like they're going to have to talk about it, put a label on it maybe. Did you sleep with him so he'd stay over and you'd be safe? Precious. I expect better. No, she answers her mother's scolding ghost aloud, and this disrupts the sleeping giant next to her. He opens a blue eye, raises a brow, reaches out an arm and pulls her to him, snuggling her deeper into his body. She sighs, lets her eyes close, and relaxes bonelessly into him. Her head throbs in time to her heart, and she soon realizes he's not fully asleep either. She deliberately pushes her bottom backward, and he laughs, a low rumble in his chest. I feel dreadful, she whispers. So do I, a steady series of beep sounds from the nightstand. He groans. Someone's texting you. So I hear. She doesn't want to move. She's quite comfortable, thank you very much, but when the phone rings, she rolls over with an oof. Shit, it's the cop in Denver. Mason leans up on one elbow. Better get it then. Hello, she sits up, the sheet spilling to her waist. Mason traces a finger along her ribs, making her shiver. She bats his hand aside with a smile. Hey, Darian, Detective Sutcliffe here. I sent you a couple of texts. Could you do me a favor and take a quick look at a six-pack for me? Resisting the quip, already looking at one, sir, which she is. Mason's cut like a freaking model. She puts him on speaker and swipes over to her texts. You'll see an array of men, and I'd like to know if any look familiar. She enlarges the photo. 6 men. She looks at them carefully. Only one seems familiar, and she says that. Which one? Bottom middle. Where have you seen him before? At the theater. I think it was him, the guy who stood up. Does the name Knox Shepard mean anything to you? Number good character name, though. My mom would love it. That searing pang of loss bolts through her, and she gasps. It's too soon to think of Columbia in this way. Mason reaches for her hand, squeezing it tightly. You okay? Sutcliffe asks. Yeah, sorry, she says. No, I don't recognize him. Who is he? A convicted felon who was released from jail over a decade ago. The real question is, who was he to Columbia? You have a suspect, Darian breathes. We need to have a conversation with Mr. Shepard, that's all. He was at the theater, but without video from the hotel to confirm, we can't place him there. I'm doing a canvass this morning of the hotel staff to see if anyone's seen him. So Riley really wasn't involved. Sutcliffe is silent. Fine. I guess I owe her an apology. What do you need me to do? Should I put his photo up on social media? God, no. You don't do anything. We don't know if this man is simply a fan of your mother's work or if something more sinister is at play. She curls her legs under her body and leans back against the headboard. I have to tell you something. Mom's stalker is in New York. His cell phone pinged last night. Our guy Liam has been tracking him for me and called to warn me. Do you think this is the same guy? I don't know, Darian, but you need to be careful. I have resources, she says, and the corners of Mason's mouth rise. Good. Stay aware of your surroundings. I'm going to reach out to your precinct and tell them what I know, and I need your contact. It's time for him to share his access points and my team to take this over. I don't know how much he'll like that, but I understand what you're saying. His name is Liam Reeves, and he works for a firm called 49 Spiders. Got it. Thank you. Keep aware of your surroundings, all right. Thanks, Detective. Hey, you said Shepard is a felon. What was his conviction? A pause. Sutcliffe clears his throat. Second-degree murder. He killed a man in Tennessee. They make breakfast, and it's over the orange juice and scrambled eggs that Mason jars her back to reality. I told the detective about us. What? When? In Denver, after you talked to him the first time. I didn't want him treating you like a suspect anymore. She's not sure how she feels about this, but smiles at his protectiveness. Giving me an alibi, he nods, suddenly serious. I didn't want what happened to Riley to happen to you too. Do you think Riley did it? He shakes his head. I don't. What would she have to gain by killing Columbia? Do I love the chick? No, but I can't imagine she has murder in her. You do think my mom was murdered, though, right? Absolutely. Sutcliffe does, too. He just doesn't want to get hung out to dry. You're going back to Colorado. Yes. Darian sits hard on a stool at the marble counter. I want to be there when she's cremated and bring back her ashes. I've been trying to wrap my head around a funeral. It's impossible. I can help you if you want. Really? Sure. I assume you'll do something private to start, then a public memorial service down the road. A bloom of relief sparks in her chest. She's been dreading this so much. Not having to do it alone. Yes, that's what I was thinking exactly. The publishers will want to do something too. She and Mary were close. She's been with them since the beginning of her career. I haven't ever done anything like this, and with the lawyers and all the weirdness, she trails off. What weirdness? She pours some juice and takes 2 Advil, offering him the bottle. He shakes his head. Mom has a second will that I wasn't aware of. I'm the sole beneficiary of the one I'm familiar with, but she has a secret one that our lawyer says will supersede it. Multiple beneficiaries. I don't know what to think. That is incredibly strange. For her to make a new will, then be murdered. I mean, come on, no wonder you're so stressed. Can I see the six-pack the detective sent you? She hands over her phone and he takes it and enlarges the photo. He stares for so long that she nudges his foot with hers. Your eggs are getting cold. He smiles, hands the phone back. Have you thought about talking to Riley? No, she hears herself, the petulant child, and is embarrassed. I mean, I wasn't exactly on my best behavior when we last talked. He takes a sip of orange juice, the muscles in his throat rippling. She feels lightheaded. Sure, I hear you. You probably do owe her an apology getting her arrested in the first place. But she spent the past month with your mom, locked up in hotel rooms and cars and planes, talking. Maybe she knows something about this new will, about the Yvonne woman. Maybe Columbia said something to her. Darian taps her fork against her plate. She knows she should reach out, but she isn't ready to swallow her pride just yet. I want to wait until Vic tells me if he finds anything in the background check. He was really upset. Let's see it through. Anyway, who is this Knox Shepherd guy, she asks. I bet Liam can check him out for me. Well, I looked him up while you were making the eggs. He pushes his phone toward her. There's not a lot online. The case predates social media, but with his record, serving 15 years for murder isn't something to take lightly. Obviously, he's a viable suspect. You know. She looks at the picture again, a chill shivering through her. I think he was there that morning, in the hotel. He came in the room. She shuts her eyes, tries to recreate the scene. Yes, I'm sure it was him. God, Mason, did he follow us from city to city until he had the perfect opportunity? That's freaking creepy. Maybe. I never saw him, but now that we have a picture, I'm sure Sutcliffe will share it with the rest of the team. Maybe one of them will know something. Why do you think he'd want to kill my mother? I don't know, Mason says grimly. But you can rest assured I'm not leaving your side until he's arrested. He reaches across the table, touches the top of her hand with a finger, tracing it up her arm. I can't lose you too. She is in his strong arms moments later, grateful, so grateful to feel protected and cherished, to have something good come from this horrid situation. When she can catch her breath again, she smiles shyly. The eggs are ruined. Mason laughs and she feels love in the music of his voice. We can make more. With Mason in the house, Darian feels less scattered. Together, they sketch the plan for the next few weeks, setting a date for the private funeral according to the will Darian is familiar with, sending the invitation to the small group of people Columbia wanted to attend, and then tackling the public memorial with the PR team at the house, and Spielberg's people to coordinate their plans going forward, getting everyone on the same page. She's been at a loss since she came back from Denver, and now is in control again. There will be time to discuss the creative soon enough. In response, a note comes from one of Spielberg's people and she reads it aloud to Mason. Sorry again, Darian, this sucks. Forgot to ask, your mom was going to tape a video for us, her reaction to the casting. Any chance you know where it is? We'd love to use it in the director's cuts. Huh, I don't remember doing this with her. You handled all the media, didn't you? Yeah. Have you checked her computer? Maybe it's on there, might be worth a look. Darian frowns. I guess, but I'd keep something like this in my files. Her computer isn't even connected to the internet. Well, that's not entirely true. She has two, a writing laptop and a desktop for business. She writes on the desktop sometimes when we're home, but she liked to keep the two parts of the job separate, but the police still have her laptop. But what about her actual files? Do you have access to them? Yes. I mean, it's all in a shared account. When's the last time you took a look? Maybe there's something new. Maybe she left you a message. She smiles despite herself. Now you're thinking like a mystery author that there's some sort of coded message explaining everything in her work. He grins back. Well, I do read. It's not entirely out of the question. She stands, wobbling just a touch until he grabs her arm to steady her. All right, why not? Let's go take a look. Chapter 30. Just sitting at her mother's desk feels like a betrayal. Darian touches the space bar on the keyboard gingerly, as if it might cause the computer to explode, and the desktop whirs to life. The display a series of green and blue boxes that look like computer-generated stained glass, a generic default that came with the computer fresh out of the box. Columbia never saw the point of deviating. It wasn't like she spent a lot of time staring at the images. She enters the password, and the interior of the system appears. Columbia had always been organized to a fault on her computers. She resisted replacing them until they were no longer usable. And when she did get a new one, she always had Darian set them up the same way, with the trackpad set opposite of its default settings, the dock magnified, and from right to left, her internet browser, her email, her journaling app, her writing software, Zoom, and the weather. That's it. Clean, simple. All the files are also organized in a system Darian devised that shows the number of the book, the title, and what year it will be published. The folders then contain everything broken down by the various steps: art, editorial, marketing and PR, media kit. They also tie directly to Darian's computer in a shared cloud account. Columbia may have liked Darian to handle things, but she also wanted everything to do with a title at her fingertips. Darian pulls up Ivory Lady and looks in the marketing and PR subfolder, scrolling through the multitudes of interviews, essays, podcasts. Columbia has always been generous with her time around a launch. She blocks off the month before tour to dedicate to the PR, and the month of release for the physical tour itself. 2 months away from writing, though she always sneaks in a little. Then they take a 2-week vacation somewhere fabulous, and she gets back to work. They were meant to be in St. Tropez right now. Darian hated canceling the hotel and flights. It made this so real. Darian scrolls through, hitting video after video, all things she shot or that were provided by the interviewers. Good Morning America had featured Ivory Lady for its monthly book club and had come to the house to do a shoot. Darian smiles ruefully, remembering the chaos from that morning. Columbia had lost one of the earrings she wanted to wear, and everyone in the household was looking for it. At least she can look back on it and laugh. That morning, Columbia had called her some pretty choice names before the doorbell rang and the film crew arrived, then flipped the switch and became God's gift to literature. Her mother wasn't abusive. She was just abrasive. A wave of grief overwhelms her, and tears prick the corners of her eyes. The last words she shared with the one person on the planet who was supposed to love her unconditionally were in anger. Fury, really. Darian will never be able to undo the fact that the last thing she said to her mother before she died was, "I hate you." It is only made worse that her mother had said it back. "You okay?" Mason asks softly. She clears her throat and winds up her still damp hair. "Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that matches the casting reaction. Maybe it's in another file." She searches around for a while but sees nothing that isn't readily available on her own machine. On impulse, she types Vonda West into the search. Nothing pops, but she notices there are files living in the documents folder on the hard drive. She clicks on this and is met with a gray box asking for a password. She types in the shared password they use for the account. The box shivers but doesn't open. What the hell? What's wrong? She somehow managed to turn on password protection to the local documents drive. I swear, this woman shouldn't be allowed anywhere near technology. Unless she did it on purpose. Darian shoots him a look. Mason. You know my mom. I do, and don't take this the wrong way, but she was pretty sharp. It was probably 1,000 times easier to let you manage everything, but in a pinch. She ignores the tiny spike of annoyance because he's right. Columbia could do many of these things, she just chose not to. And the technology changed so quickly that she didn't want to feel left behind, so she made Darian show her how to manage when something new happened. In case you're off gallivanting and I need something immediately precious. She looks at the blank space for the password. When she typed in Vonda, this appeared. Worth a shot, she starts to type. What are you trying? Vonda nothing. What about the whole name? Okay. Vondawest, and like magic the file opens and a series of documents appears. Darian tries and fails to make sense of what she's seeing. There are manuscripts, lots of manuscripts. She opens a few. They are stories she doesn't recognize. The dates are in the early 2000s. Judging by the file sizes, there are at least 20 novel-length manuscripts and a series of short stories. More novels, Darian says, breathless. Holy shit, it's going to take me ages to go through all of it. Why would she have it password protected? I don't know. But since the password is the name of this woman who's tied to my grandmother, chances are it's something she didn't want me to see. Though I have no idea why. God, this is frustrating. What's that? Mason is pointing to a file titled Daughter. Curious, Devon opens it and a letter follows. My darling daughter, I'm not going to hide this from you anymore. Many, many years ago, I did a very bad thing. Darian reads the letter once, twice, trying and failing to wrap her head around the words. Finally, she points at the screen. Do you think it's the beginning of a story? Mason is shaking his head. That feels awfully personal to me, like it's meant for you, my darling daughter. Who else could it be addressed to? It has to be a story fragment. Maybe, what else is in there? She scrolls through the files, all titles and names she doesn't recognize. I don't know what these are. She makes a decision and gently, deliberately presses the red X that closes the folder, then puts the machine to sleep. It's all too much. She can't do this with Mason here. She needs privacy because she truly doesn't know what else she's going to find, and the dots are starting to link together that her mother was hiding something from her. Something big. I don't know what's going on, but before I do anything else, I want to talk to Vic. I want him to sit down across from me and explain what the hell my mother was up to. He's been her closest friend for nearly 30 years. Clearly, there are things she didn't trust